and he'll have been told by the team. They're seeing the same pictures as we are as he threads his way around the circuit and back towards the pit lane. Second in GTX, 11th position overall. He's eased down a little bit now. Have the flames subsided? Was it something just burning off? Do you know, I think they have a little bit, but that is still a worry, Phil.
There's smoke, but there's no flame.
So something, there was maybe an initial splash of fluid onto something hot. Now it's on the right-hand side as well now. It was purely on the left-hand side as he was coming down the main straight.
There you can see
underneath the car from the front, actually, spreading right the way through to the back on the left-hand side. So maybe that's brake fluid that's come out from underneath. Brake fluid is exceptionally flammable. He's headed to the pit lane. And Nick Damon, keep your eyes peeled there, Nick, and stay well away.
The marshals have the extinguisher, and they are blasting a bit of the powder into that rear. Unfortunately, a lot of it is leaking out. There's got a kind of a leak, unfortunately, that particular extinguisher. Here comes a proper fire marshal, also coming in. And they're doing kind of the Vortex technical guy. They're going underneath the car. We've had a dry powder, now it's a wet fire extinguisher going in the rear. It's very much focused on the left-hand side. And the team now has turned up with its own fire extinguisher. So I think everything's out now, to be honest. I don't think they're currently having an issue on that front. And they're trying to take off the engine.
This could be the dangerous part.
It's melted through. It's still on fire. There's still fire on the left-hand side, which of course is the V8. There's banks on both sides, and they're trying to get off there. It has melted the carbon fibre of the under tray through. As you can probably see, there's no end of smoke. But let's have a look. Where is the fire? Oh, they're really having a go on the left-hand side. Some great movement there by the team. Trying to work out to breathe. So I'll probably try and keep breathing. Might be an idea. Fire out. It was sitting on the left-hand side. It was very red, which makes you think it's an oil fire. It's burnt through the under tray.
It started at either the front of the engine or even at the front corner of the car.
It's the left bank. Yeah. It's the left bank of the engine which has gone up. Not gone up, it's wrong, sorry. I think the engine's still running, but something has come out from the left bank. It's ignited around the bottom of the exhaust exit on that left-hand side. I'm sure the fire may have travelled. It's possible there was some liquid that went and then it caught. Unfortunately, I don't want to say, my guess is that might be it for the Vortex's first race.
What I didn't see, Nick...
I'm sure they've got some spares. They'll need new under tray, but there we go.
Nick, was any fluid coming out from underneath that car, which, you know... So maybe it was a loose header, a loose exhaust manifold, and that heat has caught something else alike. But it was very odd, Nick, because it was a big conflagration quickly, and then as he went further around the track, it almost seems to have burned away whatever it was that leaked, or burned away perhaps that part of the under tray that you were talking about.
Well, also, of course, it's obviously it's burnt some of the resin from the carbon fibre as well. But yeah, something has leaked, but not, I don't think, something that was consistently leaking. So it wasn't consistent. So it's a weird thing. But luckily, the man who'll be able to investigate this is the man who loves to taste the fluid. Because I'm handing over Joe Bradley right now.
Nick Damon has done his 2 hours in the pit lane as the Vortex 2.0 is pushed back to its box and to the garage. So they'll want to know what's happened there. This is... I mean, I'm not saying that they want this to happen as part of the process, but it is part of the process.
Yeah.
When you are testing a car, no less a person than the head of Honda Performance Development, David Salter, in the US, said to me when they were developing their new GTP car, very successful GTP car, as an engineer, we actually are quite happy if we go out and it breaks, then we fix it, then it goes out. If it goes out and comes back in and we haven't broken it, we then worry that we haven't broken it and it might break later. And I kind of understand that twisted logic in that you know, we like to find out what the possible issues will be and find something that, and find a fix to them.
It's the Elon Musk strategy. Send the rocket up. If it blows up, find out why it blows up, and then fix it, and then send it up again.
Yeah. Unplanned explosive disassembly.
Yeah, 429 getting a 10-second time penalty for their 6 infringement. Currently, Charlie Robinson at the wheel of the Century Motorsport BMW GT4 running in second place in the GT4 category, around about 6 laps behind the AGMC.
I was about
team.
to say that is not helping them fight back.
No.
There were 5 laps in the pits. They lost 5 laps in the pits. They cannot afford to be taking any penalties. They've got to run quickly and keep the pressure on the GMC car, because they're not going to make that up on the track. It has to be, I heard you and Nick talking about this, and it has to be therefore either a problem or something else. But as we have seen with the Vortex, misfortune can strike very quickly.
Right on half race distance too. Right on the 6-hour mark.
We're halfway there, and
living on a prayer.
Yep. Vortex in the pits, in its garage, and therefore dropping some more laps. Important learning, though. Let's take a look at the positions in GT3. Century's BMW ahead of the CP Racing AMG in second, and in third the number 95 Porsche, all having completed 177 laps in the Porsche 992 class. There were laps between all of these, but first and second now are back on the lead lap. It's the 909 machine of Red Camel Racing ahead of the number 971 in second, and they're on the same lap with the K Kramer car 3 laps behind. Laps between all of the GTX runners. The 795
yep.
is the Team Vortex car that is in the pits. With problems.
701. 70, that's a G56 Cup car.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's
Toro
the Toro Verde car. Already has some 5 laps on the Vortex, which is in the pits. And also, of course, we had that earlier problem for the 714, which is the KTM Crossbow, and that is now on 143 laps.
13 laps behind the car in the pits. So in 13, oh, that was a bit of a wiggle there too.
In fact, as we speak its name, and it doth live. The Milwaukee KTM back out on the apron. Has 13 laps to go to get into second place. The Razzoon Mordan Racing machine. In GT4, it's BMW for AGMC, now still 5 laps ahead of the Century car. And in the TCR combined categories, it is the Audi that is leading, but on the same lap, the CWS Black Janetta, the number 278. That's how they stand as we have 5 hours and 51 to go. 25
seconds between those 2 TCE cars at the moment, and lapping around 56 for the Simpson Motorsport Audi, and in the 59s for the Janetta at this time. So that's growing out ever so slightly.
Gap between first and second is 19 seconds between Century and CP. They've just crossed the lines, and waiting to see Fabrizio Brogi come through as well. He's not too far away from finishing his lap, just coming through to turn 16A now. So, Philippe, what do you reckon? Just over a dozen cars. We, expected a steady run. We've had anything but that. We had the BMW streak off into the distance early on. We've had 3 now 4 code 60s. We've had door-to-door racing. I expected an interesting race. I didn't, if I'm truly honest, with the the entry of cars that we've got. I know we've got class here, but I wasn't sure we'd see the kind of close quarters competition right up and down the field.
We've had 14 changes of lead, John.
Yeah.
That says it all to me.
Yeah.
That there is battles going on out there. 14 changes of lead in the 6 hours. Oh, the 936 has a spin at the carousel. And as I just come on, Selva from the KUWAIT Racing just probably getting in a little hot and back end and coming around. So that
corner has really foxed people, hasn't it?
It's changed the aspect of this race. You get all of this flowing stuff, and then all of a sudden you've got to get on the anchors really hard. 180-degree change of direction takes that flow out of your system, and you've really got to drive the car like it's. I think it's upsetting people's rhythm. Just because you get into that lovely flow through the S's and coming around the quadruple right-hander. You get you're starting to feel the car, and then all of a sudden you're hard on the anchors. I
think coming out of 14 and straight lining towards where you think you want to be stopping for the hairpin at 16A, I think that is one of those corners, a bit like turn 7 at Road Atlanta at the far end of the racetrack from where we commentate.
Yep.
I think it's one of those corners that you'll go through lap after lap and go, I can go quicker through that. And you go through a bit quicker the next time, or maybe you're not braking as much, or you're getting on the throttle just a little bit more. You're opening your hands a little bit quicker out of 14 to not scrub off so much speed with the front wheels slowing you down. And then you go through a bit quicker.
Yeah,
I still think I've got traffic the next lap, so maybe you don't get the chance to try it. And then the next lap you go through and yeah, I've still got loads of grip there. And then maybe the 4th or 5th time that you go through there, you get a big sideways swapper on, or you're coming into 16 so quickly that you miss your braking point.
Yep.
And you're taking too much, because there's a subtle kink just before 16A. And that kind of puts you off a little bit, and you're not actually in the right part of the circuit that you want to. It's like when you're coming down the crane of curves at Donington Park, and you come into the old hairpin at the bottom. What you don't see is the road narrowing from the left-hand side, and it almost creates I'm going to coin a new phrase here, a pre-corner to the corner.
Yes.
And when you're on the absolute limit is when you actually find that and go, oh, I'm not exactly where I thought I was on the road. And I wonder if that's the same sort of thing that's been happening into 16A. I mean, everybody's had plenty of practice time this week.
Exactly.
It's not as if they don't know which way the track goes.
Well, Joe Foster didn't really find out until he got out on track. But, I think it is that little kink. And you've also got a change in the road as well there, John, as it comes from that way, right bank down into left bank. So you've got the car changing and talking differently.
Yeah.
And if you're just, as we've seen, 2 to 3 kilometres an hour too quick going in there, and all of a sudden it goes out. And that's back out the back of pit lane for cleaning time for the Vortex.
Want to know what a Vortex looks like underneath that lovely svelte carbon fibre bodywork? Get yourself to the back of the paddock right now. The engine right-hand side wasn't the issue. That looked okay. Nick Damon is, I think, still... Actually, it's Joe by now down in the pits. Is it you, Joe? Or is it still
Yes,
Nick?
It's me, guys. Yes.
Hello, hello.
No, it's me.
We may not be able to talk
Hello,
to him
can you hear me?
Out the back, yeah.
Oh, it is Joe. Hello, Joe. Can't hear you at the moment, Joe. But it is...
Okay.
What I can't see is the left-hand side, but they are just using water to sloosh off. Actually, they're using air to start with. They haven't even got the water on it yet. They're just using air to sloosh off or to blow out the extinguishant. That stood up pretty well. Now the water's coming in.
I mean, a lot of that burnage around the exhaust pipes is just for 6 hours of running all weekend. So it's, it's...
Let's try and get down to Joe again, brothers.
Yeah, we're out the back. Hopefully you can get me, guys. Hopefully you can hear me. Not sure if you can. it's relatively good news. The car has been delayed by this fire, obviously, but the good news is all it is an exhaust that's been touching some carbon fibre under tray and bodywork, and that's eventually. I mean, it's took 6 hours to take a hold, as we say, but the good news is after a clean off, the car will be back out because it's got nothing wrong with it other than a bit of aesthetically unpleasing burnt marks. And once we've replaced the bit of carbon fibre that took fire and caught fire, we'll be able to get back on with this. So it's the cleaning job that's going to take a bit of time.
Thanks, Joe. Well, now the viewers and listeners are up to date with what was going on there. I think what we need to see is that left-hand side of the engine and maybe just in front of it as well. If Joe's down there, he'll have a good look at that. You know what Joe's like, loves to get his hands in. They've seemed to feel that the exhaust was touching a bit of carbon fibre, and that's what caused that conflagration. Not sure about that.
It's a really interesting one because there was no fluid on the track. There was no slippery surface signs issued by race control. We saw it come out. We saw it ignite as it was coming down the straight there. He wasn't having any handling difficulties.
So was that then heat? And I did mention header heat side by side with the leader and the leader in TCE. Leader in GT and the leader in TCE, and as you might imagine, the BMW gets the better of the Audi there. So heat. Eventually, it then bursts into flames, and I'm thinking that's
the resin gets too hot.
I'm thinking that's probably where the hole in the under tray has come from. How that's got into close enough proximity, or whether there's a bit of heat shielding that's come awry there, not sure. But then, once the initial burn has gone, and there's no further heat to fuel it, there's quite a lot of sort of stickiness around it. The ignition on the run down to turn number 1, just past the pit lane exit, and right underneath the car, you could see the flames reflecting off the ground on the left-hand side in the middle of the car and towards the back of the car. Yeah, I think my initial thought was that was fluid, but it clearly wasn't. So I've never seen something like that before.
Not in a carbon fibre car. I've seen it on a fiberglass car, but not in a carbon fibre car. Interesting.
Actually, I'll tell you something I have seen similar to that. Not exactly the same. Adam Christodoulou, who we know very well, in the early versions of the Mercedes AMG, might have even been as far back as the SLS, they used to collect rubber underneath the sills, and sometimes that could catch fire.
Fiat supercars had the same thing. NASCAR had the same issue with the rubber build up. Yeah, and as soon as the fuel had gone, it would go out. Yeah, it was amazing. Bradders down there in the Vortex garage, looking at the damage. Cause or effect, Bradders?
This is the cause of the fire. I'm not sure if you guys can get me. This is the cause of the fire. This is the bit the exhaust goes across here, and that's where it's caught fire. So this is the source of the fire, with my investigative head on. And this is obviously from the team, but that's the bit of bodywork that they're going to need to replace, and it's basically the under tray bit. It's the diffuser section that goes on the back of the car. But that is the bit there that we've had on fire. Basically, it took 6 hours to catch fire. It did.
On the other side to where that hole is, Joe, there's a heat shield. Was there supposed to be a heat shield?
That should look like that
on the side that caught fire, because on the right-hand side there was quite clearly a heat shield in the area opposite where it was. Question maybe. You can clearly see a heat shield there on the right that wasn't there on that the part that you were pointing out.
The heat shield is melted away in the fire, and that's gone, and that's eventually melted away without any trace. There's the fixings. Hang on, I'll get my cameraman to this bit here. There's the fixing bits there and there. where the heat shield goes, with a big bolt there. You can see the top bolt from the heat shield. That fixes there. That's just gone, disappeared. And there's...
yeah, you can see where it was fastened on, yeah.
That's where it started. Yes. See what I mean? See
So
where
the
it was
heat
fastened
shield's
on?
come adrift there.
If you look at that one, well, the heat shield is either come adrift, which has caused the heat soak on the carbon, which has then took fire, or the carbon has took fire because of heat soak and burnt that. That's just a bit of aluminium, so that would melt. But there's no traces of melting other than this bit here. This is all, this has really been melting for a while. See this bit here? That's just a bit of I don't know what that is actually, but that's the side. That's this bit here. See this bit here? Bit of bodywork, bit of plastic. That's plastic, not carbon fibre. And this here should look like this. Does that make sense? And if the camera comes around here it is. That plastic bodywork piece is now melted into this work of art. Oh, actually, that's still hot. Ouch. So I think it's these niggly little problems, isn't it, when you first build a car and you get to use it for 6 hours and you realise that all of that heat soak is going to have an effect, and it took 6 hours for that heat soak to have an effect in such a dramatic way. But the car, guys, I don't know if you can still see these pictures, the car has now been washed off, it's been cleaned off, it's back in the garage, and they are now just going to put it back together and get it back out there.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley, as ever, on the case there. So somewhere out on the track, I reckon, Phil,
there is
is a piece of heat shield.
Yes, a rogue piece of metal that is somewhere out there. Yeah, interesting. Nice spot, John.
Yeah,
It didn't.
I like symmetry.
Yes, true.
I am one for symmetry, and struck me that there was something missing there.
438 has just been given a 10-second penalty for their 6-track limit offence.
That's the leading GT4 car.
Fabien Defure at the wheel of the AGMC racing team by Simpson Motorsport, as he makes his round on his 171st lap. He GT4 leading by 9 laps over the Century Motorsport BMW GT4 in second position, as it's starting to get 20 past 4. The light is just starting to drop a little bit.
It's the gloaming.
It's the gloaming. It is indeed just starting to get that lovely glow in the air, as the drivers are hating it at the moment. It's right in their eyes as they come through out of turn 7 into the S's.
Did you favour a dark visor or a peak on your helmet? I mean, most of your stuff, of course, would have been you were doing open cars, weren't you?
Well, Radical. However, in the Clio, I had a half visor because we used to race, and so I could flick that down, tilt my head forward, and then the sun would hit that.
Yeah.
And then I could flick that up when I didn't need it. It was mainly at night coming into the grandstand area where the lights are really bright, and then when you get into the darker area down at turn 1, you can if you don't change your visor there, your eyes can't adapt quick enough in that braking zone of turn 1. We see it at Yas in the Formula 1 Grand Prix. They have different levels of tear-offs as that sun is setting. Their tear-offs get lighter. They're all tinted, and you see them numbered in there, and they put them on so that the drivers can keep removing them to adapt to the lighting conditions.
I much preferred. I had 2 different tints. Have 2 different tints. Motorcycle is different.
Yeah.
Motorcycle is a clear visor, but I've got a drop down inside my helmet that you can fire in. But the on my race helmets, I have a yellow tint, which I quite like to use if there's any hint of fog in the air.
Yep.
That's really good. And I've got a grey tint. And the grey tints, and bear in mind that mostly I drive closed-top cars. Although in the SR3 Radical that I raced at Donington, of course. Then I had to work out how to keep that slightly open because my head was right in the airflow there. But I have a sort of smoke grey coloured, so not black, but smoke grey, and in a covered car, in a car with a cockpit, I do exactly what you're talking about. I have it just at above eye level, so that if necessary, I can just move my head. Wearing a hands device, that actually isn't that easy nowadays. So
no.
But I can always just pull that down a little bit if I need to and knock it back up again. And I never have them so tight that you've got to mess about. Oh, side by side. BMW and CWS Janetta, that's the leading GT4 car again, and that was very close. I mean, looked a bit of a side draft coming out of the setting sun, so heading due east down towards the kink at turn 1, and now going down to turn 2. That was rather closer than I think either of those drivers would like it to be. Ivo Breukers just nips by in the braking area. Nice manoeuvre there. Oh, locked up a left front, Hankook. And the Netherlands driver tucks the car back into turn 2 and 3 over the top. That'll be nasty there now. Coming over the top of 3, you won't be able to see a thing there.
As we can see, the drivers so clearly, that means the sun's shining on them so hard. It's shining right in their eyes. I agree with the amber visor one. I used to use that at night racing at Dubai because we didn't have lights around the circuit. Something maybe a surprise for the next 24 hour there.
Oh, really?
Yes, we'll get to that when we get there. Okay. But driving with that, and I got the idea from the Mutrans who used to run the Clio in the 24 hours. They were getting blinded by all of the cars overtaking them, right?
Yeah.
And that amber visor actually allowed them to see their instruments better.
Yes.
Okay, because of the way that they work. And I think it was Ramsey who told me that. He also told me, but funny enough, he said, the Clio was really easy to drive because everything is overtaking you. The Seat, the TCR, was really difficult. You were overtaking and being overtaken at the same time. When they got in the Porsche, well, you're overtaking everything except GT3s. And so as you move up, the challenges become quite different.
You're basically going on to a different click in your mind, aren't you, in terms of traffic management. It's all traffic management, but it's just a different form of traffic management.
Exactly, and at different speeds, and where you can overtake and where your car has enough power to do things. But there's been so much great technology, and especially in visor technology, where the self-tinting visor now is like my glasses that I'm wearing now,
sort of photochromic
visors. That was the last visor that I used in my my Radical, and it was brilliant on a night track night.
It reacted quick enough.
Oh, brilliantly, so fast, so fast. Not cheap. You don't.
No.
You wrap them in bubble wrap and felt when you take them off, because you know how easy they scratch. But yeah, for a situation like this, where you're into that evening haze right into your eyes, it diffuses it and it stops it streaking. Even your eyeballs start to elongate the beams, and you can miss a braking point so easily when that's happening. The worst place in Dubai is turn 13. Coming into the bowl, on that sunset, you can't see your braking point going into the bowl.
So when the Brinks-Matt armoured car turns up at the end of the race, it's not to take the takings, it's everybody's photochromic visors.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
They've been FIA approved, by the way.
Ah, good.
Yeah.
Excellent. Another half an hour racing gone. We're coming down to 5.5 hours to go, and in about half an hour, we will lose sight of the sun. Off to our left, the west end of the racetrack, and the drivers having to deal with that now. Thankfully, the windscreens of all the cars, certainly that we can see from our onboards, are pretty clean. And that, I think, is much to do with the fact that we've had perfectly dry weather.
Yep.
The new Hankook tyres, everybody who's got them.
Remember, they're only running on the GT3, GTX, and 992 categories at the moment.
But everybody who's had them has given them a really good write-up, and quite clearly they're not shedding as much marbles either, because we're not seeing a load of marbles offline.
No, it's really amazing. And
into the pits here.
It seems like that is Arnold Gomez, the leader, into the pits. Jack Barlow in the car. He's going to be getting himself out of there.
And let's go to Joe Bradley, who's standing next to them. Well, we'll get back to Joe in just a few moments' time.
43-second lead that Jack Barlow got up over Joe Foster in that stint, and very impressive. Reasonably relaxed. Side window net goes up as they will head down to the fuel stop as they head out of pit lane. Fuel station at the end, 4 pumps. 4 pumps with 8 nozzles. No waiting, no delay. And you can get your fuel service. So 278 CWS Engineering coming into the pits now. Neil Muston at the wheel of that, leading the TCE category, and he will succumb that lead to James Kay now. Only 4.9 seconds separated them on that last lap. This is their 5th pit stop, and the CWS Engineering Janetta has done 4 so far, so that lead will change on the next lap through. And a good battle going on in TCE. A TCR category car and a TCX category car. And remember that we've got so many new TC classes this year. TCR, TCCR, TCX and TC. So 4 classes that now fall under the TCE banner, in order to get some of the older cars back into circulation again and get some people having fun racing.
2 leaders in the pits, CP and Century, with AMG GT and their BMW. 3 laps further back now, the number 95 Porsche, but of course that's going to make up some ground, significant ground, as they come back with their competitors now in fuel. So the Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors coursing him up happy behind the wheel of the 95 at the moment. Rick Breukers leads and his 4th overall. My goodness, within touching distance of an overall podium here.
Yeah.
And they do go long on fuel, these cars, so they do have the opportunity for a slightly different strategic vision of the race. Joe Bradley, we can now go down to him in the pit lane. You've had the 2 leading cars in, both now in fuel, Joe.
Yeah, I'm up at the Century Motorsport, the number 22 BMW that was embroiled in that battle with the CP Racing Mercedes, with Jack Barlow at the wheel. Jack just in a bit of a debrief with his engineer. I'll just jump in. Jack, I just want to talk to you about that cracking battle you had with the CP Mercedes. That for us was mega.
Yeah, so yeah, obviously endurance racing, you never know where you're going to come out in the pits, etc. A lot of the time during the stint it feels like you're out there in no man's land all by yourself, but it was nice to be in the mix obviously with the other guys. It looked like this time they didn't put up too much of a fight as they did with Lewis before, so
eventually they didn't.
Yeah, they made my life a little bit easier, I believe. So but no, I really enjoyed that stint. Now go and get some water down me and then get ready for the next one. So
you put them under pressure, Jack. You did. You know, you guys were both pushing. The traffic came in. It was great to watch. Well done. And you obviously enjoyed that, being back and getting a chance to do that.
Yeah, 100%. It's what I believe I'm born to do. So I just want to go and just do it all year round. So yeah, hopefully we can get some good data and good knowledge from here. Our pit stops at the moment aren't where they need to be. It's my first time doing pit stops, and obviously with Carl and Lewis, they've got the same seat insert, but with my seat insert, it needs swapping in and out. So we've got some work to do there, but hopefully in Dubai we can clean things up a little bit and work on that. So
This one, you still working to the programme? No thoughts on the checkered flag yet?
No. Just stick to plan. Obviously, try and make the time up that we're losing in the pit stops, really. But obviously, we're here to have some fun as well, so enjoy it along the way. So
You didn't look out of place out there, mate. Well done.
Thank you, Joe.
And in the pits now, the CP racing car, or in the fuel area, as they are raring to go. It was Joe Foster that brought that car in. And the 001 in the top right of the windscreen. Does not indicate a license to kill, but it indicates that they were the leader when they came into the pit lane. Here comes Lewis Plato to retake the lead. Crosses the line now under our feet. In fact, he's turning through turn one and down through, so he has retaken the lead, I reckon, as we're waiting for Joe Foster to emerge back out onto the track. Yep, 001 now. Up over the rise then, as out of the fuel station comes Charles Esplanade, and just looking to see Cosimo Papi, where he is at the moment on the circuit in the 95 car. He should be coming through, but he's lost the lead lap, of course. Joe Bradley, a little while ago, we had the black CWS Janetta in the pit lane, and I'm not sure that was a scheduled stop. What do you have?
Well, we think he may have hit something. The car was silhouetted against the sun going down, and all of a sudden the car was nose on to me, and then all of a sudden it was 90 degrees and being pushed back into the garage. So I've made my way back down here, and it looks like it's had a bit of frontal damage, and we've got some CWS engineering going on the front splitter. I wonder if I can direct the camera to have a look at this.
Doing some
We've got
work
a bit
on
of
an electrical
aluminium
connection.
plate being bolted in to keep the splitter intact.
Joe,
the splitter is split in two.
Oh.
But we've got a bit of desert engineering going on there. And in fact, I think that might be an old one. No, he's just tightening the plate up. Colin White, as ever, running the job. So a little bit of front damage. The important bits, where the suspension attaches to the subframe, is fine. Looks like there's no damage anywhere, so just superficial. However, on these cars that depend on a bit of aero at the front, that's quite important.
Joe, they've made up a new electrical connection as well on the left-hand side of the engine. The guy who's working in there with the tape, he was just crimping a new some kind of electrical connection on a big red wire. So I don't know if you can poke your head in there and see what he's doing. The guy who's got the black gaffer tape at the moment.
Oh, yes, good spot. Right, so that's certainly not a headlamp, is it? You know what? I would be able to get in there, but if it wasn't for Colin, the pesky Colin White, bending down. The big red wire, John, I think is just a bit of loom.
Yeah, well,
I can't quite see. I
he
can't quite see what he's
crimped a
doing.
new connector onto the end of that earlier on, and
How big was the connector?
Yeah, sort of halfway between a tiny one and a battery-sized one. You know the sort.
Right.
You
Might
know
be
the
an earth
like,
strap.
yeah, an earth strap. That's exactly what it looked like, Joe. That's what it'll be. It'll be an earth strap.
Yeah, I'm going to get in the way if I put my nose in any further. So I'm right.
Colin
I'm
loves
right
a
at the
pot
front of the
rivet
car
bike, doesn't he?
where this. Oh, there. Well, there's Colin drilling the He's got that now. Then look at this innovative engineering. That's a bit of strapping that's going on there, just to stop the splitter sort of folding down in the airflow. This is great stuff. There's the pop rivet gun coming out. We love a pop rivet gun, and it's an electric one. Oh, I like that. No squeezing of the wrist there. No osteoarthritis needed there. Colin
gaffer tape
just pulling off the pins from the pop rivet. Another drill, this time on the bit that attaches to the main bodywork. We've got the air intake going on in the front, so it is a little bit of well, I mean this in the best possible way. A little bit of a hash job, but it's going to be effective.
Well, but you know what? I've always said that endurance racing, in terms of motorsport, endurance racing and rallying are actually pretty close together, because you've got to have that never say die attitude. And when I was working at RML, which was a very instructive part of my working life, and we went from doing F2 rallying for the Opel Performance Centre to taking cars to Le Mans, including P2 cars, and winning Le Mans 2 years running. Should have won it 3 years running, to be honest. Our mechanic said, well, this is just like rallying, except I'm not lying in a puddle. I actually get to do my work on a nice, flat, dry floor in a garage, rather than lying in a puddle out in a forest somewhere.
In a field.
Yeah. Which I suppose, you know, it's not a bad way of looking at it. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. Thank you for all your kind comments so far. We still have the Simpson moonwalk to come, don't we? It's not quite dark yet. Sun beginning to turn the sky into a fireball and a blaze at the western end of the circuit. CP Racing going through the first corner.
And Cosmo Pappy in the 95,
right
very
there.
close behind, 5.2 seconds, closing down around about the last lap. Charles Esplanade, a 144.7, 144.6 for Cosmo Pappy in the Manamiri Energy by Ebby Motors Porsche. So that gap has been coming down. Third place outright at this time, as more cars
Second place. Second place, that will be. Battle for second and third. And some parts of the circuit now completely in shade. We'll keep our eyes on this battle for a moment before we go for an update with Joe down to Janetta into the pit lane and soaking up a penalty. The leader in the 992 Cup class. So that will be one we can chalk off. The battle for second about to be joined. Let's get down to Joe Bradley and find out what's going on at CWS Janetta before we get some side-by-side racing.
Well, Neil Muston, who was sitting in the car while that job was being done, has gotten out of the car, and Colin's got in. Why has he kicked you out, Neil?
A bit of car failure. Initially, we lost power steering. It was an overheated belt. Came in, fixed that, overtook the leader, put a bit of time on them, and then had an alternator fail. But it might have been caused. I had a lovely Porsche just stick it up the inside of the final, and then hit his brakes right in front of me. So we had a little love tap here. But this thing stops pretty well, so it's not a smart thing for a Porsche driver to do. But other than that, I think we're back and running now. But it's basically an alternator. Ran out of battery, and luckily it cut out just here, so I coasted in.
You got away very lucky with the front end, didn't you? It's just a little bit of splitter work.
Yeah, a bit more damage on the Porsche. Teach him a lesson. Probably about €20,000 worth.
Yeah. Is that what Colin's going to charge you for that?
No. Well, it is a bit of a difference. I usually drive LMPs and Porsches, so driving this is just a fantastic car. It's remarkably fast. It's as fast as all the Porsches around the bends. It's a remarkable car.
And it sounds fantastic. Has it got a different exhaust on what we've seen normally on it?
Probably, yeah. Probably. It's allowed. It's probably supersedes all the noise restrictions here, but who cares, you know?
Yeah, we love that. Thanks, Neil. We're going to get out of the way while they wheel the car out. So Colin White's now at the wheel of the Janetta as it continues.
So don't let them
Colin probably wants to check out that it's fine and everything's all right, doesn't he?
Yeah, thanks. I wasn't sure that bonnet was fastened properly, but that's been seen to. So a little bit of contact on that car with the Porsche at the final corner. Neil telling us that. We saw the power steering issue earlier on. Now, back to this battle for second overall. CP Racing has it, and the Porsche team in third would like it.
Yes.
As they are on the circuit at the moment. Leader going down towards turn 2. And this battle going up to the final corner as Colin White gets it going. I like the extra airflow through the Janetta by having the normally sealed rear screen just slightly pinged up a little bit in sort of Seat Cinquecento Abarth style. And that was to keep the engine cool. This is to keep the drivers, get the drivers a little bit of airflow. Down towards turn 2 now. The number 85, with the headlights behind being the next car in the overall. That is the Porsche heading down there as Colin exits the pit lane. Now that car is not running cleanly. That car is not running cleanly, which suggests to me that that alternator maybe is still not providing enough charge to get a clean spark, and the electrics aren't happy. And obviously there's a low voltage side and a high voltage side. Well, this is going to be the most excruciating 3 miles or so if Colin can't get this going. He's let the traffic go through, which included the crossbow and the class-leading Audi. No, the 9th position, by the way, that class-leading Audi. Now, Colin's fine. That car accelerated away, so that was Colin being very smart and just making sure he didn't get in anybody's way. The sun half obscured by the trees now on the far side, the western side of the circuit.
Cold tyres, Colin. Cold tyres.
Cold old tyres. I'm sure they're putting new ones on there. So he'll do a stint and then get cracking. Now, nice bit of fast hands by Colin a moment or two ago, coming through turn 4, gets on the power. It's actually, you know, that seems a lot more violent inside the car.
Yes, it does.
And the clever bit of that is not catching the first slide. It's making sure you don't have the snap back.
The overcorrection.
The other way. The Toro Verde G56 is in the pit lane, and Joe Bradley is looking at what looks like much more of a scheduled stop, Joe.
Well, it looks like a scheduled stop, actually, with regards to Mike Simpson jumping out, Freddie Tomlinson now jumping in. It's the 795. This is the Janetta G55. And we were talking about whether or not this car was a development G55 going forward into the new season, and Lawrence Tomlinson was confirming that. I'm just going to see if I can attract Lawrence's attention and see if he could. Good on you, Lawrence. I'm going to ask the man who knows the question. Lawrence, we've just watched the 795 pit stop. Freddie, your son, jumped in it. That's a development of the G55, you were telling me. What exactly are you developing on it?
Yeah, it's a brand new car. It was a bit Lego. Chassis arrived in container, and the rest of it we flew in, and the boys here have built it, done a great job, and it's really just a development run for us today. So we're really pleased with the performance of it. We're setting the pace at like the 992, or just a little bit faster than the 992 Cup car, because there's so many in the world. There's a class for it to race in. So we're calling it I think we're going to call it the G56 GT3 Cup car, something like that. So it's kind of a, really affordable GT3 performance, or just a bit below, and easy to maintain and just totally reliable. So that's the main function. So, and
is that going to be for the Janetta Cup Series, or is this an endurance car?
Yeah, this is an endurance car, and a car that's going to go all around the world for places like Thermal, where the racetrack in California, where everybody's got a 992 GT3 Cup car, looking for something a bit different. Americans love a V8, so it's giving them some variety on the grid. So it's like here, as the grids grow, you could see maybe half a dozen of these and 12 992s, and have a sort of a you know, a battle for overall behind GT3. So fundamentally, we've been working on reliability. We're working on driver cooling. So I've done 3 hours in the car. You know, I'm about 105 years old. So I get out, the air conditioning's really great. Everybody at the factory's done an amazing job with the overall cooling package. We've got a better aero package on it. We've got bigger tyres, so tyre degradation's really good. We think we can run 3 hours on a set of Hankooks. So, you know, for people who are, you know, wanting to race, 3 hours on a set of tyres is pretty good saving, you know. Instead of 20 sets, you're looking at maybe 8 sets in a 24-hour race. And you can spend 40, 50 grand on tyres in a 24-hour. So, you know, it's just doing the sensible thing. And it's honestly, it's just such a fun car.
Thanks for that info. You may be 105, but you're a Le Mans class winner. We never forget that.
No, it was nice. We enjoyed it.
That was about 1 million years ago.
Yeah. I think, it was good. That was brilliant. Me, Deanie and Tom Kimber-Smith, we set our stall out to do a bit like we're doing now, a set time, stay off the curbs, and we did the minimum number of pit stops people had ever done, and we won. You know, just using your head. You can use the speed and you can use your head. So it's good. That was a fun time. Panos, I've still got that Panos actually.
Have you really? You're not going to bring it out in some sort of historic race?
Yeah, I'm just recommissioning the Janetta Zytek 09S, so that'll be out next year. And me and Fred's are on our gap year. He's basically just finished school, so we've taken a year out. So we're doing. He's doing Asian Le Mans. We're doing all the Creventic together, and then we'll pick up some series throughout the year in Europe, which will be fun. You know, lad and dad, and obviously we got Mike Simpson, our factory salesman stroke driver.
He's like a member of the Tomlinson family, in fairness, isn't he?
Yeah, there's me and him travelling around on the gap year. So, I mean, what could any father want? You know, Mike as a life coach for his son.
Yes, absolutely.
What could possibly go wrong?
Thanks, Lawrence. Thanks for that insight.
Second time we've heard from Lawrence Tomlinson there, but adding a bit more information. I'm very excited to hear that the Janetta Zytek 09S has been put back together.
Well, we had the Zytek Janetta out with Golf Sport back in 2012, 13. It used to run in the series there, and that was the wickedest sounding beast that we'd ever heard on the circuit. This is before all the Ferraris and stuff turned up. But great news to hear that, and also great news to hear about this development car. When we first heard this at the circuit, John, we're going, what is in that car? Because we're used to the V6 being in there. That is a V8, you know, and that is a stonking sounding car. And a stunning looking piece of kit as well.
I like it.
It's a beautiful looking car.
No, I'm biased. Everybody knows. I drove in the Super Cup something very similar to Colin White's car, the Janetta Super Cup. I think that's a great evolution of that G55. There's a V8 engine version, effectively a GT4 car as well. This has still got the V6. Huge amount of work into that engine cover that provides a lot more downforce, controls the airflow through. I mean, look how far. I mean, that looks like a Porsche engine cover on the front. Yeah. And where's the engine in a 911? That's right at the back. Whereas here, what you've got is a mid-front engine, effectively, with a Ford-sourced V6 in that car. So they've used the space in front of the engine to be able to direct through that big smiley face, and then it's been worked through those exits and up over the windscreen.
Yep.
Really clever bit of design. I love those black flared wheel arches. Again, I'm going to say this. This looks like a 350Z race car, 350Z Nissan. It's the same sort of idea to that. It's widened the car by a couple of 3 inches either side, and it transforms the look of that car. I always thought it was a pretty car. It had the look of several different things. This gives it a really different character, and I think a little more menace, to be honest. It's in black and white at the moment. I'd like to see what it looks like with those wheel arches painted body colour.
Yeah.
And then let somebody get to work with it on livery. It's fine with the black, with the white and orange. I think that looks great.
I'd love to see it with blue and orange, John.
Well, you are a big fan, aren't you?
Yes, yes, indeed. That would look stunning, absolutely stunning.
That's Phil Ansett alongside me, John Hindorf. We're coming down to another race hour being completed, and well inside the second half of the race. Joe Bradley currently on shift down in the pits lane. Damon taking a wee breather as we're coming up at just before 5 o'clock, and this is where we started our nighttime practice show yesterday. And I did have people sending messages to me, why are you starting your nighttime practice show so early? And I think we started at five minutes before 5, so about this time yesterday. And if you weren't with us, it's on YouTube. Go and have a look at it. We started with the sun, albeit quite low in the sky, and before I'd finished my first sentence, it pretty much dropped out of sight, and it was dark, certainly before the cars went out 5 minutes later.
For those of the 70s ilk, think lava lamp.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. It did look like a lava lamp dropping. The big globby bit that's been up at the top, and it's just dropping down slowly with a sort of a trail behind it, like a comet's a tail behind it, and that's exactly what it looked like yesterday. Still the top three on the lead lap, and there's just 36 seconds between first and third. Century's BMW leads by about half a minute to TCR and GT4, and then it's the Ebby Motors number 95 Porsche leading for 992, and the Porsche class by just about a minute and a half now. It's Red Camel from the 971 in second place, which is the Rabdan by Fulgenzi. Haven't heard from them for a little while. We'll get Joe to go and say hello to them. Toro Verde lead the GTX category. Freddie Tomlinson has just taken over from his dad in the 795, that white and black machine, in sixth. Seventh is Maury Kranz from KUWAIT Racing. That's third in the 992 class. The GT4 leader is AGMC Racing by Simpson, and that car currently in the hand of Fabien Defieux, ahead of Simpson's Audi. That's another class leader. James Kay behind the wheel of the number 138. Century Motorsport BMW is next up, and that's second in GT4. And behind them, CWS Engineering, second in TCE. Razun More Than Racing, KTM Crossbow Circulating again, Arthur Twist behind the wheel of that car as they're trying to pull back some laps. That's how it stands. The Vortex is being rebuilt at the moment after that nasty looking fire, which seems to have just been a bit of exhaust knocking off the heat shield and then setting fire to the, I said just setting fire to the underfloor area of the engine bay. And the KK Kramer racing car is back circulating again. Carsten Kramer getting some extra laps in a car that is effectively being shaken down, doing a bit of a test session for that car. That's how they stand with 5 minutes. 5 hours still to go. Our leader is Century Motorsport. They've completed 205 laps as they've just crossed the line.
Riding on board with the 971 Saif Alamiri at the wheel as he comes through the quadrella of corners that now leads to the carousel, as the car lights now starting to have an effect on the track surface. And some of the wise old heads who've been around for a long time, done a lot of night driving, have informed us it doesn't matter when the sun goes down, the track stays the same. I beg to differ, because it just looks like completely different as soon as that. Dubai turns 3 and 4, no reference points. No, you got the walls are so far away, you lose all your
different postcode.
Yeah, and you see all the trucks running down the road in front of it, and it just gives you a really false sense. You have that momentary, where am I on the track? You can't see any curbs, you can't see the lines. Yeah, here different. We have a lovely level of track lighting where you can see everything. It just makes it nice, and the way that they've painted the entry of every corner before the curbs white, which means your corner lights pick that up to give you reference point. It's just smart thinking by the people who designed the track, and a lot of drivers commented about it last year. Remember, we started at midday last year and finished at midnight, so we had half-half, well, around about 5/12 in daylight and 7/12s at night, with a reverse this year. So a lot more daytime running, a lot quicker, but as a couple of the drivers have said, they expect the track to get quicker as it cools down. It's still very pleasant outside. We're dropping into the mid to low 20s, and probably by 10 o'clock tonight into the high teens, which still makes it very comfortable. The drivers, as we saw earlier on, during the heat of the day, yeah, these cars get very hot. They have very little airflow inside them, because you can see from the Porsches, they don't even have a little side window hatch. It's just, how do you get air into the car? Well, you can't do that and maintain the aerodynamics, so they just don't bother. The driver, deal with it. Is the way it works. And these cars can get quite hot. Especially inside with a 3-layer Nomex suit on. Yeah, it's you can get stressed, and it's great engineering from Janetta. We'll just put an AC in it so anybody can drive it. Like, you can be a retired driver, go back, get your license again, and have fun in a car without the heat stress. And I think that's really important if you're trying to sell a series. Driver comfort.
It's endurance. It doesn't have to be,
enduring.
It doesn't have to be a game show style of endurance. We're not trying to push people to breaking point. It's not. It's endurance racing. It's called endurance racing because it is endurance. It's not meant to be quick and easy. But hey ho. It doesn't. You don't want to be people to be in trouble, do you?
No.
In terms of their mental health or their physical health. But by the same thing, if it was dead easy, then the endurance part is for the car as well as the driver. But it doesn't have to knock somebody out. Starting to see one or two more bits and pieces on windscreens now. Rabdan by Fulgenzi.
Feeding time for the insects.
Yes, exactly so.
Feeding time for the insects, sunset. They don't have clocks. And we just saw the 971 get passed by the 936. Now, that was an unlapping move. The 936 is quite a few laps behind the K. Kramer Racing Porsche on 196 laps, 200 laps for Saif Al-Amiri in the Rabdan by Fulgenzi car. So he's just let that one go. No shame, no foul. There's still 4 laps to the better, second in class, 5th overall. There's just under 5 hours remaining in this round 1 of the Middle East Trophy. Setting the scene for the next 2 rounds in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And to be considered for this trophy, you must complete all 3 rounds. So we have 14 cars that took to this round, and they are the only 14 cars that can compete for the trophy this year. A few other changes in the regulations for this season, and the 2024 regulations start at this event. There is the Hankook Trophy. This is a special trophy powered by Hankook will be awarded to each class champion team instead of each division champion team. So that's new for this year. No junior title, but we do have a ladies' cup per class that has been entered in. We've already talked about the TCE, opening that up to TCR, which is the new touring car Creventic racing, which accepts the 2-litre turbocharged touring cars for like Series 1 TCR cars, as we've been hearing James Kay talk about TCX and TC. No divisions anymore. We used to have the divisions between GT and TCE. No longer. It's all about the classes now. Okay, so that's been changed. The driver lineup requirements have been removed. The classes will be solely split by the driving time requirements, and the teams must select 10 days prior to the event which class they will enter based on their own driver lineup. The only lineup requirement remains that is minimum 1 AM driver, except when there is no pro driver, and this is for the GT3 categories and 992 categories. And so they can get their time sorted out, and you do need to be a professor to work that stuff out. Thank you, Paul Trustwell, because it can get quite exciting. Now, the new one, testing ban. Okay, testing ban will be enforced 7 days prior to an event with a similar car at the same track. This only applies to taking part in races at the same track, and is not included in the ban. If you do that penalty, you'll start from the back of the class that you are in, side-by-side racing through the carousel. Penalty sums. If the sum total of all time penalties received is greater than 5 seconds, the total penalty amount must be served. Previously, time penalties less than 5 seconds did not have to be served in the penalty box. And we've already talked about the refueling to 25% and the code 60. No penalties to be served under that. And you might have seen when we're talking to the guys, if you're watching on the live stream in the pit stops, they're not wearing tabards anymore, but they have armbands this year due to safety concerns of the tabards being snagged on something. So that's been done. And the big one, which we haven't seen, but we may see in the first half, the race director may also issue a drive-through penalty for track limit infringements.
I'm told that is an option. It will be used very sparingly.
Yes.
And only in extreme cases. I think that is the big stick.
Yes, it is.
To be honest. And hearing from the guys at Creventic and Race Control that I'm not sure they think it's going to be a problem here, but they wanted that option in the regulations. I won't say it's the nuclear option, but it is certainly a big stick, because that would be a fairly draconian penalty.
Yep.
Particularly at some of the tracks that we have. Somewhere like Dubai, a drive-through is a lot of time, because that's a longish pit lane at the fastest part of the circuit.
Well, if they put the 40k speed limit on it,
exactly.
It drops that down. You're 45 seconds in the pit lane just to get to the other end.
Correct.
And that's your penalty.
Two of those, you've lost a lap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so the only thing I haven't discussed with them, and we'll need to do this before Dubai, John, is to work out can you do any refueling.
No,
you can't. You have to do the drive-through.
That's a proper drive-through.
No service, no nothing.
Service, no nothing.
Wheels must keep rotating all the way through.
Yeah. No stopping at your pits, nothing else. And so that's, that is, as I say, it's a draconian penalty. It's there. It won't be used in anything other than extreme circumstances. I suspect that is somebody who Race Control are the race direction, in their opinion, is basically just not listening.
Yes.
And you can add your 10 up, and your 10 will become 20, and your 20 will become 30. And there will be a point where patience runs out.
Yes.
And that is unspecified. So I think we can put that in some ways to one side until it's used.
Yes.
And then we'll go, yes, we know what that's all about. Starting to see the brake rotors glowing now. We love this about nighttime racing. Just want to point out, by the way, that Cosimo Papi has not closed in anything much less than 6 seconds on Charles Esplanade. Charles doing a great job. They're matching each other. It got down to about 4.5 at one stage, and now it's just sitting out at about 5 seconds, waiting for Cosimo to come round. Let's take a lap around the circuit with Saif, and he's on board the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992, coming through the far side of the circuit. Now, he would have been looking right into the sun here a little bit earlier on as he comes into turn number 6. He prefers to stay tight to that inside curb, look for the white at the exit of that left-hand curb, and that's when you turn right across and you make turn 7 a double apex corner. Tight, and run your right-hand Hankooks all the way onto the green. Now 8, 9, lovely through there. 10 and 11, just balancing the throttle, feeling how much grip you've got left. Coming into turn 12, all the way at the left-hand side of the road, under the 12 Hours of KUWAIT banner. He takes an early turn in, sets the wheel, keeps the wheel at exactly the same bit of turning through 14. Coming up now, wind the lot off, down into 16. Actually, that was really smooth.
That was perfect.
I like that.
That was perfect.
Saif Alamayari doing a cracking job in the Rabdan by Fulgenzi machine. Now rejoins where we were last year, coming to the final corner. We've seen the full lap down through the gearbox all the way to second gear as he turns in. Had to have a couple of bites at that one. The car just a little recalcitrant as he turned in. Short shift third, all the way up to the rev limiter in third, then fourth, then fifth, crosses the line and heads towards the first corner. I think that's flat in fifth.
Yeah, he's flat.
Flat in fifth there. That was a bold lap from Saif Elmari. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
And really smooth through 12, 13, 14 and 15, and how that then transitioned over the top of that rise into 16A. Great to see. On the Porsche, you might think he's got a little illumination underneath the rear valance. No, that is the muffler that is transversely mounted, and it has the 2 exhaust pipes coming out of the middle on the GT3 car. On the street cars, there's one either side, and that is the glow of heat from underneath the car.
Lovely to see.
It's fabulous. Love it.
Oh, night racing.
Yes.
Night racing is everywhere. You'll see the exhaust on the AMG just behind the front wheel as well.
Yes. It's not on fire.
It's not on fire. It's just doing that there. You can see that lovely glow, almost the same brightness as the rear tail light. Why is your rain light on?
The 911s now have that Porsche signature full lit strip that we first saw on the Panameras, on the 972, 973 Panameras, and now carried on the Cayenne, the Macan, the Taycan, of course, and the 911s. Quite had that on the Macan yet. Saw the new electric Macan by accident when I was electric Cayman, excuse me.
Yes.
By accident when I was up in the North Yorkshire Moors with the 992 recently, and camouflaged, but as it was charging when I saw it, it was a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah.
Looks very similar to the current car. And the next Macan, of course, also going to be full BEV. Although Porsche tell me they'll sell the current car with the internal combustion engine and the full electric car at the same time, to, as they describe it, to determine customer interest and demand. So for a little while at least, you'll still be able to get an ICE Macan. Electric cars beginning to take off over here now. I've seen a few.
There's quite a few. There's a large amount of Chinese electric cars out here flooding the market. We're in the top end of the market, of course. There's every version of Tesla. Half the Ubers in this region are Teslas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Tesla Green, it's cool.
And what's the infrastructure like for charging then, Phil? Obviously, there's a lot of sunshine here, so you know, Tesla superchargers powered by solar, which I've seen in California.
Yep, well, they have to do it in California, otherwise if they did it on the grid, it would brown the whole place out.
Well, that's true.
They don't have enough power as it is. But yeah, most of the service stations now that you pull up have been, you know, whether it's APCO or whatever the brand of fuel it is, they've already started doing that. You can also get hydrogen as well. As we know, Toyota are hedging their bets on the hydrogen market. That's starting to get something. 937, that's casted. Basically, they're just yeah, I think we'll just put it away. Hot brakes, that's all that is at the front. But he's been out there for a little while now. The trolley dollies are going underneath the Porsche, and some more testing done.
All about trying a few different pieces of setup, and
well, their main thing was that they have to get this car set up for the Hankook tyres. Obviously, where they've been running previously in the Nordschleife, they've been running different tyres on the car, and so understanding what the tyre does and then getting that to work.
BMW with the glowing exhaust exit just forward, just behind the front right-hand wheel as well. So again, don't worry too much about that. Don't worry about this car going, the 937 going back in. They've got a lot of work to do with that car in terms of a lot of competition for that car. They'll be doing the Dubai 24 hours, so setting up lights and just making sure that on the long run that car is doing exactly what they're...
It's been very smart of them. Instead of just getting data from one car, they've basically done 1.5 times the data recovery at this race, which is going to help them dramatically when they get to the 24-hour. You've got to remember it's going to be a much larger field, but there's going to be much more traffic. Understanding what the tyres are doing is great at the moment, and they're getting the baseline set up, sorted out. They're going to have a lot of test days at Dubai, as we always do, so they're going to have they're going to have the track time to get that car into the window where they want it to be.
Let's head down to the leader in the TCE category and TCR, just been passed by the overall leader, actually, underneath us in the bright lights, floodlights of the main stand. That is the Simpson Racing Audi RS3. That car leading at the moment, and part of that team is a very famous name in motorsport, and a team that has run and in fact run very well at one of my favourite races ever, the Barcelona 24 Hours. Mark Lemmer's team running the Lamborghini. Well, there's another generation of Lemmer coming through to race, which will make Joe Bradley feel very old indeed, as he used to interview Mark as well.
That's because I am very old, but I've got great news for everybody. I've got Jack Lemmer here, and he's wearing his own clothes. His luggage has turned up. You must be delighted, my friend. Fresh underwear?
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, it was so nice to put a nice, fresh pair of underwear, especially after I got out of the car. It was pretty hot out there. I think it was 28 degrees when I was driving, so it was pretty hot. But yeah, all my stuff's arrived, so next time I get out.
Apart from that highlight of the weekend, how have you found? I mean, I've been looking at your lap times, and you are right up there amongst your other teammates.
Yeah, no, it's my first ever, it was my first ever stint on slicks. First ever proper stint in the Audi.
Yeah, your dad told me the last time you were on slicks was in your karting days.
Yeah, literally. So this is all brand new to me. Massive learning curve, and pretty happy with how my first stint went. And yeah, learnt loads, and it's gone really well.
What's your thoughts on front wheel drive? You've never driven front wheel drive before as well, I believe.
I've driven a Peugeot 206 Rally, a bit different to this, but yeah, driving front wheel drive is obviously very different. Got to be patient on the throttle and make sure you look after the front tyres. We're pushing the tyres quite long at the moment, so yeah, we're learning lots about the tyre life, and yeah, for the Audi, and it's been really good, learning loads.
We saw the first set of tyres that came off the car, and they had been well gotten your money out of them. Are you guys still doing that? You're stretching the tyre life to the max?
I think we've got new tyres now for the rest of the race. I think, yeah. But I had no clue the state of the tyres when Henry got out of the car. I had no radio in the car as well. So, yeah, I may have pushed the tyres a bit too hard in my stint, but no, I really enjoyed it. And yeah, looking forward to get back out in the car later.
I mean, the man behind the team, James Kerr, I mean, he's been racing much, much longer than you've been alive, Jack. What sort of information was he able to give to you about how to drive the front-wheel drive car?
Yeah, I think obviously there's quite a few long corners around here, so just being patient on the throttle, that'll really help to keep life in the front tyres. And yeah, apparently hitting the brakes hard really takes some life out the tyres. So yeah, just be careful on the brakes and get a feeling for where the limit is on the brakes.
What's Jack Lemmer's future then? Here you are, you're at 12 hours of Q8. Is it the endurance racing route you're going? I mean, your family heritage is now very much embedded with your dad's team, Barwell.
Yeah, no, I think I'd love to do some more endurance races. It's great to just do laps, and you get a lot of seat time in endurance racing. You know, TCR is great value for money, so I'd love to do more in this series.
Great stuff. We hope to see you back, mate. Hope to see you back. Are you back out in the car, by the way?
I'll be back out later, yeah. Right, okay. One more stint, so yeah.
Great stuff. Congratulations on the new underpants.
Cheers.
Most important thing. What a lovely young man.
Yeah,
Jack Lemmer. Obviously takes after his mother. I'm only kidding, Mark. I'm only kidding, Lemsky. I'm only kidding. Lemsky is one of my favourite people ever, and he's always made me laugh. All the way going back, he's a good guy. He goes motor racing in the best possible way. No wonder he enjoyed being in this paddock, and he enjoys it. If he doesn't enjoy it, then he doesn't mind telling people he's not enjoying it, and he's not likely to be back in that series. He's not backward in coming forward. So down towards the first heavy braking area, turn 2. Another lap being put on that Audi by the second place car. Notice that Audi's got a few lighting anomalies at the front. The day notice lights on the right-hand side weren't quite illuminated, and the left-hand side extra light is spotting helicopters at the moment. That's not one that they had lined up properly, and they must have decided that it was light enough round here. So coming up to 20 minutes past 5 here.
And it's dark.
It's properly dark. It's full dark now.
Yeah.
You know, in the space of under 20 minutes. BMW then leading. Lewis Plato just crossed the line. And it was 27 seconds the last lap around for Charles Esplanade. He's due at the line in around about 12 seconds or so. He's got 8.5 seconds on Cosimo Papi. So that's now starting to stretch out again as we're coming round to another set of pit stops.
I think the traffic is playing a part in that. That's actually a bit of an elastic band, that one. Looking at the times, 44.5 for Charles Esplanade, Cosimo with the 44.4. They've been lapping within tenths of each other.
Now, interestingly, of course, Cosimo took over from Fabrizio Broggi, who did just a short stint. He's struggling with his back. He only did 18 laps. So they are a little bit out of kilter with the other two cars in the top 3. So he's coming round to the end of his stint. He's done 33 laps, probably 4 or 5 more laps there. But that's, 8 or 9 laps more. Actually, it's 5 or 6 more laps than the two other cars. So he's in third, he's not gaining, and he has to pit first. And so that's going to drop him back again.
It is, and also that'll be his 11th stop. CP Racing have only done 7. Okay, so there's 3 stops up. So their fuel strategy and their tyre strategy and their driver change strategy, with Fabrizio not being able to do full stints, it's forcing them to pit earlier. So that's possibly one of the reasons there that has been happening. But only 7 stops for CP Racing. Century Motorsport have got 10 stops done. That is... so 3 cars in the pits at the moment. We have the K Kramer 937 that's done its testing session. The 701 currently being rebuilt after an exhaust set fire to the underbody work, and that's in work at the moment. And then we've also got the KTM in the pits, which looks like a regular service for the Crossbow Razoon More Than Racing. currently running second in the GTX class.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley. We haven't checked in with the Vortex 2.0 for a little while. Remember, it had that conflagration. A bit of the heat shielding fell off the car, or at least got dislodged, and then the left-hand exhaust overheated the underfloor at the back of that car on the left-hand side. Joe Bradley is there. It's now back in the garage. It's been blown off and washed down. Lucky hit.
Yeah, it's been washed for sure. It's gotten a massive clean. The problem is the fire extinguisher literally gets everywhere, and you'd be foolish to just rush this job and get it out there. So they're going about their job of cleaning it down. They've got the new piece of rear bodywork, which is actually the diffuser section that goes underneath the back of the engine and underneath the gearbox, which is creating downforce. It's got new heat shields. I think what they'll be looking at is trying to maybe reroute that exhaust, which is not the job of a moment, but they're going to have to be very, very careful that that doesn't repeat itself. But this is the first major run of this new Vortex 2.0. So, you know, this is the sort of thing that you're going to find out, isn't it, over the course of what took them 6 hours to manifest.
Clearly, the heat shield was missing when you were looking at that earlier on, and the other side, the heat shield was fine. So the question is, what happened to the heat shield? How did it get knocked off? Was it burned through? No, because you could still see the holes where it had been fastened onto. And now the heat shield is there on the left-hand side of that under tray at the back. I think if that had stayed there, I don't think we would have had that conflagration.
Yeah, it's cause or effect, isn't it? And I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that when that rear section became devoid of that heat shield, that's what caused the fire, the heat build up of the carbon. How that's come adrift, I do not know, because it's sitting on it rather than hanging from it, if that makes sense, and it's bolted on, and it's in a section of the car where, well, you know, did it pick up some pickup? A big, you've seen how big the chunks of rubber are that are lying out there, and it's right there inside the wheel arch, and if that's thrown up at any velocity, it's quite long. It's a tricky one.
I'm going to suggest as well, Joe, and you might ask this question, that the tail section, the underfloor section that is sitting behind the car at the moment is not the same design as the one they took off it. That doesn't look the same design as the one they took off it to me.
It's narrower. It's much narrower. Now, whether they've brought that out and robbed bits off it, like bits of heat shield, I do not know. Whether they've got another piece of section. I mean, the section, apart from that melted plastic that we saw, was pretty intact. You clag another bit of heat shield onto that carbon section, and another piece of plastic to form the sides, having cut the old melted bit off, then it's good to go. But that section that we were looking at there, that is not off this car. I think that's off the older model.
Yeah. It may be, as you said, Joe, they don't have a new one, and they're going to make do and mend the piece that the mechanic is holding now. But that is not the same shape or design at all. There was a step up in the back of that isn't there from what we saw earlier on.
And I'm pretty sure, I don't think I've ever kept spare heat shields in the truck.
No.
I'm pretty sure I haven't.
I'm not sure I'd want to put the other one back on again, Joe. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to put the other one back on. That one's dead.
Well, the other one's missing in action, isn't it?
No, I mean the underfloor.
Wherever that is. Oh, well, no, you know what? That looked pretty intact. The rear diffuser, you mean? Yeah, there was nothing wrong with that. Yeah, where it was damaged, you're gonna clag something, bit gaffer tape or something, clag something on there. Then the heat shield goes on top of the repair job, and I think you would be good to go.
Not aerodynamic. Adrian Newey is crying into his Ovaltine at the moment. Oh no, actually, it's not that late.
No, it's crying into his.
We might see different aero figures, might we?
Crying into his notebook.
Yeah, that's right. Damp pages in Adrian Newey's notebook at the moment. Well, for the aero figures,
smacking himself with a set square.
Yeah. Absolutely. Daniel Drexel behind the wheel of the delayed crossbar, still second in GTX. That car sitting in 12th position. This is his outlap, so that car going again. They've had hub problems, amongst others. They've given the car a little wipe down. It's been off at turn 16A, the new section of the track at the hairpin. A couple of times it went off backwards, it's been off forwards. And there hangs the tail as well. They had a ABS sensor problem as well, which they sorted out. And good to see that red and white machine out there.
About 30 laps away from the lead, so not doable in race time.
Well, not if everybody else keeps running.
Exactly, with just on pretty much right on 4.5 hours remaining in the second running of the 12 hours of Kuwait here at Kuwait Motor Town. And just keeping an eye on a few things that are happening out there and building a strategy towards the end of the session and the end of the race. Just looking at the aggregated laps by leaders. At the moment, Century's Motorsport have led 95 of the 223 laps. Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors have led 91 of those laps, and CP Racing have led 33. So there is going to be, I think, John, a definite battle between the 22 and the 95 come towards the end of the race, even though they're running, and the 95 currently down in fuel for its 11th stop. I think that's going to be really interesting. The gap had grown out to 16 seconds between that and the 85 with Charles Espinal, who was just starting to clock in some very nice laps. As soon as the sun goes down, he comes alive.
Interesting.
And yeah, he was doing 143.881s. The fastest that car's gone today is 143.595.
I think the real gap, because that would have been on his in lap, so we'd have already been in the pit lane for that. I think the real gap was about 8-9 seconds between them, and the rest is because he was slowed down. Cosimo was slowed down on the way in. What I don't know is whether he stopped at his pit as well, but you know, this is a standard pit stop, so he's going to lose probably 2 laps.
He's been in for 2:15, so, and he's in fuel now, so there is the possibility he did get tyres. Well, keep an eye on that one, see if the driver does change when they leave the fuel station. You can see the exhaust there on the KTM as well.
Another penalty being soaked up by the GT4 leader.
4:38. Got that at 18 minutes past 4 for their 6th offence of track limits. Heading down for a full service. Fabien Defieux on board at the moment. Driver change in action. Cleaning the bugs off the windscreen in the AGM-C Simpson Motorsport car.
So 4.5 hours to go live from trackside. This is the first of 3 rounds of the 2023-2024 season for the Middle East Championship, part of the 24-hour series by Hankook. We've got Dubai and Abu Dhabi to come, and still plenty of racing to go here at Kuwait Motor Town. So that's AGMC BMW in the pit lane. No hurry here, there's no need for them to hurry. They've got plenty of time between themselves and the other G82 in this race. This is about race management at this point. No tyres for that car, as Joe Bradley notes as he heads out. Was that a driver change?
Yes.
We swapped drivers, but we didn't bother with tyres.
Double stint.
So the BMW must be really good on its tyres.
Yeah, 12 laps of the distance between the 2 BMW GT4s, 206 versus 194 at the moment, as BMW in fuel. Only car in fuel at the moment, and an outlap for the 429. Ramid has been in the other in the second of the GT4, so both of them in the pits at the same time. as more cars coming into the pits now. And that's our leader, Lewis Plato, in the Century Motorsport BMW GT3, heading down to looks like a full service.
Yeah, there's Hankook tyres there. We'll head to Joe in just a moment. That was a 35-lap stint. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, just tyres. Lewis staying on board. Everything well drilled here at Century Motorsport, as you would expect. So, yeah, just working through. His two teammates standing at the garage door, just taking a watching brief. The tension's immense. They've just handed over the lead. And that's Lewis Plato getting back on it and back out.
On the pit stop cycle, we'll just wait to see CP go through. And the last lap for Charles Esplanade, that car's fastest lap of the race.
He's getting quicker.
You said, come the dark.
Yep, he gets quicker.
They do their best work in the dark. Charles Esplanade then closing down the gap at the front of the field. He'll be due in next lap or the one after.
Yep.
I don't think there's too much of an offset between the fuel mileage on those two cars. So 4.5 hours, 4:25 to go. Let's start to do a little bit of back counting. The leaders, for the sake of argument, they're doing an hour.
Yeah.
They're doing an hour between pit stops.
Yep.
34, 35 laps. So let's call it an hour. So unless there's the intervention of a code 60, somebody is going to have to, well, both of those lead cars are going to have to do a half a stint somewhere. And it might come down, of course, at that point to whether they feel they can do a stint and a half on a centre tyres.
As the track gets cooler
yeah,
and rubbers in,
yeah,
there may well be the chance. But when I'm looking at the stats at the moment, 98 lead laps for Century, 91 lead laps for Manamuri. Yeah. So that's going to come down to the end of the race.
But the only lap that matters that you lead is the one right at the end.
Exactly.
The one where the bloke's out with the tablecloth.
Yes.
You know, that's the only one that matters. At RSL_studio, let's have your thoughts. People coming back in maybe in the UK and Europe after a Saturday afternoon of shopping or Saturday morning out, coming up to 25 minutes before 4 in Europe, 25 minutes before 3 in the UK. Those of you in the US may be joining us now on a Saturday morning. Still over there. East Coast, the West Coast getting up as well. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
I didn't realise I was on. I was just going to talk football with you off air. Well, I'll say it if you want. It's a good result for us, that. 2-1 against West Brom. And Leeds United at home on Tuesday night.
Yes. And then we've got Leeds on the telly on next Sunday, I think.
I've got Leeds. No, Leeds Tuesday night.
That's on the telly then, I think, as well. Oh,
yeah, well,
fantastic bit of flame out the side of the 85 there on the downshift, leading the race, but due to come in shortly.
Just over an hour now into his stint is Charles Esplanade.
They do get very good mileage, and it's not coming in this time around. So this is going to be, now that's 35 laps completed, so he's heading on to his 36, so that's 2 laps already more than the BMW did, and they stopped at almost the same time. I think there was a lap between them last time, so this is stretching CP further into the race. Now, I'm not suggesting they can find 22 minutes here, but every lap that they do now is a shorter stop for their little splash, and that's a lap. Now, that's a really interesting thing. That's the second place car behind the leader, having just come out of the pits. New tyres, and we've seen this story before, Phil.
This is the third stanza of this story, John, as they get down to battle. Charles Esplanade, 227 laps, 225 laps on his outlap. Lewis Plato at the wheel of the 22 Century Motorsport BMW, and a little bit of traffic now starting to come into play in front of them.
Now, let's not forget that Charles has been doing that car's fastest laps of the race in the last few laps. The Janetta is right there. Does Charles take the chance? He does. He carves his way through. Oh, that was really nice. Got him at 12, 13 and 14. And the chasing machine of Lewis Plato can't get through. And so, now does he peel off into the pits this time, or has he got enough fuel for one more lap? But this is really interesting, because clearly now this comes down to the pit stops as to how close these two cars are. They were about 8 or 9 seconds. No, there's going to be another lap. Wow! This is 3 more laps that the AMG has been able to do. So I am not suggesting at all that these drivers are slow, but fuel management, lift and course, tyre management, traffic management, and at the moment you would say that is just gently swinging at this point towards Century Motorsport, away from Century Motorsport rather, and towards CP Racing. But what a battle we're going to have here in the next 4 hours and 20 minutes, Philip.
Yes, indeed. The thing that I see is that both Century Motorsport and Manamaori are both on 11 pit stops. CP Racing are only on 7.
Yes, but don't forget they're bounced into the pit lane a few times.
We had probably, I reckon there's about a pit stop and a half gap at the moment between the teams, which is only getting larger. When we talk about how long they're spending in the pits, 2.5 minutes, that is significant, especially now that he is 2 laps up.
By the time you've done your stop and changed your tyres and driver and filled up, you're talking the better part of 2 laps.
Yes.
In fact, it is 2 laps because Century Motorsport were 9 seconds ahead when they came in. They're now 2 laps and 3 or 4 seconds behind. So it's 2 laps to do a full service. And now we wait again with bated breath. Joe Bradley's down in the pit lane waiting in the vicinity of the 85 pit. No! Wow!
Oh, this is brilliant.
So here's what you've got to ask yourself. What did they do earlier in the race to bank up fuel? So were they doing those short stops and just not using the fuel? So if I look back, Charles is now on his 38th lap in this stint. Joe Foster did 40 the stint before, 38 for Charles Putman. Shane Lewis did a stint of 33 and then 5, but let's not forget there was some yellow in that. So that was 38. So they were playing the percentage game there. Now going past the LMP2, 992 Cup class leader. And that's another car between himself and Lewis Plato. So I reckon potentially another couple of laps here for CP Racing. Now, let's not forget that CP are in a slightly different class. As it stands, they're all GT3s, but they're GT3 arms, so they get a slightly different fuel allowance, don't they?
Well, this is what I'm just looking up through a couple of pages of regulations. I think they get a better fuel allowance because they're all AMs.
Yeah, correct.
So they may have a significant fuel allowance because you've got to remember on the 22, they
get 110 litres, Phil, I think, from memory.
22's got Jack Barlow's an AM Plus, Lewis Plato's semi-pro, and Carl Carver's is an AM compared to all AM drivers in their CP racing car. So they've got a fuel advantage through balance of performance and balance of performance.
Change for 6th position across the line is the K Kramer 992. Makes it 3 992s in 4th, 5th and 6th. There's laps between them, and that's because the second place... No, check that. The leader in GTX is in the pit lane. That is the Janetta G56S, as we're calling it now, or GT3 Cup, or whatever it's eventually going to be called. But that's the GTX leader. Torre shall I do that? Toro Verde. You heard Lawrence Tomlinson saying that the Hankooks was suiting this car very, very well, and he didn't even bother stopping in his pits. They think they can get the better part of 3 hours out of a set of Hankooks. Just starting to see, and this sounds a little bit odd, but you get this this time. I think we're just getting a little bit of humidity, a little bit of a dew point coming here, and seeing a little bit of, not wetness, but a little bit of sheen on the track surface here this evening. And then again, another page turned, Phil.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Just let me get my weather wrap up and running.
Also in the pit lane, the 278 Janetta, Colin White, CWS Services car. And that car is getting full service as well. Came in out of the 11th position, second in TCE.
Just before the sun went down, the humidity was at 19%. It's 51% now.
Do you know what? There's a couple of things that gave it away. The little sheen on the track, but also I can see the floodlights.
Yes, exactly.
More in front of us now, and that means two things. It's either humidity or dust.
Yes.
And I don't think it's dust. So, and by the way, good evening to all of you. We've had a steady flow of spectators in all day, and there's a good smattering, a little bit more than that in this main grandstand. I'm not going to pretend it's absolutely full, because that's not true, but there's been an outdoor exhibition of various off-road vehicles, jet skis, etc. That's been running at the same time as we've been here this week in one of the exhibition areas and the car parks behind us, a sort of extreme outdoors. There's
that's not extreme outdoors in this part of the world,
not
John.
That's true. That's just getting around.
Yeah, this is our weekends.
Yeah, that's just your weekend fun, isn't it? Some of the four-wheelers and the camping equipment. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Well, Neil Muston has got into the 278 CWS car, and he's turned the engine over. The engine's turning over, and it's fired. It wasn't firing, but now it has. So Neil, thankfully, will get underway. Just behind the Janetta is the pit stop we've all been waiting for, that CP Mercedes, as Neil Muston gets the Janetta out and running. I'll give you a shout, guys, but the CP Racing boys are out on the pit apron with a new driver. I'm not quite sure who that is, ready to take over from Joe Foster, but when the car appears, we'll give you a shout. In fact, it's appearing now. They're just walking out to receive the car. Here he comes on pit lane. Green and blue flashing lights at the front of the car.
So that, Joe...
And he swings right and then left.
So that, Joe, is a 40 lap stint.
Hour and 10 minutes.
And so that's 16, 17 minutes longer. So he will not have to do the extra pit stop.
No.
At that. And there's a reason for that. And Nick Damon has just sent me this. Thank you, Nick. That's a very good tyre stop, by the way. CP are arm advantage, so that means under code 60 they are still allowed their 50%. They have 120 litre refill under green compared to 100 for BMW and 90 for Porsche. So that tells you why they didn't feel the need necessarily to come in multiple times under that long stint. They came in once near the end because they knew they could put 50%, 60 litres in. So, you know, this is how you work. This is how you work the regulations. Yes. This is they're pushing it as far as they absolutely can. So brilliant stuff. Charles Esplanade getting out of that car. Who got in, Joe?
It was Shane Lewis got in. Charles Esplanade got out. I've come back to CWS. I haven't chatted to Colin yet. I've got to say, my friend, the last time I think it was the last time I spoke to you, I give you a call and we put you on air from you were just released from hospital after your Thruxton shunt. When was that? Was that 21?
Last year.
Was it 22, was it?
22, yeah, last year, yeah. So that was in September, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, I think so, because we're on the way to Barcelona.
Barcelona, yeah, here is Barcelona, that's right, yeah.
You're feeling fit then? You've been in and out the car like a jack in a box?
Yeah. Not as fit as I would like to be, but yeah, pretty good. This is my first attempt to survive sort of hour and a half in the car. Been doing some sprint races, but Yeah, not bad at all, really. I'm pleased, you know, at least I'm here, aren't I? Yeah.
Yes, and it's great to have CWS back, Colin. Are you guys doing the whole series, the 3 rounds?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we brought over 2 cars so we can run 2 cars or 1 car, whatever, like, you know.
Same driver lineup going forward?
We've got some drivers for Dubai, but we've got 1 other car we can fill yet, so we need some more drivers yet.
As ever, Colin, these long-distance races turned into a bit of a trial and error, and once again we saw CWS Engineering coming to the fore with the old electric rivet gun and stuff. It's, you know, we hide off in the booth, and Phil was saying how similar endurance racing is to rallying with these sort of in-the-field repairs that we see going on.
Yeah, that's right. The racing is not finished until you get to the checker flag, and if there's an opportunity to repair it, you've got to know which is the quickest way to do it. And you know, I didn't realise that it caught the front corner of the car, so he was just complaining about no steering on the car. Well, that was the splitter been broke. Hit a car, Porsche had hit him, and that means the splitter was on the ground, which he didn't have any power steering. That's what he reported, no power steering, because obviously he couldn't see the splitter was broken, all the front was damaged. So when the car came in, we all went for the power steering, walked around the front of the car and seen all that, and so we've got to repair that quickly now.
What was the electrical terminal that was replaced on the left-hand bank of the motor?
So that was just an eyelet terminal to taking the power lead to the alternator, and every now and then the car would just have a little cough, and that was obviously where the wire was just gradually working backwards and forwards, and eventually it kept going on the alternator, but it wouldn't. It was draining the battery, then it would cut out and it'd get going again, and so we knew we had to fix it. We just couldn't risk it when you get dark like this. Like, need all the lights you can get.
Yeah. I mean, we love having CWS back for that reason, Colin, that you never give up. I mean, coming into these races, is it all about getting to the finish? Wherever you finish doesn't really matter.
Yeah, if you're going to come out racing for 12 hours, you want to do 12 hours of competition. Yeah. Whether it's a competition in the paddock of just repairing a car or actually on the track driving it, is both the same thing. For the mechanics enjoy working on the cars, so they get an achievement if they repair it, and we get achievement if we drive out there. Like, but I do both. But you know, the last car we was using here was a 56, and obviously that smashed. But we've got a new frame and new body. We're going to build that up for next year, so that's our winter project.
Great stuff, Colin. Great stuff. That's the true spirit of endurance racing right there, guys.
Absolutely. Well remembered on the electrical strap that I spotted, because I forgot it. This from Jerry Z. Hello, Jerry Z, out in Florida. He said, can you explain those differences in fuel flow or refueling rates between classes? Right. Well, fuel flow and refueling rates is easy. There isn't any. At the end of the pit lane, when you see the cars pulling in, they are pretty much like the standard pistol grip gas pump, as you guys would say in Florida. You get at your local service station or your local supermarket or whatever. With
your
the pistol grip.
Texaco.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely the same. Where the differences lie, Jerry, is that as part of the whole balance of performance, it's how big your fuel tank is and how much you're allowed to put in your fuel tank. And we had the final BOP this morning, which takes all that into account. And so, for example, at the front of the field, and you might have just heard me mention it, and the Creventic app, so this is all on the Creventic app, by the way, or via the website at 24hseries.com. So the Century Motorsport BMW is allowed 100 litres under green flag conditions, and 25% of that, therefore 25 litres, under the code 60. The Porsche is allowed 90 because it's a little more frugal, believe it or not. Frugal and Porsche might not think go together, but that flat 6 is actually very efficient. So they only get 90 and they get 25% of that under the full course caution, or the code 60, should I say. And where the CP racing team have the advantage is not necessarily the BOP on the car, because they're in a slightly different class. Because they are all AM, they get AM advantage status. So that means that they get 60 litres under code 60 and 120 litres, which is their car allowance, under green flag. But the big difference is they get 50% rather than 25% under code 60.
Yeah.
And those calculations go right throughout all of the classes, and that is basically part of the balance. So what you've got, if you've got a set of good AMs, who CP absolutely have got a set of good AMs, all of their drivers classified as AMs, and if you can be steady, not make any mistakes, ring a few extra laps, maybe a couple or 3 extra laps out of what you've got, because the extra fuel is not necessarily to give you extra laps, it's to give you parity with the other cars on your fuel burn. And I'll come back to that in a moment, because we've got the 714 off just after turn 11, and this is once again the Milwaukee crossbow out in the darkness. Easy car to spot, Daniel Drexel, second in GTX, but he's moving again, so that's all right. Yeah, the extra that they've got, the 120 in that AMG, that would be a Merc thing. So any other Merc would have 120. All the GT3 Porsches would have 90. All the GT3 BMWs would have 100. The big difference is in that code 60 refill. Because they're AM advantage, they're allowed 50% to 25% of the other classes of cars, and they have used that to their advantage in terms of how they've burned their fuel. They're clearly very good at fuel saving, because they're getting an extra 15, 16 minutes out of a tank.
Yeah, and, 4 pit stops, that's a lot.
And right now, that means when we were looking half an hour ago at what we had to the end of the race, the Porsche and the BMW have to pit every 55 minutes to an hour, depending on how much yellow or code 60 is. But on a full green, you're talking about 55, 56 minutes. Whereas the AMG, the number 95 car the number 85 car in third place, they're only pitting about once every hour and 15 minutes. So half an hour short for the leading 2 cars at the moment, but actually they haven't even got a full stint to the end.
No.
On one of their stints on CP, they've got a huge advantage right now, even though, and this is what I keep saying about the stagger unwinding, even though right now, and I've managed to open absolutely the wrong piece of software here, and I've managed to open up my recording software rather than what I wanted to look at, which is over here. I'm trying to do too much on one screen here. So right now, the gap between first and third is round about 49, call it 50 seconds. 50 seconds. But even now, I'm seeing CP Racing saving 1 whole pit stop, which is 2 minutes.
2 minutes, exactly.
2 minutes plus. So they've got a huge advantage now. If we had an AI program that was running that said, what is the virtual race right now, they'd be a lap and a half ahead.
Exactly, yeah.
On what your countrymen who call Repco supercars, what they would say on fuel-corrected positions.
Yes. Brilliant strategy.
This is why I love endurance racing.
It's just, what do you pick to run? You've got 10 days before the event to tell Creventic what class you want to be in, AM, Pro, and with your drivers. And they just did the right things. And yes, they've had this quadrilla of drivers for a considerable time, but they do the job.
They looked into one good pit stop because they had a code 60 just as they, I mean, literally they were in a lap or maybe 2 laps of needing to come in anywhere, and so that actually saved them a bit of time. But other than that, they've executed. They've absolutely executed. You want more details, by the way, the Creventic app, go and search for that on the App Store, or go to 24hseries.com. All the timing link from there, or go direct to livetiming.getraceresults.com and look at the area of that website for the Hankook 24-hour series. Thank you to Nick Damon, by the way, for pointing me in the direction of that. Jerry C, thank you for your notes. Hope you're having a good Saturday. I had to think where we were there.
Exactly.
The weekend has moved around in this part of the world since we first started coming. I find difficulty with it just coming here a couple of times a year. Those people who've lived here are still getting to grips. It used to be Friday is the holy day. Now that hasn't changed. It used to be Saturday was Saturday and Sunday was a day off as well for most of the time.
Yep.
But Sunday's now a work day here.
Well, in this part of it, in Kuwait it is, in Bahrain it is, in Qatar it is, in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai it is not. We changed over. Remember when you came over 24 hours ago, guys, sorry, the weekend has changed.
Yeah.
They announced it a month ago and changed your life, literally. It's all to do with business and, you know, and running a country that is literally a business as well, that you need that.
And it deals with Europe a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Of course. The UAE in particular deals with Europe a lot.
It does, and change is afoot in the region.
Jerry Z, just come back. I like how you get the 25, 50% code 60. It makes the race less dependent on taking advantage of other people's misfortune. Makes it more about strategy and on-track battles. And Dave Alcock says, can I just say thank you very much indeed for Creventic for making their app freely available to fans. On the KUWAIT 12-hour broadcast just been mentioned, it pulls you in the world of the teams. And hi to Blurfiend, tuned in live from holiday in Puerto Rico, listening and watching down there. He's got lovely weather as well. The sun hasn't gone down there yet. 4 hours to go. We're heading into the last third of the race. Here's how it stands. Century Motorsport have round about 27 seconds on the field at the moment. Manamauri Energy by Ebby Motors, excuse me. Sergio Nicolay behind the wheel there in second for Porsche. And in third position, the Stars and Stripes flying proudly over the 85 pit. Shane Lewis behind the wheel of CP Racing's GT3 Evo of AMG. But remember what we're saying about the corrected fuel there. That could easily go and change around. We'll see what happens in the next 4 hours. I am really excited about this. I think we're going to have a close finish. The 909 in fourth place, running under the flag of the Netherlands, and with 3 Dutchmen and Swiss. Fabian Dans joining the Breukers family outing. They are leading GT3 Cup for the 992 versions of that car by, well, actually, it's a little bit out because Rabdan are in the pits at the moment, but they were leading by a couple of laps at least. And Rabdan in second in the 971, and in third in the 992 Cup class is the 936. Between them is the leader in GTX, Toro Verde, Freddie Tomlinson, driving that car at the moment in 6th position. Then the K. Kramer Racing, as we mentioned, Michele Di Martino in 7th. 8th is the best of the GT4s, as we've got somebody off at turn 17. I'll come back to the moment. Best of the GT4s in 8th with AGMC. Then the leader in TCR, Vasily Vladikin, brought the 138 Simpson Motorsport Audi in a moment or two ago. That car is now in fuel. Then it's Century, second place in GT4 in the 429 BMW. Colin White Engineering, with a bit of Colin White Engineering as well on the front of that car, with a properly tacked on piece of metal and a few pop rivets. Neil Muston behind the wheel of the G56 Janetta. Then the Crossbow, which is running again. Yes, it is. As is the Vortex back out. That one sneaked back out again after its fire. What we don't know is what the underfloor looks like and which version they put on. The K. Kramer car's been going in and out of the pits, doing a bit of testing. So with just under 4 hours to go, Century Racing in Lewis Plato leads by 28.5 seconds. They've completed 239 laps. So I'm now thinking to myself, what do the top two have to do to wrest back an advantage or try and square the advantage at CP? And I don't know what that is at the moment. I'll have a think about that in a sec after we say good evening once again to Nick Damon, who's rejoined us in the pit lane and who has the 992 class leader, the Red Camels, in the pits.
Indeed, good evening, John. Good evening, young Phil. Good evening, listeners, and good evening, the pit lane in marvellous KUWAIT Motor Town. Yep, it's a pretty good fast service again from Red Camels, Jordan. Rick Broyker's getting out, Fabian Dan's getting in, and in that concept of how good is your pit stop, well, they finish the final tyre, they drop the car, and about 1 second later, Fabian pressed the start button and it fired off, and now he's got in for fuel. But certainly they have got their pit stop absolutely down. Pat and Red Camels having a look around. There's no consternation on the tyres. Brief conversation, and we'll go and have a quick word with Rick. Actually, Rick might be having a quick word with Rick straight away, actually. He's looking relatively calm. I know he was impressing his erstwhile missing team manager. Rick, is KUWAIT Motor Town even more enjoyable once it gets dark?
Yeah, it's a different circuit. It looks, it's quite dark. It's quite hard to find some of the apexes. So, yeah, it's a really nice circuit in the dark as well.
We're getting some info from from Paul Trustwell. Obviously, we get all our info from Paul Trustwell. So you were going seconds faster every single time. Are you really finding a groove towards the end?
We're just pushing, trying to save the tires, save the fuel. We have quite some gap, so we're not risking anything. I'm not so sure what the others were doing. So, yeah, it felt good.
Are you just doing your own race, or are you concerned about the, for example, the Rabdan car?
I mean, we're just trying to race our own race, not make any mistakes. I think if we keep doing like we have done so far, we will be in a good position to win the race.
Rick, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
The Breakers family proving to be potentially dynastic. You know, you've got Ivo, who has been racing for a very long time, and his two sons, Luke and Rick, there. I may be making this up, and Nick is still listening. And Nick, I've got you faded up, so do shout if you can remember. There is a third brother, isn't there? The Breakers family, or am I making that up?
I don't know of one. Is there a daughter?
Well, maybe I'm just thinking of the...
There's a mum.
Obviously. Well, maybe I'm just thinking of all three of them in the car together, actually. Maybe that's
yes,
what
possibly.
It is.
Next time I'm down there, I'll ask Ivo about his... I want a complete list of your progeny, Ivo, plus the class of licence they have and where they intend racing in the next year.
Exactly right. Thanks, Nick. Nick Damon back with us in the pit lane. Phil Anson, John Hindhaugh in the booth. Joe Bradley availing himself of the phenomenal catering. I'm actually, you know, it's been a quick in and out for this. Quick in and out for this one, and I'm going to miss the catering. Huge moment for the Audi front-wheel drive car, and the back. It's leaking fuel again. Now I think some of that is bouncing back onto the right rear tyre, and that's coming out all the time now, Phil. That's even through the right-handers as well. Meantime, the leader in GT4 is in the pit lane. Whoever's driving that Audi, that was a phenomenal save. That's only 12 laps from Toro Verde. Just 12 laps, Nick, and you've got the white Janetta back in with you.
Yeah, the GTX leader, Toro Verde 795 G56 Cup has come in, and there's a huge amount of smoke coming off the left-hand bank. Now, I'm not sure. Smelled quite... I'm trying to see whether it's actually... Maybe the smoke could just be brake, but they are having a very, very intensive look with an iPhone torch. Yes! At the left-hand bank of this engine. Nick. V8. Well, it's got 8 coils on it. Oh, Mike's here. Mike, any idea what the problem is?
No, we've had a little oil weep all weekend, which isn't a problem, but I think we just lost the power steering belt. So it's super dirty offline. Freddie said power steering went, so hopefully we get another power steering belt on and we're back out. So it's not a nice job, though. It's quite
with
busy
the
down
heat
there.
around it. It's interesting, we've had quite a few auxiliary belts go here. Is that just a coincidence, or is there anything perhaps in the way the track runs that could load up these units?
It's just debris. It's so dirty offline. I mean, at the front of the car, if you get a small pebble, anything there in the wrong place, and it'll just jump a belt. So, everything's well protected there. So, I don't think the belt would have failed, but we'll see. If it comes out in, if it's just slipped off, then it was down to a stone and it's jumped off. If it's shredded, then it's chewing the belt, which is never good.
Luckily, you've got a few laps lead over the rest of the GTX field, so...
It's a shame. I mean, we were always running to a sort of target time and pace. It's a new car, and they shot off at the beginning and had problems, which was super sad to see. But no, it was all looking pretty sweet, so hopefully we'll be back out soon. I don't fancy doing a few hours without power steering. It's a heavy old girl like that, but yeah.
Okay, Mike, hopefully it's a very short one. Thanks, mate.
I think I may have misspoken earlier on, because the 56, of course, is the V8 engined car, which is why it sounds so different.
That's why it sounds awesome.
500 horsepower V8. And it was something that Colin said, actually. He said, they wrote off their 56. Now, the 56 that here is a development, an Evo of that, but it is a Ford-based V8 engine, and came out a couple of years ago, 2021 maybe. Certainly in the GT4 version of the car, and it's a phenomenal piece of kit. Always has looked good, but now in this revised format, shall we say, it's really come of age. 6.2 litre V8, 500 horsepower, 1,250 kilograms. Top speed, well, how fast do you want to go? That comes down to gearing, doesn't it? To be quite honest. Some substantial changes in that car since it's been launched, with a bit of Tarantara a couple of 3 years ago. Described as a Janetta 6.2 litre V8 dry sump racing clutch, and a 60-hour Janetta warranty, and with a FIA approved tubular chassis and integral safety cage, 130 litre fuel cell, power steering, X-Track transaxle with paddle shift, pneumatic paddle shift, and pneumatic air tracks as well. And you can have it with 5-stud wheels fixing and ABS, and the optional extras include an LED endurance light package, centre lock conversion, an unrestricted engine, and a larger rear wing in what they call the Cup package. We shall find out from Lawrence what they think they're putting at. 500 horsepower, I think, is adequate, and something
1,100 kilos. Yeah.
1,200 kilos, absolutely right. Let's go back to the battles in the field, or at least check in with some of the leaders. It's Fabien Dans, who has replaced Rick Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan.NL 911 GT3 Cup car. Looking at the front of the field, Century and Manamauri both into the 20s, 21 laps by the leaders, 24 laps by the Porsche, 13 laps by CP Racing. So let's just, this is a bit of a piece of paper, back of a envelope type of calculation. But the last stint, or this stint rather, for car 85 started, give or take, 25 minutes ago. So they've got about 55 minutes to go, which will take them to where? It will take them to 7:10. Okay?
Yep.
Then the next one will take them to about an hour and 15 from that, so that's 25, 7:10, 7:25, 8:25. Then the next one will take them to 25, 30, 40, 9:40. They're going to have a 20-minute dash at the end. They're just going to have a splash. Whereas the other guys, they will be coming in around about almost exactly 20 minutes, 21, 22 minutes. So that will be round about, let's call it 25 to the next hour. That's 25 to 7, 25 to 8, 25 to 9, 25 to 10. So the last stops will be about the same time, but the CP racing car will have done one stop fewer between now and then.
Which is 2 minutes.
Which is 2 and a bit. It's nearly 2 laps.
Yes.
So they don't want any code 60s right now.
No.
They want this to run as clean as possible.
Yes, they want it to be a very green race from here to the finish in 3 hours and 43.5 minutes.
There will be, in that case, I can't work this out without more pieces of paper. But there will be a stint that CP do where one or both of Century Motorsport and Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors will stop twice within their one stint. And that's when it will all swap round.
That's when it, yes.
But I can't quite work out where that overlap will be. I think it might be the next stint. Not the one that they're on now, but the next one. But we'll see it. We'll see it change if it stays green. So the guys at CP are going, stay green, stay green, stay green, stay green, stay green, stay green, stay green.
As you would, and once again, just
brilliant
strategic planning, the right driver lineup, going into the AM Plus and get the AM advantage, and it just helps them everywhere.
Ian McCarthy says, I like this, it's endurance racing without a solid pit strategy, a fuel's errand, if you will. He's on his way to the cloakroom to get his coat now.
Don't forget your hat.
Thank you, Ian. Very good. Disagree, or did I get me sums wrong? I'm not sure. But shout up at Specutainment. I love this. This is why I love this form of... Look, I love racing. I'd watch...
You watch marbles race.
I love marble racing. Have you seen marble racing? Some of those things that the tracks that build
stuff.
It's phenomenal stuff. I love marble racing. It's brilliant. And gravity, Hot Wheels cars, all that. But marble racing is phenomenal. But yeah, absolutely. But there's something to me about the uncertainty of where we are now. There's always uncertainty in racing. Somebody can break down. But generally speaking now, reliability is so good, whether it's, Formula One, right through, endurance racing at World Championship level. There's been, I think it was Bahrain about 3 or 4 years ago, maybe a bit longer ago than that now, where we were doing the last race of the season, which... it would have been an 8-hour race there, I think, at Bahrain. Paul Truswell was very disappointed because they all finished.
Yes.
And that's not what endurance race is meant to be. It's meant to be attrition, which I kind of understand it, but it tells you how far that's come. We talk about GT3 cars blithely. Now, they've developed and they've developed and developed. It's not that long ago that there were not much more than a street car with a cage, and certainly GT4 cars were.
Most definitely.
The Aston that I raced back in 2017. Now that's 5 years ago now. That still had a sport shift gearbox. So that was a torque converter gearbox programmed to work like it had gears, because that's what the road car had.
Yeah.
And GT4s have come on massively, and so have GT3s, but to have these cars that have their roots in street cars tells you all you need to know about the reliability of street cars now and the tolerances of street cars, particularly in machine components like engines, suspension, etc., etc. You're running to tolerances that's not even a generation ago. Tolerances in a street car that a generation ago you would have been impressed to have seen in a hand-built bespoke race engine.
Yes.
What were you? Do you remember? We used to call. Have you had your engine blueprinted?
Yes, blueprinted. I remember doing that to my 186 Holden engine.
And that means all the tolerances taken to exactly the manufacturer's specification.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised how often those things were nowhere near on a street car. Not now. And it's repeatable. Christopher Zirkling back in the 971, clipping the curbs. You can hear the little rattle as he goes across them. Coming through towards this quadruple right-hander. And now he'll open out the steering wheel and come down through the gearbox to second gear for 16. Well, I'll tell you what, Phil, I didn't know how I felt about 16 here, the new hairpin, but it's added a different dimension. I'm still not sure how I feel about it, but it is distinctively different from the circuit that we raced on last year, and I think with this amount of cars, that's made a difference. Let's stay on board with Christopher Zirkling, listen and watch across the start-finish line, 1,000 metres from the finish, the exit of turn 20 and 19 as it is this weekend. That was flat through the kink in turn 1. Now down towards turn 2, drag strip is on the right-hand side, still flat. Now lift, down through the gearbox, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. Yes, third in the GT3 Cup car. Took a bit too much curb on the inside. He rattles the outside curb over the top of 3. Gathers it all back up again. Pretty neatly through turn 4, 5. And he lets the car drift now. Pulls it back into the first part of 6. Car just complaining a little bit, the Porsche at the back end there. He was a little bit out off his exit point from turn 6, which has given him a wee problem in 7, and he's had to correct that, and he's far too far over the curbs in the exit of 7. 8 and 9, that should just be threading the needle. 10 and 11, see above comment. He's taking plenty of curb right now. Now, settle the car down into 5th. Set the steering. He's making a correction. The back end of that car is not following the front the way that Christopher Zirkling wants to. Now to this new section of track. Open out the steering wheel. He's starting, I think, from too far in the middle of the road. I think he's got traffic behind
Charles
him.
Esplanad's behind him.
He's got the third place car behind him. I saw the flash of lights along the side of the car. So that may have just taken his
it's the 95,
attention.
Sorry. It's Sergei Nicolau.
Is it the Porsche, is it, behind him?
Yeah.
So does he stay out wide and let him go down the inside at the final corner? That's exactly what he does. It's the leader, actually.
It's a BMW.
Yeah, it's the leader that's gone down the inside there. And that is a lap. 5 and a bit kilometres, just around about just over 3 miles with Christopher Zirkling. He's not hanging about, but the back of that Porsche is just complaining a little bit. And if I check to see how he's doing on his laps, maybe we can find out. He's 10 laps into a stint that he's been in. Well, if he's struggling like that after 10 laps, that's going to be interesting when he's another 30 laps in, because that car will easily do 40 laps, supported by Porsche Abu Dhabi, who presumably will be on that car for the final round as well.
He's chasing Fabian Danz down. 3 seconds he took out of him on that lap, but he's got a long way to go. 244 laps for Fabian Danz, 241 for Christopher Zirkling, so there is still time there.
Well, we're making sure we're speaking to all of the teams. We've just done a lap around with the Rabdan by Fulgenzi machine with Christopher Zirkling behind the wheel of the 971. Let's go and talk to one of his teammates. Nick Dermott is outside the front of their garage.
Saif Almeri, you were just got out of the car a few minutes ago. We've just watched your teammate do a couple of laps. How's he doing and how's the car doing?
Everything looks perfect. We are behind the P1 within 2 laps. We are catching up. We still have 4 hours, I think, more or less. I hope we had a good. We're gonna have a good fight.
Is there enough time to catch up, or do you need red camels to make an error?
We have time, and you guys know more than anyone else. Anything could happen in the last 15 minutes, and 2 laps or 1 lap and a half is it's nothing.
How important is it for the region to have major races like this happening in Kuwait and in the other countries?
It is very important to encourage more people. It's not only on motorsport and racing things and small sport. No, it's a big one, and encourage media people, engineers, marshals, a lot of things into this sport. So I hope I can put in something to encourage more people from Middle East to do that. Thanks for Kuwait to host this race. I hope to see more Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. We want to see more Arab teams into this. Racing in our blood, but we need the direct, the good direction and the host like what you are doing, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing because this region has got so many fabulous Grade 1 tracks. And I suppose it's now building that infrastructure and getting it's key now, isn't it, to get the local engineers, isn't it, and the local teams. We've got local drivers. We need to get the infrastructure underneath it.
To be honest, we were talking about this today. We want to encourage more universities, students to have some programs with us. We are working with you guys to encourage more people, to have more races, more marketing. I'm so happy here in Kuwait to see more fans and a lot of people going around. We are educating them. What is this? It's an international event, and thanks for Creventic to have more races in Middle East. I hope to have more and more. I wish to have 5, 6 endurance races here with the Luckner Sprint Challenge. Endurance challenge as well. Thanks for everything, guys.
So thank you and best of luck for the rest. What was it? Just under 4 hours.
Thank you.
Very, very sage words from Saif there, Alamari. You have to build. Sometimes there has to be a halo project, but ultimately, once you've got eyes on, you have to build the foundations from the bottom. And I love what he said about university degrees, engineering, aero, all of that sort of stuff. It's got to happen from that way.
Well, it's already happening in the aircraft industry. We've got Boeing and Airbus here now. Airbus have a factory in LA in the UAE. And you've also got to remember, John, I'm older than the UAE. It's only 52 years old.
Yes, good point.
Okay. These things don't happen overnight, but with good management, like here in Kuwait, in Bahrain, Qatar, KSA, they see the advantage of having a business model that supports racing and having those things of engineers and technicians learning the craft. We've got some great young drivers.
In other parts of the business world, in other parts of in the walks of life, we have. It's interesting what you said there about Boyd, because I've noticed in the UAE that you have offshoots of very well-known institutions, whether that be educational institutions.
We have the University of Wollongong.
Yeah. Whether that be artistic institutions.
Yep.
With some of the museums,
the Louvre
and galleries. The Louvre is exactly what I'm thinking of. Medical,
yeah,
the same. Why shouldn't motorsport and motorsport courses, etc., have satellite organisations in this area, and that they'll come if the demand is here?
They'll come if the demand is here. They'll come if the right economic conditions that they come into the country. Oh, great, you're a new business. You don't pay any tax for 5 years. You know, those sort of incentives, which are starting to come now. I can only speak from the UAE because that's where I'm from. But we've changed a lot of things over the last since COVID or pre-COVID, but since COVID, a lot's been changed. The visa status has been changed. Everything's been changed.
That's a massive change.
It's huge. Normally in countries like this, in this region, it's a generational change. You have to wait for the old guard to move on and have the young guard move in. But now you've got a lot of young people in governmental positions or in ruling positions who are making very clever decisions to attract and make it attractive for expatriate workers to come and live here and also thrive. And you know, every country has suffered with labour shortages since COVID. Yeah. Okay, and that's put a little bit of a, it's just sort of squeezed the brakes on it a little bit. But what I saw a couple of weeks ago at the Dubai Air Show, I have a look at how much motorsport is on today. I've got the Historics running at Dubai Autodrome. I've got a race happening at Yas Marina Circuit. We have a race here as well, where there's track days in Qatar and Bahrain. But there's activity at the circuits. It will just take a little bit time. The motor park in Dubai.
Yeah.
You know, it's you go to that. It's about building up a base, as you said. It's starting. It will just take time.
Well, I'll pick up this conversation in a moment. Ebby Motors in from second position in the multicoloured Porsche. Nick Damon.
Yeah, the key point about that is no driver change. Sergei Nicolo stayed on board, but he did get a new pair of boots, or new set of boots. It's 4 of them, aren't there? 4 new boots, and he's gone for fuel. So that was a short stop. Now we are about to receive Lewis Plater in the next couple of laps. He will definitely have to get out because he's obviously bashing up against his 2-hour maximum drive time. So he'll be in this lap or next. But yes, Sergei Nicolo stays in for another hour.
57 minutes out to in for Sergei and 33 laps. And I'll say again, remember CP Racing are getting 40 laps. So that's a huge difference.
Lewis Plato coming at you right now, Nick. He's just entered pit lane.
And that will be at the end of his 31st lap. There goes the buzzer. 54 minutes for that car. So that is a big disadvantage in terms of when they have to come to the pit lane that they have over that CP Racing car. So the CP Racing car at the start of that lap was about, let's call it a minute. We might as well call it a minute.
Yes.
It was just under a minute as we've got someone off at turn 17 again. That's the exit.
Turn 7.
At turn
And it's gone
7.
green again.
It's gone, okay, so that was very short. Nick Damon watching the multicoloured BMW, sorry, the multicoloured Porsche, the multicoloured BMW in with you now.
You know. Full service, obviously. It's Carl Cavers who got back in the car. It's taken a bit longer to get him in again than you would expect. They've been slightly delayed to avoid an unsafe release to the rejoining Tordo Verde Janetta. That's back in the race. I noticed that I'm not sure whether which Tomlinson has stayed on board, whether Freddie stayed on board or not, but he was going down the pit lane, waggling the wheel to make sure his steering was still powered. So Lewis Plato got out, full service, slight delay again from whence tyres finished to actually going away as they made sure that car was properly fixed into the streets.
Thanks, Nick. Dave Alcock said you were talking about street car tolerances in construction. Since also one of the big movements in the last few years have been the automated testing of components from Tier 1 suppliers. Engine components, for example, for a massive global OEM supplied by a client that he has knowledge of. He said they had to test new parts for 150,000 mile life. And suppliers are also expected to have rejection rates for quality of under 0.2%.
Wow.
0.2%. And many parts had a 1 in 10 of all shipped components tested by in-house quality control. This kind of testing, rigorous testing and quality control, has, along with automated manufacture and repeatability, has helped improve reliability massively. Good points, Dave. Thanks,
Dave.
At RSL_studio for that. Into the pit lane and out for out of the pit lane for that Janetta that was leading its class, and let's see if it still is. Yes, it is. And Michael Simpson has taken over that car from Freddie Tomlinson, who brought it in. Meantime, Lewis Plato is out of the car 22 BMW that was leading the race, and he can talk now to Nick Damon.
Well, that was a busy couple of hours.
Yeah, that's fair to say that. I think I had a double stint there, full green flag running, which was really great fun. The car handles fantastic. We don't seem to have the one-lap pace compared to the other two GT3 cars, but we've got very good tyre deg, which I think is obviously keeping us in a battle. And, you know, the team are doing a great job, you know, so both drivers. So, yeah, hopefully try and keep it going.
So obviously you got in the car and it was still bright and light, and now it's gone through to darkness and the temperature's dropping. How much is the car and the track changing during that sort of 2-hour period?
Yeah, if anything, the circuit's coming towards us. I found particularly in the daytime that the rear end gripped up, and it's getting a bit more movement in the car, which is helping us at a high speed. The track's really well lit, so there are a couple of dark patches, but generally speaking, actually, your visibility is pretty good. So day to night isn't too bad in terms of that aspect. And yeah, like I say, the balance does change a little bit, but not too much.
I don't know whether you've raced in the Middle East before, but the sun goes down incredibly quickly, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, me and Carl done the 24-hour at Dubai earlier this year, so we sort of got a good experience of this. But I mean, as you can see as well, the sun goes down quick, but once again, it's still not quite as dark as our UK evening, shall we say.
Now, crunching the numbers and moving forward, it does seem that CP Racing may have an advantage on the basis that they are a slightly different subclass to you, which gives them more fuel. Does this really mean you guys need a or some code 60s to get yourself back in?
It makes it tricky. They've got effectively a bigger restrictor, so they're quite significantly quicker than us down the straights, and then they're able to refuel more in code 60 as well. So the advantage is on their side, and to be fair, they're all doing a stellar job with their lap times. So I guess we need a little bit of luck, and then just drive as clean a race as we can, and hopefully that's enough for the finish.
And is that you done, Lewis, or you going to do the final stint as well?
I think I've got a few more to go yet.
Have a rest and a drink.
Yeah,
Straight out the car, Lewis Plato talking to Nick Damon. Just to follow up on what he was saying there in terms of those top three GT3 cars, one lap pace, it does not win you an endurance race of 12 hours. But just to say that the Porsche has got the fastest lap of those three, a 1:43.0, 1:43.2 CP Racing in second, and 1:43.5 for Century Motorsport, the third quickest. So the BMW that has been leading, he's spot on. That doesn't have the one lap speed, but we are talking half a second between the top and the bottom, with CP Racing right in the middle of that, almost exactly. Actually, now you say that, of course, half a second a lap over 260 laps, which is what we're on at the moment. That adds up.
Yes.
And we've had dare I say this, we've had a very long period of green. I've said it now.
Sorry, I've got to touch a lot of things.
Hashtag Hindhoff. We've now had 3 hours and 38 minutes of green flag racing. Now, the point we made earlier on, since the last full course purple, that is, the point we were making earlier on about the advantage of being able to filter 50% if your fuel drop allowed under code 60 that CP have. Actually, that does work for them to a certain extent, but right now they don't need that. I don't think they need that anymore.
No.
I think now they just keep putting in an hour and 10, an hour and 13 minutes runs at the pace they're doing. They save a pit stop, and they are they're stationary for a bit longer because they're putting
more.
20 litres of fuel more than the Porsche and 10 more than the BMW. So that has a time effect.
Yes.
But But other than that, sorry, 30 litres more than the Porsche and 20 litres more than the BMW. So that, remember, on a standard pistol grip pump, that's going to have a time disadvantage. So they save a stop, which might save them net probably 2.5 minutes. But they're only 41 seconds. They were only 40 odd seconds behind when this pit stop cycle started.
Exactly. So that movement is already starting to happen. That flow from there. I mean, they have done 8 pit stops. The other guys have done 12. Probably 2 of those under the code 60s to do the 25% fuel. But that's still 2 pit stops up, which is 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I think you're spot on. I think that there is a point, and we haven't necessarily seen it because of the code 60s early on. But there will be a point if you ran full green, where in each of the 4-hour stints, in one single CP stint, their 2 competitors will have to come to the pit lane twice.
Yes.
Not do 2 full stints, but they will be in the pit lane twice to 1 stop by them.
Yep.
And that's why they don't have to rag that AMG. They are doing exceptionally consistent times. Their fastest lap was a 1:43.2, 1:44.5 last time around. So, sorry, 1:44.2 last time around. So you're talking about within a second of the car's fastest lap of the race. Last time around for the Porsche, its fastest lap of 1:43.0. Last time around 46.2.
He's getting to the end of his tyre life.
1:43. No, they've just stopped.
Which one?
Oh, no, they're double stinting, of course.
They're double stinting, yes.
Yes. 1:43.5 by Century is their fastest. 1:48.5 for Carl last time around. So what you're looking at is a team that is well balanced in terms of its pace, very similar, and drivers who can get very close to the absolute performance potential. Now, performance potential is something that you've heard me talking about within the WEC.
Yeah.
And in fact, IMSA, with their new BOP solution and calculation, is going to a similar area. They do that with a lot of technology and a lot of testing and a lot of wind tunnel and onboard real-time monitors. So you've got torque sensors on drive shafts. Yes. So it's not about how necessarily even how much fuel's going into a WEC car and how big the engine is or anything like that. It's how much power's coming out of the back wheels. And that determines, along with aero and a couple of other things, that determines a performance potential. After that, it's up to the team to get as close to 100% of that performance potential as possible. Yep. And if you don't, you won't win. You can shout and scream at the BOP as much as you want, but if you make mistakes, or your driver makes mistakes, or your strategy isn't working, or you make the wrong call under a safety car, you're not going to win. And the team that does the better job, which generally speaking will be the team who's been there the longest, which is Toyota Gazoo Racing, tends to have an advantage.
Yes.
Because they know their car very well. This is what CP Racing are doing here. CP Racing are Toyota Gazoo. Because they've had this car for a long time. They've had this car for a long time.
Yeah.
The drivers are well matched. The drivers are getting as close as they can to their and the car's 100% performance potential. And when you do that, you win races.
Yeah.
And more importantly for them, I suspect, you win championships. They want this trophy. They've not won it. They didn't compete in all 3 of the rounds last year. They have won other 6 full season championships here in Creventic. I think they want this one. Into the pit lane for the second place GT4 Century Motorsport 429. And this G82 brought in by Ravi Ramied. Nick Damon is watching this one. So they got delayed earlier on in the piece, Nick, and they've been playing catch-up since.
8 cars come in recently. We've had the Vortex came in for a driver change and got Lino Amorouche. They came in twice, actually. They were having an issue, electrical issue, where when they tried to start the car, by turning the lights on, it stalled the car. So they obviously had a very flat battery again. They used a jumper battery and got it going, and it didn't have the problem again the second time. And we've had the KTM in again. I think Daniel Drexler out and Podium getting in, but they also had a bit of a stop for a fluid top-up at the back, whereas Century just done a standard stop. And I think Nathan Freak has got back into that one. As you say, Rami has got out. So we'll try and grab a word with Rami, maybe, because I've never spoken to him, so that's always a start, isn't it? I could see him in the back there. Let's see if we grab a quick word with Ravi, see if he wants to. He's talking to Charlie Robinson now. Let's a quick word with Ravi. He looks surprised. So, I always pounce on drivers, just they got out and they're hot. Give us your, how's it gone the last stint?
That was good, actually. I mean, it went in a flash. I've not driven at night before. I've not driven for this period of time before either, so it was two things in one. It was great fun.
So what was your experience prior to this race then?
I've raced at Janetta for 2 years, so we've raced the Single Mate Championship. We won in 2022, we came second this year. That's quite good. This is a whole new ball game, though. It's great. It goes on forever, and flag doesn't drop in your stint, does it?
So what was it that made you think, right, I've done Janettas, but the next thing I'm going to go and do is a 12-hour endurance race and perhaps some more over the Middle East?
Well, we're doing British GT next year, so this is kind of like a taster as to what's to come, and I kind of figured that if I can live with this and maybe the Abu Dhabi round and deal with everything that's going on, the heat, the amount of time in the car, British GT should be a bit easier.
Yeah, of course, you don't have to deal with much heat at Knockhill, do you, or in Donington? But, I mean, give us an idea, how different is it for someone who's used to doing the British circuits to come here to this Kuwait Motor Town, a Grade 1 track in the Middle East? How much of a culture shock, a racing culture shock is it?
Actually, it's pleasant. You know, it's much nicer here than an 8-degree wet Donington, I'll certainly say that. The track's lovely, the facilities are wonderful, the people are great. You're on holiday as well, so, you know, cold beer would be great, but you can't have everything, you know?
So you said Abu Dhabi. Are you doing Dubai as well?
No, I'm not. I mean, 24 hours is a bit too much for me right now. So maybe next year, if we do well in this season, we'll see. But one step at a time.
One thing I will say about Abu Dhabi is they already have 51 entries, so it's going to be a bit busier.
Oh, well, let's hope so. It'd be nice to actually navigate some traffic. I mean, we are being buzzed by GT3 cars, which is interesting, especially in the dark. So that sort of warmed me up to what's to come. But it'd be nice to have a better scrap as well. With only one other car on the grid, we've had some problems. It'd be nice to have 2 or 3 more to play with.
Ravi, great stuff. Thank you.
And making the point that you can only learn multi-class racing by doing multi-class racing. Now, you know, yes, he's not got the competition within his class, but he said something very important there that my ears picked up. I keep getting buzzed by GT3 cars, and if you're going to do British GT in a GT4, you're going to have to get used to that around some very tight and twisty corners and circuits without the runoff that you have here. Think of places like Alton Park, where you've got to learn where to let them go, where to claim your piece of road and go, no, just you whack them. Yes. Not that GT3 drivers will take that on at all. But that's what you've got to do. And Rami's learning all the time. And good for him. Keep an eye open for him in British GTs in the near future then. And he looks like he's going to be at Abu Dhabi as well for the final round of this championship, which already Creventic telling us has 50 entries. That's going to be immense. I'm really looking forward to that. And we've got the new Podium as well to play with, Joe Bradley, when we go to Yas Marina, the new pit Podium that's out over the start-finish line.
Will they let us play with that, will they?
Well, why wouldn't we?
Well, that was built for Formula 1, wasn't it? Do we get to use that? I hope so.
When we were at Kona, we stood on the Formula 1 podium. I can say that I've stood on a Formula 1 podium.
That is very true. We tend to stand on, the same podium at Spa.
Silverstone.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I mean, that's a great... That's got to be something to tell the grandchildren, isn't it? If you're a competitor and you get to stand on the...
Every time...
On any podium, really.
Every time I sit in our main room, in our drawing room, and I sit there every morning, even I do the crossword. She sits in her reading chair in the corner. I sit on the other side of the room with my cup of coffee. And we do the crossword, and I look across, and behind her is my lovely second-place trophy from Kota. And every time I see that, I remind myself that I stood on a Formula 1 podium. And we had, 5 or 6 or 7 different podiums that day, and everybody had at least 3 drivers in the car. So, that's probably getting on for 30 people. No, more than that. Getting on for 50 people. Because there'll be 9 people on a podium, wouldn't there? And that can say it, because of Creventic, I did a 24-hour race on a Formula 1 circuit, and I stood on a Formula 1 podium.
Yeah, you know what?
That's why we do this.
You know what? No, the Formula 1 bit isn't that important. Standing on a podium, that podium moment, when all of that time and effort and energy, which hasn't necessarily just this event, but other, that other events that you've been doing since you started.
Yeah, correct.
And it all just loads up and it finally delivers you onto a podium somewhere. I had a saying I used to say to the kids at college when I taught motorsport there. You're going to have to learn how to lose before you learn how to win, because you're going to do a lot more losing.
Yeah.
And it's true, and it's that makes those podium moments all the finer, the glory of it all. It makes it. That's why you never see an unhappy person on a podium, do you?
Except in Formula 1, funny enough.
Please tell us, readers.
In case you hadn't realised, it is we've now turned over this part of the programme to BBC Radio Sunderland, and Joe Bradley.
Translations are available.
Yes. Joe Bradley has joined me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. It's Nick down in the lane, coming down to 3 hours to go in the last quarter of the race. I am exceptionally envious of anybody out here at the moment. It's dark. The track's rubbering in, the cars are starting to slide around, the drivers are starting to get a little more confident, and it looks like the front end's got more grip on these cars, and the drift in the back end and the feel. It's not as bitty. You can see people are much more controlled through the corners.
It was very, very windy at midday here.
Ah, interesting.
And it actually was very, very windy just around the race start. And it, because of the thermal effect that we were having, it created quite a bit of fierce wind. The flags were really, really rocking. And of course, that's why we've had these clouds of dust that we've been able to see. The sand just coming across the track and making pretty much, in the early parts of this race, a voyage of discovery at every braking area, because the level of sand and dust changed. Well, that wind has dropped now completely. When the sun went down, or towards the sun going down, the wind has dropped, so we're rubbering in that racing line. And also, the drivers are you get into a rhythm, don't you? You get into a rhythm driving the track.
Yes.
And they're getting into that rhythm. I know they're breaking the rhythm by having to get out and hand it over to the teammate, but you know what I mean. And I think that's what we're seeing.
CP Racing in the best position they could possibly be at the moment. They're leading the motor race. Shane Lewis has got probably another 5 laps before he brings the car in. That will put Sergei Nicolai on 15 laps, Carl Cavers on 14 laps. The next stint, I think...
Sergio, by the way.
Sergio, thank you. Sergio Nicolai. I think the next stint for CP is the one where their 2 competitors will have 2 pit stops in their one stint, and I think that's when it all changes around. I'm just looking at how that's balancing in a moment. Joe Bradley and Hindhaugh in the booth. Nick Damon watching the leader in GT4 into the pit lane.
And representing the UK south of Watford as well.
Mate, the UK south of Seaham Harbour, quite honestly. That's the south as far as I'm concerned.
South of Hull,
just next
most
to Hull,
importantly.
that's right.
And congratulations on your victory. Our game was called off due to a waterlogged pitch, which probably meant for a better game if it had taken place. Yeah, so the leader in GT4, the very pleasant, sort of light blue, sort of almost turquoise BMW GT4, the car that hasn't been delayed, and we hadn't had that delay for the Simpson car. This is the Simpson car that's leading. Hadn't had the delay for the other car. It would have been the Century car. It would have been a very, very close battle. They haven't really had much between them, apart from that unfortunate 5-lap delay for Century when they lost the tie rod. The 438 now has been dropped down. It's been a full service. Tyres, which take a while, of course, in GT4, because they're 5-nut studs, so you've got to do 20 nuts and do up 20 nuts. But it's been a full service driver change. You'll find out who that driver is when he comes out of fuel, because he's just driven into fuel. And they all seem quite happy with that, but they have got a very nice cushion at the moment, guys.
Isn't it incredible that after all this time, with just coming into the 3 hour to go mark, we've still got the three GT3 protagonists
on the same lap.
On the same lap, flip-flopping the lead between pit stops, sharing that lead, and like you've just alluded to, we're now going to see that projection towards the checkered flag coming into being, and the engineers will have, and the strategists will have predicted where they were going to be, and with towards that checkered flag, and when that pit stop will be due. With such a small grid, that negates the opportunities with regards to code 60s and the like, because there are less of them, and really it's a pure race. This is, and I think this is why we've seen such a competitive running from all three of those GT3 at the front, because it's such a pure race.
CP Racing at the front is the 19th change of lead at the head of the field, and as you say quite rightly, it has been spread between the leaders. Century Motorsport led the first lap across the line at the end. They actually, I think, led at the green flag. Then it went to CP. Then it went to Red Camel Jordan. Then it went to Century. Then
remember, John, last year Red Camel was on the overall podium.
Oh yeah, and they're only one step off it at the moment. Then it went to Ebby Motors, then back to CP, then Ebby, then Century again, then Ebby, then CP, then Century, then Ebby, then CP, then Century, then CP, then Century, then CP, then Century, then CP. So 5 different cars have led for 19 lead changes.
Well, we're about to see the Matamari EB Motors about to take the lead. Since when was the last time those guys were in the lead in the Porsche?
The Porsche
quite a while ago, wasn't it?
Hasn't been in the lead since lap 167.
And we're on 269, so about 100 laps ago.
Yes, they should get. Yes, they will get to the lead in 5 laps. In about 3 laps' time, when Shane Lewis comes into the pit lane. The other categories, let's not forget them, because there's plenty going on there as well. You mentioned the cars just outside of the battle for GT3, and leading that charge is the 909, although slightly off the circuit last time around for Fabian Dans, who just lost the front end a wee bit going through turn 12, that was, regained the circuit. I think there's 1 or 2 more liberties being taken in the dark on track limits, by the way.
Really?
They might not be getting called, but there's 1 or 2 things going on. It's when you get to the dark in an endurance race like this, it's a bit like the front row of a rugby scrum. If you can't see it, it hasn't happened.
Yeah. We can see the residue of it happening, but that's, when you come out of the scrum.
There are 2 laps between first and second in 992. That's the 909 Red Camel from the 971 Rabdan by Fulgenzi. And then another 3 laps between Fulgenzi and K. Kramer Racing.
That was a hell of a drive by Rick Breukers there.
Oh,
he was at times slapping 6 seconds a lap. He was eking out 6 seconds a lap.
But have you seen the way he drives the car? There's a lot of really good. If I was picking the driver of this race, it's going to be difficult. There's Henry Neal, just put in his and the car's fastest lap of the race on lap number 238 for an Audi RS3, which is now up to 9th position, leading the TCEs. And still improvements to be found at this time of the race. Amazing stuff.
The car's got the front-wheel drive will prefer the cooler track temperature, of course. The tyre life will be.
They're trying to do this on 14 tyres. Not 14 sets of tyres. 14 tyres. 3
doesn't it? Yeah. I suppose if you
because they're not changing the rears.
Not changing the rears.
The rear tyres did 6 hours at the start of this race.
You should have seen the state of those tyres that had come
So
off.
they changed the fronts after 3 hours, they changed the rears after 6 hours, and then they changed the fronts and rears at 6 hours, I should say. And then now, the next time they come in, they'll change the fronts again. Honestly, it's monstrous.
What do we know about the new compound Hankook, by the way?
It's working.
Is it? Well, yeah. I mean, what a great test bed this is, because
the TCR hasn't had that. It's only the GT3s, the 992s, and the GT4s that have had them. Okay.
Right. What do we know about them? Are they softer? Are they harder? We don't.
We don't know. What we do know, however, is you don't have to use them. You can still use the old. So this is the first time we've ever had tyre choice. Also, there's a
tyre compound choice. You mean
tyre choice? Yes.
Yeah.
Because nobody's ever had a tyre choice before. It's been one tyre for the whole field,
right?
effectively.
Yes. Got you.
And also, the new tyre has, whilst you have to stay to the homologated wheel size, diameter, and width, you can play with the tyre widths. So you can over-tyre it or under-tyre it.
Yeah.
Depending on what your car suits. So maybe on a Porsche you might want to put them slightly, you know, a shade narrower because you haven't got that much weight on the front and therefore you don't want as much drag. Dial in a bit more camber. This is why we're hearing people, I think, talking so much about resetting their cars, because this is the first time they've used these new tyres.
What we don't want to see, though, is it becoming a bit of a checkbook tyre war with regards to if you run a particular tyre, it will give you additional performance.
This is the extra K. Kramer car. Selva's been out in that car, I think, for the first time. It's back in the pit lane at the moment. It's being used as an extra test car, and they're running again, and Nick Damon is down there.
Carsten, we're watching your spare car, your extra car, go out again. Give us an idea of what you've been doing with that car, because it came in, parked for a while, went out, parked for a while, it's gone out again, and now it's got new tyres.
Yes. So we will continue our test program, and we also decided that we want to finish the race. We need to do 50% of the leader in class, and so the guys want to go now for this.
And what have you learned from running this second car?
I think we have a perfect setup now for both cars. We are up to speed, what we saw, and yeah, I think we are prepared for Dubai now.
Now, let's talk about the 936. How's the 936 race been going?
Yes, at the beginning we had some issues trying to find the right setup, but now we are there, and so it's P3 in class. Looks like a podium, so we're happy.
Now, of course, you've raced a few times before in Creventic, and this race we have a new tyre, or the option of this new Hankook tyre. Are you using the new one?
No, we never raced at Creventic. So
I'm sure you have, haven't you?
No.
Really?
No, really not. No.
Sure, I've commentated. Nürburgring, sorry.
Nürburgring, yes. We won the 24-hour Nürburgring in the championship. So, yeah, it's first time with this tire, so I cannot compare to the other compound. But, yeah, I think they're quite good, and we're getting there.
Carsten, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for both cars. I do notice our leader went past me and into the fuel stop. I take it that's a full service, and if so, it'll be Joe Foster, who was suited and booted 10 minutes ago to get in. So, guessing that Joe's got in. But, you know, things change in race teams.
Yeah, Shane Lewis brought it in, and it would be Joe on the rotation, and that's another 40-lap stint for Shane. So an hour and 10 minutes as opposed to 53, 54 minutes for the BMW and 56 minutes for the Porsche. But they do have more, they are putting more fuel in the car because they're an AM Advantage category entrant, and they do get 50% of their fuel drop in code 60, whereas the other two only get 25. But as we've been nearly 4 hours of full grain racing, that hasn't had as big a effect in this second third of the race, if you see what I mean.
We've just ticked by the 9-hour mark, actually, John. You mentioned Henry Neal. He's continued to put in faster laps, just proving that genetics are a thing, because he's certainly got his dad's and his grandfather's genetics on board there. I do know from a very interesting source that Henry and Matt, on behalf of Henry, is looking at placing him in the British Touring Car Championship. So I do wish them very.
So he doesn't want to do proper racing.
No, I mean, yeah, that's just what I was thinking there.
I'm only joking.
You know where the
BTCC fans.
But you know, you go
That's
back
where
to
the heritage is.
Go back to grandfather Steve Nail
Nail,
with
what a bloke.
peddling those minis. You know, what I mean,
What a
you know,
bloke.
God rest his soul. What a character.
What a loss that was to the paddocks.
And then Matt and his dad winning that independence.
Yeah.
What was it, $250,000 or something? Alan Gow still cries at night about that.
Every night.
Absolutely.
Not the first to do that, of course, because David Leslie did that with an RML car, but there was no money for in a
really?
Cavalier.
Right.
It helped RML get the Vauxhall Works deal, but there was no money for it in those days.
Right.
Much to the chagrin, as you might imagine, of David Leslie. I'm sure David Leslie and Steve Nail are having a bit of a chat about that, actually. As you can imagine, David wasn't teaching. Neither was Ray, to be honest, about that.
Graham's son's here. Graham Leslie. David's
son, yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
David's son. Graham is here with Century.
Yeah.
He's the lad at the front of the car when the car comes in.
He's the biggest lad.
He is the biggest
He's
lad.
the tallest
I think if the car didn't stop, it would stop when it hit Graham.
It would be like hitting a bollard,
Yeah,
wouldn't
it? Would be, yes.
Let's have a word with Shane Lewis. He's just got out of the CP racing car after a solid hour and 10 minutes. And look, he's got enough energy to jog to Nick Damon at the front of the garage.
Well, I hurried him up because he was getting a water, honestly. Shane, another great hour. This car is metronomic, and all of you are turning in the lap times.
We're trying out there. I need your coaching. You know, you gotta keep coaching me out there, man. Like that. So yeah, you know, the car's kind of. We worked on a long haul ever since we got here, and trying to get a car that would work in the day and the nighttime is not easy because this track changes dramatically with temperature. You know, all the motors, but works well, but everybody's works well at this time right now. It's just a little bit tough to see on occasion, but yeah, it's coming along strong.
Now, we have 3 GT3s. They're in 3 different subclasses, but it does look like you being in the AM advantage is going to play out if we stay green for the rest of the race.
Yeah, to be honest with you, if we had more cars and maybe more Code 60s, it would actually play a little better to us. But right now, I think it's going to be just an all-out fight. I mean, we're quick, but the pace of the BMW, the pace of the Porsche with the right shoe behind it is really, really quick.
Now we're obviously the sun's gone down and it's dark and it's cool. How's the tyre degradation now? Has that got significantly better?
Yeah, so it is better. We're having to slowly play really careful with the tires on the curbing, though. The final curb last year, we learned that final curb coming on the front straightaway could be a real problem, and it was for us. My first stint in the car, they got out and said, man, you know, I had chunks of tire missing. And so I'll take full responsibility for that because I was up on the curbs a little bit. This session, I stayed off of them in a little bit of lap traffic, and there was somebody dumping fuel out there. We know who that is. But I got a little wide and got up on the curb. So I'm really careful of the curbing. Outside of that, the Hankook is really phenomenal right now.
Now, you say the Hankook. Which one are you using? Because the first time ever we've got a choice. Have you gone for the new one?
New one? What? No, seriously.
There's a new compound.
I had no idea.
Drivers, eh? Well, you may. Who knows? I'll find out. But you could be on a completely new compound, but who'd know?
I'll take it. I'm going to try it next time. All right.
Right, Nick, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to go and speak to the guys.
Everyone.
And find, and also see if you can find one of the Hankook guys and to tell us actually what the difference is in that new, I think it's called a 54. 54H is the new designation. I stand to be corrected by that. Phil has read the full regulations, sporting regulations, a couple of times. He was sitting waiting for his flight down from Dubai.
Is this Joe Foster's first stint, by the way?
No. Joe did a cracking stint earlier on.
Yes, I remember Joe getting out of the car.
Yeah, he did. He was in. Been twice actually. He was in at just about 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah.
For an hour again, an hour and 11, an hour and 12 minutes. That's what we're getting out of that.
We are getting towards the point in the race, John, where even you and I, with our tiny brains in comparison to the ones on the pit wall, can kind of project where we will be in the pit stop phases with our 3 leaders.
I was doing that with. I was trying to do that with 4.5 to go.
Yeah,
4.5 hours to
tricky.
go.
It gets tricky. 2 hours is usually the mark.
I think, despite what Shane is saying, I think Shane, I don't think they want any code 60s right now. They would have to fall perfectly for them so they could get in and out and get that 50%, which is 60 litres. And the other guys either not get in at all or it be at the wrong time so they couldn't get enough in the tank. Because I reckon both Ebby Motors and Century, I reckon they've got around about 20 to 30 minutes. They're about 25, maybe 30 minutes tops short of getting to the end.
And the CP car, that's pretty much virtually half distance on the 2 cars ahead of him.
Well, the thing about that is
halfway through their stint, I mean, is when they will.
This is the stint that I think. So Joe Foster now has come out. By the time that Joe Foster comes back in again, certainly the Ebby Motors car. What are they on 20 now? Oh, maybe not actually. Maybe it's not this one. It might be the next one. But there will be a stint where they come down the pit lane twice to CP's once. Because they get so much, and they've got such a big offset. Joe's on his 3rd lap out. Ebby Motors, 21 laps. They're only doing 34 laps, so they've got 14 laps to go. And then they'll do another 34 laps. 19 laps to go for Century, 19 laps gone, call it 20 laps for Century. They're only getting 33, 34 laps, so they've got 30 laps to go. That'll make it 16 for Joe. So they're going to have a pit stop in hand. They're going to have a pit stop in hand. I reckon they'll all end up somewhere near the last half hour coming into the pit lane for the last stop. But it will only take CP Racing 1 fewer stops to get to that point.
Yes.
Which for them is about a 2-minute advantage, because they stand still longer. They're pumping 30 litres more than the Porsche and 20 litres more than the BMW.
So from that, we're getting to the point where lap time is going to be quite significant.
Oh, you've still got to have a decent lap time. You cannot be throwing away 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap, and that's the key. I was saying this to Phil just before you came up. CP Racing, their fastest lap of the race is a 1:43.2. Now, disregard Joe's last lap because that was an out lap.
That's right.
Okay, but they are lapping within a second or a second and a half.
He's just coming towards turn 20 now. Let's see where he is in comparison to so a 1:44 for Sergio Nicolai, a 1:40.43. Oh, there's a 1:47.
So hang on. Forget the times they're doing. Look at their times compared to the fastest lap of the car. The fastest single lap by those top 3 goes to Ebby Motors and the Porsche, 1:43 flat. 1:43.2 is next. That's the CP Racing car. 1:43.5. The BMW is actually on 1 lap pace the slowest of those cars. But here's the thing. Sergio, 2 seconds away from the car's best time. Carl Cavers at the moment getting on for 5 seconds away from the car's best time. Joe Foster will come round and he will be lapping within a second and a half or so once he gets up to speed, waiting for that time to come through. That's the difference. They've got 4 drivers who are lapping within a gnats of each other and are consistently lapping within a second to 1.5 seconds away from the car's fastest time.
And monitoring gaps and over lap times every time by, it ebbs and flows depending on traffic.
Shane might be pulling our leg when he says that he didn't know about that new time. When Charles Espinlaub was in there and he was being caught and it came down to 4 seconds in the first part of his stint, by the end of the stint, his gap back to the Porsche had gone out to nearly 10 seconds. They are managing the tyre wear and the tyre deg and the stint pace really very well indeed. They're outstanding through traffic. And then they're still getting 10 to 15 minutes longer because of that extra fuel drop. Which And this is great. So, you know, all the supercomputers in the world, BOP, IMSA's doing the latest GT3 BOP tests at Daytona. Yesterday and today, they're doing long stints, short stints, new tyre, old tyre stint. They're putting that into the big supercomputer and working out what 100% performance is for each of the manufacturer cars. And here we've got Creventic. Working things out and balancing things out without having to put ballast in the cars, just on fuel fill, and how much you're allowed and when you're allowed to put it in. And I really like it. It's a different way of doing it. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but I really like it because you're not rock-aping the cars by putting ballast on them. You're not changing the restrictor every other race and therefore needing a remap on the engine and that sort of thing.
I think it works.
It saves money.
I was about to say it
saves money.
It saves money, but it certainly works with the variation of driver capabilities which we see in a series like this. Whereas in things like IMSA and WEC, you've got hot shots filling all 3 seats.
Yeah.
There's very little variation.
Correct.
You're sharpening a razor blade at the front end of an IMSA grid.
But that comes back to CP again. You don't have to have every driver as a hot shot if you've got a good balance within the team and everybody can get in. We were talking about the move away a few years ago, 20 years ago now probably, in endurance racing at Le Mans from, what was my fastest lap in that stint? As the drivers jumped out of the Works Audi or the Works Peugeot or whatever, to going, what was my stint average?
Yes.
And then from that you go from stint average to variance within the stint. What percentage am I varying lap to lap?
That makes the utmost sense because we're talking about...
And they don't care about how many cars you've passed, by the way.
You might only have done a 143.5 once out of 20 laps. The others might have been 148.
Yeah.
What good is that?
Correct.
Oh, you were great over 1 lap, mate, but I need you to do that every lap.
I'd rather you did...
Not 5 seconds slower.
Yeah, I'd rather you did 44s all the way through.
Absolutely. Do 45s even if you're going to be... if you're comfortable at 48.
If you keep losing 3 or 4 seconds a lap by making a mistake or going for or worse still, making a bad decision. What was it that Dan Binks of KUWAIT Racing used to say? The Pratt & Miller team consistently won the pit stop challenge in IMSA back in the days of the American Le Mans Series. And Dan Binks ran a tight ship, and Rocket Ron Fellows, lovely bloke, once said to me, we were at Oschersleben, funny enough, we were talking about Oschersleben today, about tracks we've been to and seen.
Oschersleben?
We were doing a GM experience there. And
Oschersleben?
Yeah. And I was there. No, but I've seen racing there.
I've seen a race at Oschersleben.
So, and Ron and I were talking about this, and he said it's risk versus reward, all of that sort of stuff. And he referred back to what Dan said. They're the best in the world, those guys. But if I have to wait 2 seconds and lose 2 seconds, 1 lap, no matter how good my pit lane team is, there is not one thing they can fix in the car in 2 seconds.
Yes.
If I make a mistake.
Yeah.
Even if all I do is have a puncture.
Yeah.
By the time I've come in, they've changed 1 tyre and I've gone back out again. That's not 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's much better to lose the 2 seconds on 1 lap.
It's an intelligent form of motorsport.
It is an intelligent form of motorsport. And with that, we're going to nip down to Nick Damon for a bit of atmosphere from the pit lane. Nick?
No, with some tyre
excellent.
updates.
He's found this out.
So, having a post-interview convo with our friends at CP, including Charlie and Shay. We talked about the tyre, and Charlie said, well, yeah, but I have to say, I think that the tyre seems to be much more durable this race. I mean, it is a couple of degrees cooler. I said, OK, fine. So Shane then jogged back to talk to his technical team, and he came back and said, oh, we've been on the 54s all weekend. And neither of the drivers had any idea. But they had tested them almost a year ago at Portimao.
You wouldn't. If you came here with the older set and did a back-to-back, then you might think you might be able to discern the difference. But having come here to a relatively new track, I've only been here once before, and the tracks, look how different the track is since this morning, let alone last year. So yeah, I can understand unless the drivers don't need to know that though, do they? They don't really need to know that. They'll only be confused.
Hang on though. Perhaps you do. If you have found out you have a much more durable tyre, and they are basing their how hard should I push on last year's experience, but they could have pushed harder because the tyre's more durable.
Ah, well, that's Yeah,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
do, but
ABC?
that's where we're at the moment. We're finding out these things, this voyage of discovery. Plus, that's why the engineers can work that out. They measure the tyre wear after a certain amount, after the lapse amount of stints, and you can literally, by millimetres or grids thereof of millimetres, and they're able to work out how, and that's where you get the engineers telling the drivers, I need 45s from you, I need 45s. Because if you push to 43s, the tyres aren't going to last.
Can I ask you a question, Joe? I ask you a tyre question, Joe, and the tyres. On these sort of more general endurance tyres, do you see much drop-off from 1% to 90% more? Is it only the last 10%? Obviously, we know you get constant degradation with F1 tyres, but it doesn't seem that's the same with this sort of tyre. So
it's completely different. When you're talking about tyres, forget Formula One, because they are manufactured to do that. They're made to do that deliberately. A more conventional tyre, which is what I would call this, and a tyre that you will say use on a Clio Cup race or a Porsche Carrera Cup race or something like that. I mean, this is another question for the tyre engineer or even the driver, Nick, is that when you put fresh rubber on, is there an optimum lap that you can get, that they are going to be optimized? So, for instance, you put a brand new set on, sticker tyres as they call them in the States, and you go out and you know that you can put in a lap time. That's why, if you think about it in qualifying, that's why we have the AM driver going out first, because they're going to benefit the most from the new tyre. So from that, I'm answering my own question here, mate. There is going to be an optimum lap, which will come on lap 3, potential. All the tyres I've ever used, Michelin's or whatever, a lap 3, and then they'll plateau, and then they'll stay the same. There's no massive drop off the cliff; they'll just stay the same. And unless you abuse them and they overheat, that's when you see the drop off. But they've got to be massively overeaten and turn into jelly. I'll give you a little personal story. So we were running a mini challenge, and they run a cut slick type of tyre, and we came from a world of karting, where tyres meant time, and more new tyres were more time. So we banged the new set of tyre on it, and it went slower, and we quickly learned that with a cut slick, you have to get the minimal amount of rubber there before you get the optimum lap time and performance from it. So, it's all about the tyre. It doesn't matter what you run. You know what? I would always say it doesn't matter what you run, whether it's a Formula One car, a Janetta in the Creventic series, or a Clio Cup car. It's all about getting the maximum out of the tyres and getting the tyres to work, because it can be, make or break on anybody's race, whether it's 10 laps or 1,000 laps. It's make or break on how you use those tyres. It's such a black art as well, and great engineers are great engineers because of how they understand tyres and how to get the best of them. And your karting experience, Nick, the past couple of years working together with me, you've learned that, haven't you, about how the tyres, it's all about getting the tyres to work. When we talk to drivers, even at that level, it's exactly the same out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's in any racing sport, be it two-wheel drive, two wheels or four wheels, the only thing that keeps you going, the only contact you have with the ground are the X number of patches of rubber, and nothing will overcome what they can give you or what they can take away from you. And interesting, with 4 new patches of rubber, it's the 971 Rabdan by Fulgenzi car. That's the car that's currently running second in the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. Christoph Jochling has got out. Not quite sure who's got in, because it's not Saif Al-Mahdi, so it may be Mr. Fister, I'm not sure, but you'll find out when they come out of the fuel stop where they are at the moment. But yeah, I mean, we joke about it, but the tyres are always the most important part of any vehicle.
Nick, I'll leave you to that. But Christopher Zockling is probably an ideal candidate to ask that question because of his experience. He'll be able to tell you what lap these Hankooks are optimised on, and then I'll leave you to that, Nick, because I've got Phil back now, and Phil's done some racing in his time. And we used to send drivers out, Phil, and you're a driver yourself, and you know what the pressure is. Right, mate, your tyre is going to be optimised on lap 3. how you drive the out lap, how you drive the second lap, you know, you drive it harshly or whatever, but on lap 3, if you mess it up, that's it.
You don't get that
Because
tyre.
on lap 4, it's not coming back. The tyre's never coming back.
You don't ever get that tyre back. And that is always going to be an issue, especially if you get traffic, you can't get your pressures up. You know, you get traffic, you can't. And we've got the Janetta is stopped at turn 2.
It's a CWS car.
Yeah,
278.
It's getting it mobile again. Has he got a flat right rear? No, it looks like it's okay. It's
so that's turn 2, Phil, just on driver's right.
Yes.
You've just got to get across that curbing to get the car back on the track. The car is moving, but it's kind of wobbling on the back end up and down. It's a right rear.
Yeah,
that's a right rear puncture.
Yeah, it's a puncher or something.
Or something more severe.
Yeah, as it's moving around in the rim. That's the 278.
So quite aptly, talking about tyres, the tyres do have to have air in them.
Yes, they do. He's way off line at the moment, just getting that car mobile back. And yeah, Christian Bromberg at the wheel, and he's got a long way to go.
He has. Let's head back to Nick. Nick.
Yeah, with the 138 Century Audi TCR, Henry Neal has just got out of the car, so I'm going to accost him. Henry, given your lap times, you're obviously really enjoying that.
Yeah, it was a good crack, that was. Nice to do your last stint out with a bang. But yeah, car felt really good. The track feels pretty quick. You know, the temperatures have dropped a wee bit, which has probably helped us have a wee bit more grip. But yeah, it felt good.
So effectively the car sort of comes alive as it gets darker and more cool.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things, it's darker so you can't really see where you're going as much. But yeah, the track's actually faster, so it's sort of judging that. But yeah, great stint. Just got to bring it home now.
And you're climbing the overall classification as well.
Sorry?
You're climbing the overall classification.
I know, what are we now? P9, so exactly. Top 10. I'll take that.
Great, thank Henry.
That's the challenge, isn't it? Getting inside the top 10.
Especially in a TCR.
Especially in a TCR car, yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. But just getting back to the tyre thing, Joe, the black art is the variables, the track evolution, temperature, weather conditions. Everything changes how those tyres react with the surface. From my time driving Radicals and touring cars, the Radical had a very small window of good operation because it was so light. You had to get those tyres right in their window to get the maximum out of them. But the Clio Cup was completely different. You never put new tyres on the rear, always the old tyres on the rear. New tyres on the front. You try and get them out in a practice session just to scrub the mould release off them, because then you don't get the understeer on that first initial corner. So yeah, it is a black art, tyres and tyre development. I lived through it in Formula One all year, and we have meetings with Pirelli every month.
I was right in what I said about how they're deliberately manufactured to degrade after a certain amount of time, aren't they?
Yeah, and you can see that this year very clearly in the Formula One. We had cars that were great Saturday cars, like the Haas at bits and pieces, whatever.
Yeah.
But their deg was so high on race day, they just destroyed their tyres completely. Mercedes were the total opposite. They couldn't qualify well because they couldn't get the tyres in the window.
Yes.
But they could make them run long all the time because they weren't degrading with that body style and the drag that they had.
So that tyre design, the Mercedes was very gentle on them.
Yes, they were. Ferrari were a knife edge. They were either really good or they were in the wall. Right. And the drivers were so frustrated because they didn't know where that front end would be when they went to turn into the next corner. Yeah. And that's scary land, and we saw that a lot.
Certainly is in those cars.
In those cars, it's very scary. And the one that did everything was Red Bull. They had a tyre that lasted. Max could make that tyre run consistent lap times up to 5 laps longer than anybody else. And we saw that.
Got another car going slowly, I believe, Phil. We've got the Vortex out there, and it's the crossbow tripper. Yeah, the Vortex slowing down there massively, coming out of the hairpin.
So
let's have Nick down in the pits to report. Who have you got with you now, mate?
Full service tyres coming off. Fabian Dan's getting out, and I think that's Luke Breukers getting in. Everything going very well. Luke being strapped in. I can see there's some noise at the other end of pit lane. I will wander up and see what that's about. That's the Colin White car coming back in again with a potential issue. We appear to have gone code 60.
Yes, you're going to get busy down there, Nick.
Very, very interesting fuel-wise. This could throw a spanner in your top 3 battle.
Nick, are you interviewing someone in Red Camels?
No, I'll let you guys go.
All right, well, CWS's Janetta has made it back. It has got a right rear puncture. They're just inspecting under the rear wing now. The code 60, I suspect, Phil, is because of that slow-moving Vortex.
Well, it's either slow-moving Vortex or debris on the circuit that's maybe come off something as well. But it does look like that tyre is in one piece. It probably hasn't shedded too much. But this is not going to help the Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors. They're at 1 hour 56 on this double stint, and he's got a 2-hour time limit, and he's going to have to come in and box.
Yes, he is.
And he can only take 25% of his fuel.
He is,
and that is going to hand a little bit back to Century Motorsport.
Well, the other thing is how long this slow lap at 60 kilometres is going to be. Before we head down to Nick,
that's a big lose.
We've got information coming through that is that the Vortex?
Yeah, that's where he went off. It's gravel at turn 4 that we need to clean up.
Right, so that is why we've got the code 60. The Vortex is in the gravel and being recovered. Let's head down to the pits for Nick Damon, though. Nick, what you got?
This car fixed, just a new tyre. Now, what is going to happen is that the BMW from Century, currently, I think, I can't know their first, second or third at the moment, but they're obviously one of the 3 players. They're going to come in for a full service, including driver change. So that means Carl Cavers will get out and Jack Barrow will get in, and they will take 25% fuel. The question is that when the CP roll down the pits, have they done enough laps to be able to put 50% fuel in since they last stopped?
Well, they've got...
They can obviously put 60 litres in.
Yeah, they've been out for 26 minutes so far, Nick. So
not quite. That's not half a stint, is it?
They'll be able to... Yeah, they'll not quite half a stint, but they'll be able to go to maximum, though.
Here comes Sergei Nikolai in the EB Motors Porsche, the number 95. This is going to be a full service, as you rightly said, Phil. This is a terrible time for them because they would obviously have wanted an absolute full slug of 90 litres of fuel. Instead, they're going to get to about 22, 23, and they'll definitely have to roll down the pit lane again if this code 60 lasts long enough. Tyres already done. Nikolai just trying to change the belts. To my left, I look the other way, there is the BMW M4 GT3 of Century Motorsport with a 002 saying he was second when he came in. They are doing the driver change, just getting out now is Carl Cavers. Louis Barrow trying to get himself in. Going in for fuel is the light blue 438 GT4 BMW as well. So there's an outside chance we might fill up all 8 of our pumps. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it? Here comes our... Well, we don't know, net leader or not, but passing on the pit lane, there goes Joe Foster. So he's now gone past the BMW. He is behind as he goes into the pits of the EV Motors car. But of course, the EV Motors car is going to get 23 litres. He's going to get 60. So absolutely at the moment, have to say that this has worked out as a net advantage in a major way to CP Racing. So far,
this is the second time that's happened. Remember the other code 60 where they got really lucky just coming down to the final corner when it was called, and they were able to come in and do their stuff there as well.
Sergio Nikolai that's how you say it, by the way. It's Sergio.
Sergio.
Yeah, Sergio. It's easy for me to remember because that's half of my name.
Okay.
He's moved off the fueling and back out. He's still showing in the lead.
They've changed drivers though.
Oh, have they? Sergio's out of the car.
Yeah, he got out the car.
Hang on, as he leaves the pit lane.
He had to because he's in 2 hours.
That's a good point.
Yes, he was right at his maximum.
That was the driver that had 4 minutes left. That driver identification has not kicked in yet.
We might get that when it comes around across the start-finish line.
All right. It's usually as it leaves the
pit lane, because the sensor's at the end of the pit lane to start the stint.
They're supposed to turn a little button.
Sorry, Nick. Go on, Nick. Go on.
They're supposed to turn a button or press a key, and that gives an indication of who's driving. And then they, as they pass over the sensor, it says that's who it is. You get about 3 laps to get it right.
Yes.
And after that, you get told off. So I have a quick word with Sergio. Sergio, obviously a bit stiff after 2 hours in the car. Enjoyable 2 hours or hard work?
Oh, it was enjoyable. I love the car. Also the track. It's a little bit hard. It's the first race with the GT3 and the first double stint. But I feel very great. I think I can get one more stint till the end.
We get the impression that this Code 60 came at a very bad time for you.
Not really, because I just had 4.2 liter in the tank. It's coming very good, but because of the Pro BOP, we can get also only 23 liters. It's not helping so much, but it's good.
Okay, so you save some time in the changeover, but you're going to have to come down again to get more fuel.
Exactly. If the Code 60 is long, we can get more fuel.
You must be very pleased with the speed and the competitiveness of the car, given it's the first time any of you guys have driven it in competition.
The speed is amazing. I can't describe the speed on the corners because we don't have inserts. My back is hurting a little bit on the corners, but it's okay. I love this car.
Sergio, well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Really good run here. What I think the winner out of all of this, well, certainly this Code 60, is us, Phil.
Yes.
Because it's, once again, it's flip-flopped that sort of situation where we had them swapping the lead, and it's kind of, I think, given us a bit of a level, especially if the Manamauri Energy by EB car gets in again and tops off.
Yes.
And can come in again.
It changes the dynamic quite a bit because it puts those two back on a level playing field. CP Racing still have the upper hand, I believe, just with this, they can run longer. But if it is a long Code 60, but we did see the Vortex out of the gravel, and whether it's towable, we're not sure at this stage. But if it's towable back, it's probably going to be another 2 laps under Code 60. We do have some corner work going on, getting some gravel off of the circuit with just on 2 hours and 24 minutes to go, and they are going to be able to tow that back to the pits.
So at the moment we've got a recovery vehicle just backing up to the front of the Vortex and a tow hitch about to be applied to it. We're sweeping gravel off, well, it's the tarmac access road on the outside of the corner. So we are getting towards getting that Vortex back to the paddock, unless, of course, he's able to fire that car up himself and get there under his own steam.
Well,
they are hitching it.
Yeah,
for a moment there, I thought he was putting the tow rope away, but no, he's actually hitching the car.
When they got it off, we had a camera shot, and the door did get opened. So obviously he said, "No, I don't have anything. I can't drive the car, and or I can't start the car." But that may have changed. Door open again.
Yeah.
And I think he's trying to get going. I really do. I think he's trying to get going. And the marshals and him are having a little bit of a hand discussion.
Well, first race, remember, for that Vortex 2.0. Nick's going to add something.
Yes.
Are you going to do it in Andrew Marriott's voice, Nick?
No, because I love Andrew too much. Right. The Vortex had this problem earlier.
Battery.
Restarting after a spin. It would kind of chunter, sort of run, and then as soon as you turn the electrics on for the lights, it would stop again. And the way they managed to fix it last time was actually plug an auxiliary battery in, and then it started. And that was 2 stops ago. Last stop, when it came in, it was fine. It started its own. But I think, they've probably had electrical problems. Despite the early belt snap on their alternator, I just wondering whether they're perhaps not generating enough power generally, and they've got a slow drain. Also happening right now is that the EV Motors car is going in for its next slug of fuel as well. And interestingly, Paul Trustwell told Greg Hamilton-Jordan to get 25% as well about 2 minutes ago.
Their strategist working remotely from the Isle of Wight, just off the south coast of the United Kingdom.
And the Vortex is mobile again and making its way probably back to pit lane. And this is the second time I think it's caused the Code 60 and actually got going again and made it back to pit lane. as they have been saying. It's possibly. Did you find out whether the rear diffuser was off the 1 model?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Because I was going to be calling it that the 1.5 rather than the 2.
No, they put the original version 2 diffuser on the back. The older version of the older version diffuser was far too narrow.
Okay.
It would have been a bit of a...
Under 1 minute until we get going green again, with 2 hours, 21.5 minutes to go before we see the checkered flag here at the second running of the 12 hours of Kuwait here at Kuwait Motor Town.
And that's helped this run to the flag for the 3 GT3 protagonists,
indeed,
including the EB Motors car, because that car has been able to get in and topped off the fuel. Just looking as to where he is. Let's Nick, what have you got?
Fuel, just 25%. Track wet green. Oh. They're losing a lot of time.
Oh, so they're losing track time now. Jack Barlow at the wheel of that. Was that correct?
Yep, Jack Barlow there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure there. It's Sabina De Castro's got it onto the 95.
It sits there. It sits there getting fuel, and everybody whizzing by on the main pit straight. And that must be very, very frustrating there for Jack Barlow, who needs to remain calm. He's acquitted himself pretty well there, and considering the teammates he's with, Carl Carver and Lewis Plato, they've been running together all season in the British GT Championship, and Jack has just fitted into that, and his lap times have been right there. Hopefully we can do some more deals and continue in the series. Might even see him at Dubai. And did he say he was coming to Dubai with Century?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I can't remember now.
My memory's only 30 minutes long.
Yeah, me too.
He said he was doing all 3.
He did he, Nick? Thanks,
yeah,
Nick.
I think so to me, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said that to me as well.
Vortex is coming under its own steam.
Yeah.
It's actually rolling into the pits. It said, I don't need no tow truck. I'm a Vortex. I'm not on fire. I'm coming on my own.
We mentioned it had fired up, and they took the tow hitch off, and it got away under its own steam. But it's in the pits, Nick. Is it with you?
Yeah, it's right next to me. They're having a look at where the how much gravel. They're having a really good look at that rear left where it caught fire. In some way, it's been lightly backed into something because it's bent the exhaust slightly on that left-hand side. I think this is absolute. The problem here is an electrical problem. Now, I'm not sure whether the electrical problem or that caused the spin, but it certainly caused the fact the car wouldn't restart easily. So this 12-hour test is turning out to be a quite...
They've learned a lot.
What's the word for it? Character building.
Yes.
Character building 12 hours. Because what you do, you turn up, you have a perfect practice, you have a perfect qualifying, you have a perfect night practice, and then after 5 laps of the race, it all slowly begins to go wrong.
Well,
but it's a learning experience.
To be honest, Nick, I think they should be happy with what they've brought there with that new Vortex.
It's quick.
It's bloomin' quick. Yeah, it was on the pace with the GT3s. Thanks, Nick. With GT3 pace very early on. The vagaries of running the car over a great distance is what has turned into play. And things manifest when we do this sort of race distance that you won't find over a 10-lap sprint or even a 60-minute practice session.
The exhaust wouldn't have burnt through in 10 laps.
That's right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And also, the damage caused, we still can't fathom and probably won't ever be able to answer this, but what caused the heat plate to be removed, that you're never going to get those conditions recreated in a 60-minute session. You're going to have to race for 6 hours. The build-up of rubber or whatever it might have been, or a piece of debris that took the plate off.
Well, we're hearing a lot of debris with these fan belts, with the belts coming off. There's debris that's causing the issues, even though they're well shielded and protected. A piece of rock or a piece of fairly solid rubber getting into there.
Well, there's the size of a we got bits of rubber there building up the size of tennis balls.
Yeah, and you can see them there, on the track as they're getting some temperature into the Hankook tyres. Is the 22 now out of the pits and out in pursuit of Joe Foster in the CP Racing car.
It's going to be interesting that Jack Barlow now has a mission statement, doesn't he?
He does.
He's lost that time with the track going green just as he was taking on fuel. The first mission statement he's got is catching the CP car.
Yep.
And we'll monitor lap times, we'll monitor gaps. At the moment, there's a lap between them, as far as I can gather there, Phil, there's a lap between the CP Mercedes and the Manamauri Porsche, who leads.
Yep,
so there's a
290, 289 and 288. That's where we stand at the moment for the top three.
One lap difference between all three.
Yep. And as they get up to pace, especially as Jack Barlow gets up to pace in the Century Motorsport car, it's going to change the dynamic. Looking at their fastest laps, the Century are 143.599 for CP Racing 143.229, about 0.3 difference there, and 143 flat for the Porsche. So the Porsche with that 90-litre fill-up is sort of suffering with the more frequent pit stops, even though John did say that the flat six is quite economical. I'm yet to see the data on that. But yeah, it really is. How do you go now? Because we're at 2 hours 15 minutes to go. Okay, maximum stint time is 2 hours, so they're going to have to do. You know, when I'm looking at that, you know, how many more stops they have to do with 2 hours to go, given that they're getting 50-55 minutes before they have to come in and pit for fuel. So that's going to be interesting to see if anybody goes into lift and coast mode to try and stretch it out to stop that. What was John was saying before is that half stint that you may need to get to the end of the race, and he'll have his abacus back in the commentary box a little bit later on to try and work that out.
Well, we're about just under 15 minutes away from that golden 2 hour to go mark, and that's when we can start.
The reset happens.
The fog begins to clear.
Yeah.
And you're able to, well, certainly for my size brain, Paul Truswell can see the sort of thing I'm about to say with about 8 or 9 hours to go. But for me, it's like always been in the last couple of hours where you're kind of aiming for that. You're always aiming for that final fuel window, aren't you?
Yes.
And you know you're aiming to stretch the fuel window towards that final one, and it doesn't matter whether it's a 6 hour, 12 hour, or 24 hour. It's that's what your target is.
I remember when we started doing endurance racing here in the Middle East around 2006, when we first had the 24-hour race. And it was, back then, it was a full endurance race. You just had to nurse the car. These GT3 cars now, Joe, it's 24 sprint sections.
It is.
Literally. Because, I mean, you have a look at that AMG Mercedes. That AMG Mercedes has got a massive understress lump at the front of it. And another one going off down at 14 and coming back on to the circuit. And that's the 971. That is Enrico.
No, 977.
977.
Is it 977 or 971?
I think it's 971.
You're right, Phil.
971 is Enrico in the second place, 992. A few laps behind, 3 laps behind Luke Breakers in the red camel Jordans.nl.
Significant though, Phil, because he's second in the 992 class.
Yes.
And Enrico Fulgenzi is the driver.
And around about 4 laps ahead of the K. Kramer Racing 936 car with Moritz Kranz at the wheel at the moment. So quite a gap happening between the 992s. As you said, Joe, when we get to that 2 hour mark, then we'll start to see where they are on pit strategy. Or the 992s at the moment, the leader has 8 stops.
Battle at the back there, because we've just seen the Razzoon Racing crossbow overtake the Janetta Christian Broberg at the wheel of the CWS car, and he's put that crossbow onto the same lap as the Janetta. They are both on. They are both 41 laps off the lead. They are now on 252 laps completed next time by. So now we will see whether or not that crossbow continues to regain position, and at the moment that's looking on target.
So 1 for the Janetta, 148 for the Janetta.
And that's a GDX class battle, remember, Phil?
It is indeed the GDX class battle. Both lapping in the 48s at the moment, and keeping it that V8 in that GDX. My goodness, that sound that comes out of that Ford V8. And I love their ethos about racing series, something that's equivalent to a 992 Cup car. You know, big thumping V8 in the front of it.
Well, that's a business plan, though, isn't it?
It's a business plan.
Yeah.
How many? It is a business plan. I support it. I think it's a great idea.
Well, like Lauren said, if we had a grid of 5 or 8 of those cars in amongst the 992, if they're on the same sort of pace as the 992 Cup cars, I'm pretty sure Creventic would create a class. The 992 class, very popular for obvious reasons, but I think that's what Lawrence Tomlinson was on about. That's exactly what he was meaning.
Yeah.
You know, there's healthy Carrera Cup championships. These cars are all over the world. A little bit of variation on a theme by bringing them here and racing them over these longer distances. The cars are great.
Yes.
I don't know, have you ever run a Carrera Cup?
I've done both. I've done a Janetta, but a G20, so a little bit. But I've driven a GT3 Cup car, the one with the stick in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And I can't drive Porsches. The engine's in the wrong spot. Okay, and we've got 2 places. We've got 2 places at the Autodrome, and we've got Porsche Tree and Porsche Wall, and that's all from lift-off oversteer.
Yeah.
Okay, but I've driven the Porsche, and I can understand why people love them.
Well, yeah. The other thing is, I've helped run Porsches in Cup cars in endurance racing in the UK, and the customer support is there.
Yeah.
They are very robust, and I think when Janetta gets developed, or the new Janetta gets developed, that's a key factor. The reliability factor, the robustness of the car, and as well as the pace of the car, that's important. But you know what? That's a great vision of Mr. Tomlinson's, to have a grid of those Janettas on the same sort of pace as a Carrera Cup car.
And when I hung up my driver's hat and before I put on my commentator's hat, I had to do my stewarding just to repay all of the misdemeanors I did while I was a driver. And I was a steward for Porsche Super Cup. Okay, with Steve Stringwell and as our chairman of stewards, and Pete Roberts as a race director, and I did the races at Yas and Monaco and a few other races as well. And when you sit in the drivers' meeting at that sort of level with Super Cup, with the support and what comes to the track and what you have to buy, and then you ramp that down, that you've got Super Cup, then you've got massive amount of Carrera Cup racing going across everywhere with earlier model cars, etc., etc. It's just big.
There's the Century BMW just unlapping himself from Joe Foster in the CP Racing Mercedes, putting that Century BMW onto the same lap now, so he has to come all the way around and get back on the tail of the CP Racing Mercedes to regain that second place. So that recovery drive after being caught out by this Code 60 and the refueling is on target. These mission statement tick the first box, catch and unlap yourself from the Mercedes. Now box number 2, build up a space of 1 lap. That's not going to be an easy task.
No.
It's going to take a lot of time, and we are only 8 minutes away from clicking that box of 2 hours to go.
Yeah, on that last lap, Joe was on at 48 and Jack was on 45. So there's only a 3-second differential at the moment. That's going to take a long time to do that. Once again, we've got to start understanding where the race is going to play out in this last 2 hours to see who has got what left, looking at times that people have been behind the wheel. And doing the stuff. Foster's been out there 47 minutes, 13 minutes for Sabine de Castro in the 95 in the lead, 18 minutes for Jack Barlow. So they're off sync at the moment. The two 95 and 22 are the ones that are more on sync. He came in a lap later, and hence to the Code 60 ending. But Yeah, it's been evenly balanced. I was looking at this earlier on. Century Motorsport have led 122 laps. Manamuri have led 114. It's been bouncing backwards and forwards on pit stop strategy. The guys who just get there when these guys come into the pits, 56 laps from CP Racing. But when I look at the amount of pit stops that they've done at the moment, even though they did come in for the splash and dash due on an earlier Code 60, I reckon there's still 2 pit stops difference, which is 4 minutes in there. And I take 2 off those guys, they're on 12, and CP Racing are on 10, and there's 4 minutes. You know, that's significant.
Yeah, it is.
And they're gonna have another one of those as well. They'll have to do probably one less, because they get an hour and 15 minutes. These guys get 50 to 55 minutes.
Well, they've just gone through. We've got a 1:46.2 from the leading Porsche, Sabino De Castro, putting in that time at 1:46.083 from Joe Foster. That's 0.2 quicker, and then a 1:44.4 from Jack Barlow, who is the quickest car in the top class at the front of this field overall. Luke Breukers is lapping consistently in the 1:48. He's a little bit quicker than the car behind him in the 992 class. 4th overall and 5th overall is the Red Camels car, the number 909, and the 971 number Rabdan. That's the Rabdan Racing by Fulgenzi. And just take us round this lap here of the KUWAIT Motor City track. What a fabulous facility this is. And that first corner there, Phil,
don't lift.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. It's that's shall I, shan't I?
Yeah.
And then you've got, very, very rare, is a long straight with a kink like that, followed by an even longer straight.
Exactly.
Phenomenal. And then heavy braking.
Those bumps there are getting worse on the braking bumps, which you get at those high speed down.
And it's quite steep there. You go up and over the brow. You can't see that curve there, the apex. You can't see that one. And then it sort of flans itself out. And this one just never ends. And it's where to start tucking that car into the left-hand side to optimise the exit speed, because you've got almost a hairpin left through this one. Out of the hairpin left to turn 7. Again, very, very late to exit that, through a short kink, and then into this lovely sequence of S's here.
Oh, I love this.
And again, it's flat chat, just picking your line. A little bit of a confidence lift there, through the left-hand section, and then down towards this sort of hexagon shape.
It's hexagon. It's a quadrella now, because we've lost the last one. So we've gone into the quadrella version of this. As you're trying to maintain that same steering angle, then you go straight on in to the carousel.
I mean, this is brilliant. I think this could well become the signature corner here.
I think so. It's where most of the action has happened today.
Yeah.
And everybody trying to get it right. He's got a steering warning up on his dashboard. He's not having too much. He's just ignoring that, as most racing drivers do, until an engineer gets on and says, we need to pit. Oh, loses the back end into the final corner. Big hunk of oversteer there. Wow. That was 1:48.220.
I wonder what that steering warning
It's gone
is.
away now.
It's gone away now. Let's have a nip down. What was that, Nick? Do you know?
No, that was a positioning question for the team. But what I will say is it's very, very quiet down here, as it often is after a Code 60. You have that kind of storm and then the calm. I need to talk to you off air, Joe.
All right, I'll fade you down. Phil will talk, and then you can talk to me.
Michael Simpson is first in class and in P8 in the Janetta G56
leave
Cup
the mic
car.
and the clipboard and the stuff in the garage.
0.3 seconds behind
the cage on the table.
The BMW GT4. Different classes, leading that class by a considerable amount of laps, 272 laps on that. And then we are on around about 256 laps for Haytham Kawarajuli in the Razuna More Than Racing car that's had its fair share of issues as well. And still in the pit box for the Vortex, Lionel Amarouche was at the wheel of that one when it went backwards into the gravel at turn 3. Made its own way back to the pits, but still some work to do down there. As We are just about at the 2-hour mark, Joe, that critical mark where everybody looks at their watches and goes, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to make this to the end? Yeah, how are we going to do this and play fair? And
this is what, when we went green at 10 a.m. this morning, this part of the race now, at that 2-hour to go mark, is what everyone is aiming for.
Yes.
Can you remember, I think it was Shane Lewis, it might have even been on the grid when he spoke to Nick, or it was certainly very, very early on, and might have even been Charles Espinlaub. Nick, who was it that said, who was it of the CP drivers, before you give us your report, who said, we keep to our pace until we have to go racing in the final couple of hours?
It was only Charlie who I spoke to.
Yeah, I think it was Charles Espinlaub.
I spoke to Charles at his first stop. I think I may have said the first stop. Just so you know, we've got the second in GT4 has come in for the stop. That's the 429, the white Century Motorsport. It's a full service with tyres and fuel. And that's me. So I'll see you all next race.
Yes, Nick is done for the day, as I'm taking over down there very, very soon, and taking us to that all-important podium presentation at the end of the race. We've still got a little while to go, and also as we click into the final couple of hours, it's our Spirit of the Race Awards.
Indeed.
Thoughts on that, everybody?
Yes, indeed. We'll have our thoughts on that as we continue on. As Mr. Heindorf returns from his possibly lovely arrayas, if there were any left.
There were a couple.
Yes.
There'd been enough talk about food, because everybody in the grandstand was looking around to see where Nick was when he was telling everybody he wasn't going to get fed, which is quite interesting. You're listening and watching live coverage of round 1 of 3 of the 12-hour of the Middle East Trophy. It is the 12 hours of Kuwait. Hankook 24-hour series. The end of 2023 becomes the start of 2024. There are 2 hours to go. So let's have a quick look at the standings. It's now 2 minutes at the head of the field between the Porsche and CP Racing. Joe Foster behind the wheel there. But remember, CP Racing have an advantage when it comes down to fuel. Some of that advantage that they had in terms of their stint lengths has been wiped out with the full course purple that we had. But the advantage that they've had is that they were able to put twice as much fuel in as everybody else. So that is going to play out again. It delayed slightly the opportunity for them to do a single stint whilst everybody else was doing 2 runs down the pit lane. But what it will do is that means that they can still, I reckon they can still save a pit stop on everybody else.
Possibly. They're 56 minutes into their stint at the moment. We know they can run out to around about an hour 10, hour and 15. The 2 other cars are only 5 minutes apart from their stints, but Jack Barlow was in the fueling zone when it went green. So put more fuel in the tank than
Joe Foster is in 56 minutes. He's only been out 13 laps since he was in the pit lane.
Yeah. So it's going to come down to, I think, that played into CP's hands, the code 60, and possibly disadvantaged Century Motorsport, as they were in the pits when we went back to green again. So we're waiting to see how that plays out.
It will come down to how much EB Motors played it very well, because they came in twice. So they came down the pit lane twice under the code 60. So they got the same amount of fuel under code 60 as CP got, as did Century Motorsport. But they had to come down the pit lane twice. But because we were under code 60, it didn't really cost them a huge amount of time. So I'm not sure that that was a huge advantage. Shane Lewis did his 40 laps, and Joe Foster has now done 28 laps, split into 2 14-lap stints because of that code 60. in the middle of that situation. But it's balanced, of course, it's balanced everybody up.
Yeah.
So what you've got now, instead of having all the cars sitting on the lead lap, you've got a lap between each of them.
Yes.
As they stand at the moment. And that means that CP Racing have to save a pit stop.
Yes.
To have a chance, because they don't have the extra speed at the end of the race over the other two. They've got quick drivers, but they're so closely matched. They will not make up the gap on the Porsche by pure speed alone. So
they will pit in the next 15 minutes, which means they will have to do a splash and dash to get to the end.
Who's the Porsche?
No, the CP Racing. They're at 58.9 minutes at the moment, so they're going to have 10 to 15 minutes.
No, but don't forget they've put an extra
fuel in
half
there,
a tank of fuel in.
Yeah.
They put another 60 litres in. So the only thing that's stopping that's giving them an issue now is Joe Foster can do in 1 more hour if they want him to.
Yeah.
And Joe's averages are pretty good. So it will be, if I was them, what they're running, there's 1 hour and 55 to go. They really need to run Joe, if he can, to about another 40 minutes.
Yep.
And then that will be the last pit stop.
Yeah.
So that it's kind of not helped them. Sabina De Castro, when did he get in the car? No, so he's just got in.
25 minutes.
Yeah, so he has got probably just over an hour in that car. So he's put half a tank in. So he's got another hour in that car if he wants it. And then they can go, oh, now that's interesting. Because if he gets an hour, there'll be 55 minutes to go.
Oh.
So that'll be their last stop.
Yeah.
It just depends how much room they had in the tank.
True.
So when they stopped the first time, there was 32 laps gone. So they were nearly out.
Yes.
So then they put 25% in. Then they put another 25% in. So they've got 50%. So actually, they're not far away from having to pit, I would say. They'll have 2 or 3 more laps and they can't make it to the end. From there, they will have 1 more pit stop. It's exactly the same for the BMW. So they've got to leave Joe Foster out now for half an hour or so, maybe a tad more. And then they'll be on fuel to the end. They can fuel to the end. If they can get to 45 minutes past this hour, so actually that is 40 minutes from now in CP, then they can possibly go to the end. And that is going to be, so 14 laps out of 40. And then they put 50% in. Oh, that's going to be tight.
My abacus is smoking over here because it's really difficult to work out.
Steering warning.
Yeah, we've had that up before. It did go away before the last corner previously. I think that's the 909.
It is indeed.
Yeah,
Fourth place car.
Yeah,
being driven at the moment by Luke Breukers.
Yeah, we've had that warning up for a little while when we did a hot lap with him about 4 or 5 laps ago. And I think it's just ignore and don't take too much in it. As we said that he had a big tank slapper at the final corner, so maybe there is a steering issue. He's just managing it at the moment. It really hasn't dropped his pace down too much. He's doing the 48s.
That's a Cup car, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to look something up.
Yep.
He's doing a nice job at the moment if he has got a problem.
Leading the class by around 4 laps from the rubbed down by Fulgenzi car, and then another 4 laps back to the 3rd place in the 992, the K Kramer Racing, with Maurice Kranz at the wheel. So those 3 have stayed together on the leaderboard in 5th, 6th and
4th, 5th and 6th overall.
Didn't help at all.
Oh, he lost the back end again.
Well, that's the way he likes. That's the way his brother likes the car.
Taily.
Very taily, and it does help. You know, you've got a bit of weight at the back of a
behind
911.
the rear axle.
Yeah, and therefore it helps to rotate the car, but it is knife edge to how you get the setup. See, as he comes through the 4 right-handers, he's a bit smoother than his brother, but he is lifting off a lot earlier as he goes down through the gearbox now into turn 16A. Let me have a look. Down the back straight. And into the final corner. And again, a bit of a slide there.
Yeah.
Not sure that the sound is quite synced with what we're seeing on the video, but it's clear from his movement on the steering wheel.
Leader into the box. Sabino De Castro pitting now from the lead. He had about a lap over Joe Foster in the CP racing car, and that is at 1 hour 50 to go. So
one more stop for them.
Yes, yeah, 1 hour 50 to go.
One more green flag, full fuel stop. They can get to the end from here.
And we've also got Fabian DeFeo in the AGMC racing team by Simpson Motorsport, leading the GT4 category at the moment in the pits, running 8th overall on 278 laps, 10 laps ahead of Nathan Freak in the Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, running 2nd in the GT4 category.
I am trying and failing desperately. I'm trying desperately and failing totally to find out what steering system they use on a Cup car. I think it's an electric system. Which would make it, and this is what I'm trying to find, to make it, to try and find what is going wrong with it. And season information. I talk about so many Carrera Cups, I really should know this, but I also talk about a lot of Porsches in other specs. All the engine specs are there, but I'm not sure that everything else is. Here we go. Yes, electromechanical power steering.
There you
go. So it's not as if the power steering pump belt has fallen off it. So a steering warning on the Cup car probably means an electrical fault.
Yes, and some form of change. Change for the lead. CP Racing go past Sabino De Castro's Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors in the fuel station. And
so that is
the lead.
What are we now? 21, 22 lead changes?
Oh, we have a massive amount of lead changes.
It was 19 the last time I looked.
Yep, and let's have a look at how many we have now. Leader history, 20 changes of lead so far.
And that's 5 different cars that have led.
Yes.
Because we did have actually the 909 Cup car leading at one stage.
Yes, that's right, up to that first stanza of pit stops.
Yeah.
And just under the first hour as the 992 Cup cars a little bit less thirsty than the others.
Hello to Jerry Z, who's back from his chores, listening back in. He says he might have to turn off the audio a bit for work, dependers, but I'm making full use of picture-in-picture, he said. Oh, he's got a bargain. He's just bought a $500 Weber grill for $100.
Ooh.
Now that's the kind of Black Friday deals I can get on board with.
Most definitely.
Fantastic. Well done, Jerry Z. And hope all is going well for you at home. Here is the erstwhile leader heading into the fuel stop.
just making its way back out onto the circuit, and we'll see them when they cross the line.
They've dropped down into third now as Joe Foster has just gone through into second.
Here they come out of the pits.
Sorry, Joe Foster's gone through to the lead, hasn't he?
Yep.
So they've just gone through. So where's Jack Barker in the number 22? He must have been somewhere close. Oh, he's just ahead of them, actually. He's coming through turn 8 now as they're coming into turn 6. So it's almost a full lap on the field now. Janetta Squaglita says, I've just looked in the user manual for the GT3 Cup car. The user manual says ignore this light. See,
it's brilliant.
I have done on my 968 Sport. I had a warning light that I knew I couldn't cure for a while because I needed a new sensor. So I cured the warning light by putting a bit of electrician's tape over it.
See, I go a step further. I put gaffer over it.
Full gaffer?
Yeah, because electrical tape will start to peel up at the ends and you get the glow around it.
It wasn't going to be on that long. And I didn't want to leave sticky on from the gaffer tape on the plastic instrument bidding on.
Yes, true. However,
I knew it was still there, but...
Yeah, I'm more agricultural than you, John. We fix tractors with fencing wire.
Yeah, of course you do.
Okay.
So an hour and 3/4 to go. Let's just look at this again at the front of the field, because this is getting down to crunch time. When we say the stagger has to unwind, it is beginning to unwind now. Depending on how much fuel Joe Foster has got, I think, oh my goodness, he might be able to go 16:33. He's done 45 minutes since he came out of the pits with half a tank of fuel. Extra.
That's the key.
Half a tank of fuel extra. So 60 litres added to what he will have consumed in 14 laps. Wow, it's tight. But he won't have consumed half a tank of fuel. I think he can do it. And I think you've got to leave him out there. If you want to win overall, I think you've got to leave him out there and only do one more stop.
Yeah.
So he's got to go about another 25 minutes.
Yes. And if they can get that and make that 2 minutes up, that final stanza, they can go into full fuel saving.
He's not in danger of his 2 hours,
no.
Is he? No, 27 minutes in that first part. And so, yeah, I think it's doable.
Yeah.
It would mean he had done an hour since coming out the pits, maybe an hour and 5 minutes, but I think he'll have the fuel for that. And at the moment, his lap times, I'd say leave him out. And then who does the last stint? Well, pick any one of the other drivers. At the moment, Joe's lapping within a second, 1.5 to 1.7 seconds of the car's best. He's lapping at roughly the same speed as Jack Barlow in the BMW in second. In fact, he was 0.2 quicker last time around. He was 6-7 tenths slower than Cosimo Papi last time around, but Cosimo's a lap and a bit and has to stop again. Now, when does Century come in? That's the other question. They've done 20 laps since they did their slap. So, tight.
Yeah.
How much have they got? They've put half a tank of fuel in, and so they've been out there now for just on, getting on for, 40 minutes.
Yep.
Since they came out after their second fuel splash. So where can they get to? How close? But the problem with them, they can only do an hour unless there's another.
Exactly.
So it doesn't really matter for them. They're in the area now where they do one stop now and then do one more stop to the end.
Yeah.
So they've got any time now, they can stop now and then just do one more stop. So they're within the 2-stop window to the end.
Yeah.
Sabina De Castro, Cosimo Papi actually, who's behind the wheel, is within one more stop to the end as long as he does about 40 minutes, which he will do because he's just got in. Joe Bradley's joined us in the pit lane and is watching the leader in the 992 class with that warning light having been extinguished for the steering, and well, this is new tyres but no driver.
I came down here to ask the question about the warning light, but as I got here, there was a little bit of consternation within the team. Lots of concerned looks. Team started running about. The car's just been in and taken on a fresh set of Hankooks. Suspect puncture on one of the tyres. I'm not sure which tyre, but Ivo, I didn't have a chance to interview anybody until this week the job was done. So, Ivo, there was a lot of panic going on there. What was all that about?
Yeah, panic. Of course, when we made the last stop, it was during Code 60. We can only refuel 28 liters. Then again, 12 liters, so we're short. But also our tire pressure was too low, much too low. We don't want to take the risk running around too low pressure, so we decided to put new tires, and these tires can last until the end. So in the end, I will go in and do the last few laps.
So was the tire pressures being too low, costing you lap time?
No, not really lap times. The lap times were quite okay, but we have run quite long on very low pressures on the curbs, and that's a potential risk in damaging the tire. And we cannot use a flat tire now.
So that set of tyres now will take you all the way to the flag. What about the steering warning light that we've seen on the onboard?
Well, that's a problem in alignment of the sensor on in the axle of the steering wheel. More Porsches have it. I think we also saw another onboard. Somebody else had the same problem. We always push it away, but if you don't push it away, then all other alarms will not show. So we get used to it.
Right. It's like having an engine light on. I had one on my car for about 5 years. It's a similar thing.
I don't know. I don't know your engine, but it's better to have a steering wheel problem. You can feel things than an engine. If oil alarm comes up, then a bigger problem.
That's a lot different, yes. Thanks, Ivo. I take it from this point, you guys are already, you're thinking about the checkered flag, getting into the flag. When are you due in next for you to take over?
We look at the race, of course. We put fuel in. We wait until Lucas stint time is finished. Or earlier for Code 60. So that's, but the race isn't done yet because I think the team of Fulgenzi, they are one stop ahead, and I suppose they will put in Christopher Zuckeling in the end. And Christopher against me, he will be a lot faster, so I really have to go for it.
No pressure as ever. Thanks, Ivo.
The only thing I would say about that, they've got better part of 5 laps between those two cars, so there isn't a lot of pressure on either Luke or Ivo when he gets in the car. The only thing I would say about that is if they can't clear that warning off, it means they're not seeing any other warnings.
Oh. That's interesting. Because it did go away and then we had the normal stuff there. Yeah.
Right, sorry, we can't hear your interviews, Joe, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, right, really? Oh, right. So what Ivo said was if you don't clear it, you can't see the rest of your dash. So there's obviously a clear button on the steering wheel.
Actually, that's disappeared now, so that's cleared.
And here it comes again.
And then it's just popped up again, as I said that, sorry.
As he's steering.
If I remember rightly, on the Porsche, the clear button is, I'm trying to remember which side it's on. I think it's on the bottom, on the right-hand side. Because I always thought that was odd. I thought it would be one of the top ones.
Yeah, true.
To clear. But they're for things that you use more often.
I think underneath that is his delta times.
Yeah,
and that's what he would be looking for. But with a 5-lap lead, do you really need to look at that?
And I'm sure that the radio's still working, so they can tell him what's going on.
Exactly.
And there'll be bits to car telemetry. So if there was a tyre pressure warning or something like that, actually, he's still got that
on the left-hand side.
Yeah. So that's all right. And also, you can configure even on the Cup car, you can configure the dash in several different ways. I do like the steering wheel on the Cup car. It's very reminiscent with the Porsche badge in the middle of it, of the 50th anniversary steering with 911 steering wheel. But that obviously that was full over the top, but it had the flat bottom and not any buttons on it like that. It was fairly clear. Just having a look to see what else I can glean from his dashboard at the moment, but I'm not sure what radio station he's listening to, quite honest. Coming down to 90 minutes, 96 minutes still to run, and still to be resolved. The top 3 spots on the podium and the overall winner of the race. Yes, I mean that, because we do not quite have a clear picture yet. CP Racing lead, and we are getting down to, it's 20 minutes still, I reckon that car's got to do to get somewhere close for Joe Foster.
I think I know what he's doing. He's out in the 45s now. He's saving fuel.
I think he has to be.
Yeah, because the other 2 are now 2 seconds a lap quicker. And Cosmo Pappy's now within 15.5 seconds of Jack Barlow. There is still a lap or 1 minute and 8 seconds between Joe Foster and Jack Barlow for first and second.
So here's how it stands. CP Racing, maybe, possibly, can stretch this stint long enough to go to the end on 1 more stop.
Yeah.
Century Motorsport have 2 stops, 2 visits to the pit lane, and there will be. I'm impressed they've got that this far through here, because this is 50 minutes since they topped the car up twice in the last Code 60. So I'm not sure how they're getting this far. Vortex back on the apron. Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors with Cosimo Bappi behind the wheel. They have 1 more stop to do. They've got to do another 30, let's say 40 minutes.
They've only done 12 minutes at the moment, so they'll get that, because they've got 50 to 55 minutes on a tank for that car.
Yeah.
And being the Porsche, it's a little kinder, but only holding maximum capacity of 90 litres.
Their advantage is when they stop to fill it back up again, they're putting the least amount of fuel in.
Yes.
Because they're only putting 90 litres in. The BMW has to stop twice and put 100 litres in each time. CP Racing, the Mercedes, ideally would only stop once, but they're putting 120 litres in.
Yeah.
And that's the key to where we are, and we still haven't got that full picture. I was kind of wishing it would go green all the way to the end. We had a super long run of green, which was over 3 hours and 38 minutes before. Actually, that's 4 hours and 28 minutes, because we had just a yellow flag in the middle of that. So 4 hours, nearly 4.5 hours of green flag racing between the 3rd and 4th Code 60s. Code 60 has taken 12 laps, and it's about 5 minutes a lap, so just over an hour.
Yep.
An hour and 6 minutes, actually. So, not bad. The longest of those Code 60s was 28.5 minutes when we were trying to get the KTM Crossbow onto a flatbed, when it had that right rear suspension and hub issue. It couldn't be towed, and they wanted to be very careful of how they lifted it off the side of the track and onto the flatbed.
Well, we saw the engine cover up, and that's where the attachment points were for the crane. At that end of the car was right above the engine, probably at the suspension pickup points.
Yeah.
In there, so they had to have that up, and then the crane didn't almost make it. The truck didn't almost
well
make it
done with
around.
the truck driver. That's one of my moments of the race.
Yeah,
That.
exactly. He got through that very, very quick, very cleanly, but albeit very, very slowly, getting that car back to the pits.
I'm told by Marcel Duke, who's a doctor of engineering and runs with Mueller Motorsport in the Nürburgring. Hello, Marcel. Thank you. The steering warning is a common issue when you driving a Cup car in the heat of the day and you're pushing the car, so no worries. He says it happens in the 992 Cup regularly with the cars that they run, unless they're driving in the cold at the Nürburgring. Well, he said, I think if that came up for me and I was on the Nordschleife, I'd be on the radio straight away. And I'm not sure that, that happens all the time, just ignore it, Hindhoff. I'm not sure that would work, to be honest. Marcel, best wishes for the festive season for you and Mulder. I know how hard you guys have been working this year. Thanks for tuning in and spending some of your downtime away from racing, watching racing.
Yes.
Good man. Good man.
We have the same illness.
Yeah, of course we do.
We all do.
At RSL_studio if you'd like to be in touch. Dave Alcock saying that the dash is very sophisticated in terms of information and astonishing that the onboard footage is so good we can clearly read the dash and warnings. Do you remember the early in-car footage from Bathurst in the 1000 from the 80s in comparison?
Peter Williamson's Toyota Celica was the first car there to have the Channel 7 camera in it.
You guys were miles ahead in Australia in that. I mean, in fact, the guy who, and sorry, I can't remember this, but he only died in the last couple of years. The tech who invented it, and it went worldwide. Yeah, his tech went worldwide, and it's probably the thing that has. It's done as much for motorsport and coverage as anything else has. Let's be honest, it must have done it much, if not more.
If you want to have a look at one of those laps early on with Peter Brock talking you around the mountain with his elbow on the window, across skyline on 3 wheels, and talking to the and the camera, in-car camera, just showing the master at work. It's amazing to see. We were all mesmerised by it in those days.
It was witchcraft, wasn't it?
It
and
was.
Then, do you remember, not only did you have a camera, the camera could move within the car.
Oh dear, yeah, when overtaking other cars, you get the wave.
We only used to see, Bathurst 1000, James Hardy 1000, whatever it was.
Yeah, Hardy Friday 500.
Hardy Friday 500 before that, when it stopped being a multi-class race, which it was right at the very beginning, and had 1 litre cars, a distant relative of mine, Bruce Hindhoff, won his class in a Toyota 1 litre, and in fact, of course, built the Hindhoff Gowan built the engine for Brocky when he was having one of his fallouts with the factory team, and won with the Tirana. I think it was 76 in the yellow and blue Tirana. It had Gowan Hindhoff written on the front.
Yep, XLR.
But great car. But I remember we used to see the highlights of that round about January and February when there was no motor racing on. Because it happened in October.
Of course.
And it was on an ITV programme, an afternoon programme called World of Sport, when you used to have the full afternoon of sport. So you'd have some live horse racing, you'd have a bit of wrestling on at the end of the day, they'd have some pre-recorded stuff, and somewhere around about the middle to the end of January, usually, sometimes just before Christmas, but normally in the next year, you would have a 45 or 50-minute highlight programme from Bathurst. And the one I remember, I mean, all of the onboards blew my mind, but I remember a link-up between, and I'm guessing it was probably, would it have been Bob Hawke, who was the Prime Minister then? Probably Brocky on the mountain and the captain of the Australian America's Cup yacht.
Yes, John, I know who you're talking about.
Big personalities, all of them. And they had them all talking together live. The yacht was on the water, Brocky was on the mountain, and Bob Hawke was in it. I think it was Bob Hawke that was, and he's up, and they 3-boxed it on the screen live at the same time.
Yes.
And I thought to myself, well, obviously we were watching it in highlights, but imagine watching that as it happened.
Yes. And you just, no, they've got it. This has to be pre-recorded. But Brock's going down Conrod Straight that didn't have a Caltex chase in it.
No, flat out.
That was flat out down there. And if you missed the end corner, you ended up at the university.
You were past Charles Sturt University. That's right. You were halfway down to the Oxford before you pulled it up on the outskirts of downtown Bathurst. Oh, brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
At RSL_studio, GC says, interesting the teams allow their onboard cameras to display that kind of info on a public broadcast that's freely available to any and all competitors. It's out there, you're doing it. What are they going to learn from it? I know other series, for some reason, Formula E are the ones that blank it all out, which is really odd. I know iRacing do it as well, so if you're looking at somebody else's onboard on iRacing, you just see a lot of zeros, which is very interesting as well. Nick Damon told me that. So, coming down now, under 90 minutes. We are predicting 361 laps.
John Bertrand.
John Bertrand,
yes.
well done.
Yeah, the skipper.
Good keyboard skills there, Mr. Anson. 57 seconds, the gap between first and second at the moment. And still we have this fantastic three-way battle with another 16 seconds back to third position. Raz, how about this, by the way? 277 laps in for this car. They've just come back out again. No, I'm right. I was just contradicting myself. So Haytham Caragiuli, who had problems in the KTM Crossbow GTX early on, has just done that car's fastest lap of the race. 1:45.997.
Well, he's a Kuwaiti and it's about the time they're getting up now. Just getting away, but very experienced around this circuit. And being
Loved his comments earlier on, by the way.
It was brilliant, wasn't it?
All good. Great to see local drivers supporting these events. Might not be the normal type of racing they're doing, but they come out, they know it's important to have the local identifying flags on the side of the cars being shown on the TV, being talked about on the PA.
Well, him and Khaled Al-Madaf, who has done a staggering job here. I just can't say. And Khaled and I used to race together back when he was a radical racer. And the effort that and time that he put into Haytham as well is just amazing of where they've got to.
And there's Luke Breukers just put the fastest lap in for the Red Camel Jordan.nl 992 Cup car. So he's still pushing along. They've got... Did I say they had 5 laps? I apologise. They have about a lap. Just getting on for 2 3/4 minutes on the Rabdan by Fulgenzi machine. So that is not over and done with yet, and that push needs to continue. Steering warning's back on again. So, the big slide, and he almost goes off in the final corner. On the lock stops for Luke Breukers. The full right-hand lock on that car, on and off. He had to take his left hand off the wheel to correct that slide, and this has been the story of this 909 all the way through the race, that it's been really taily and loose, as the Americans would say it, and that was extremely loose. That was extraordinary. I know it's not the quickest corner on the circuit, but my goodness, that was, never mind cool hand, Luke, that was quick hands, Luke, for that one.
Boy, that
was extraordinary. Dave Alcock, you've brought a rush of memories there. 50 minutes of Bathurst and World of Sport presented by the late, great Dickie Davis. Australia seemed light years ahead of us, and even of F1 at the time with the onboards. Was, mate? Invented onboards, absolutely. That's RSL_studio. 55 seconds at the head of the field. 15, call it 16 seconds between second and third. Pit stops still to play out. How are we sitting for those pit stops? This is so tight. Century Motorsport are playing themselves into this, but I don't think they've got another 22 minutes in that car. CP Racing need probably
12 to 15 minutes.
Let's get some interviews from the pit lane. Joe Bradley is on duty for us at the moment.
Janetta in. I take it from the body. Oh, hang on. Wait for that to go away. I take it from the body language of you and the team. Was that the last pit stop for the car?
Yeah, that was the last pit stop. We had a few issues with the Code 60. Sorry, language. It messed with our schedule we wanted to do. So now we had to do 2 shorter pit stops because we weren't going to match it with 1 long. So it's a bit of a problem, but we're here to enjoy also and have fun. So it's great. I enjoyed myself. Did the daytime when it was pretty hot. Yeah. And now nice and cool. You actually can see the GT3s come from far along, so it's easier to get out of the way. And yeah, it's nice racing, and everybody respects themselves out there. Just you can see they're very professional, very competitive, and very respectful at the same time.
The race has had some moments for you, especially that puncture that you encountered. How tricky was that?
Yeah, that came out of the blue. Hankook just told us it might be a valve failure, so it was a complete loss of pressure from the tire in turn 2. Yeah, that wakes you up. Then, actually, speaking on the radio with the team, we're asking them to see the live feed, if they could see a video of us, how bad the damage was, as I didn't want to carry the car if it had any structural damage. And somehow the tire unfolded itself, and we managed to bring her back to the pits, get a new set of right side only, like NASCAR. And yeah, we sent her off and did another hour. So it was good. Enjoyed that.
So as a driver, Christian, it's not just about going as quickly as you can for 12 hours. It's those moments where you have to be intelligent about bringing the car back on a flat tire. Is that where the challenge comes from as well?
Yeah, it's complicated because you have to think of the car as a whole. So there's no point of going 120 kilometers per hour on a flat tire if that tire is going to damage bodywork and brake lines and uprights. So maybe 60, 40, even crawling, I was maybe thinking of taking the tow truck, maybe if it's necessary, because there's no point bringing a damaged car to the pit lane if there's no way you're going to fix it and get back out there. So it's all about thinking, talking with the team. They have a lot of experience, CWS. This is my first Creventic event, so I rely on their experience a lot. And I'm just here to enjoy, do my driving. Did the nighttime, which was special. Kuwait doesn't have that much light, so you really have to rely on the lights of the car and yourself. So it's a little bit like driving blind, so it's very, very nice. It's not like Abu Dhabi, which is daytime, even at night. So it's very enjoyable. And the Janetta, we don't have that much straight line speed, so we're suffering a little bit there. But we catch up the GT3s, and we're a little bit in their way, let's say, in the second sector, which is nice. You know, you can see there's a little bit of a price difference between them and us, and that we can hold on to their pace in the second sector, in the fast corners, where it's all about downforce and G-forces. It's a lot of fun, so yeah, it's very nice. And thank you very much to Creventic for having us here. Amazing event. I really, really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Are you competing in the other Middle East rounds?
I hope so. I have to speak with Colin, see if we can make some sort of arrangement.
I think you've passed the test of bringing the car back with a punctured tyre and not damaging the car. I think you're in, Christian, if you ask me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody at home watching.
Once again, apologies for the language there. Christian apologised for himself as well. Sim Racing Bar Stewart, it might not be the biggest field, but this circuit races well, and we've seen some good races today. SRBS, you're absolutely right. Joe Foster, I reckon, has got 5 laps left in the tank. If he can do that, they can go on one more stop.
Indeed, he can, with just on an hour 18 to go. We know that car can do an hour 15, hour 10, hour 15 on a tank.
Well, I think it can do an hour 10, no problem, and another 5 laps when I worked it out would take him down to just over an hour 10. But don't forget, it won't be an hour 10 because he'll be in the pits for 2 minutes.
2 minutes, exactly.
So yeah. I think he needs 4 from now. He's on 36. That would give him a 40-lap stint. And this is a marathon stint because Joe had already been in the car before that for another 14 laps. So this is effectively a stint and a third, a little bit more than that for Joe. And this last 36 laps and him getting to about an hour and another 5 minutes, really, an hour and 12 before he pulls into the pit lane, an hour and 13, something like that. That's going to win them the race.
Yeah.
That is going to win them the race because that will be their last pit stop. And the car that they are racing at this point is not the second place car, because I am absolutely certain that the Century Motorsport BMW can't do another 17 minutes. And they have to do another 17 minutes to get the full fill, to get to the end. Joe Bradley.
John, I've managed to get the man who can answer our questions. We were speculating about the brand new Hankook that we're using now, and this man here is a man who has all the answers to the questions we had. Well, I'm sure you will. If you don't, so Giulio Rizza here from Hankook Tyres. Giulio, we have a brand new Hankook tyre here for Creventic Series. Tell us about how new is it and what's different?
It's new because it's our latest generation of customer racing tire. It's different from the previous one already from the numbers, not anymore C52, but C54H. So we already have 2 digits more than last time. It's as I said, it's our new customer racing tire, but the DNA is always the same. So drivers are enjoying some bit more of performance, of course. They can play a little bit more with angles and still the same reliability as the other one.
So from a performance sense, the tyre's got a little bit more speed, but it's also got a little bit more durability, has it?
Durability is the same as last tire, because what we're looking for is a tire that should be reliable for the whole stint, which with this car it's up to 120 minutes. It depends from the truck, of course, and depends from the car, but we say a full stint has to last with the tires. And for sure it's faster than the previous one.
How dependent are you as a tyre manufacturer that the engineers listen to you? Because, all right, I've worked behind the garage doors and I know how much engineers, you tell them no more than 5 degrees of camber and you can bet they're going to put 6 or 7 on there. Do you find that the people on this pit lane follow your lead?
That's challenging, but it's challenging for everyone everywhere, not just here in Creventic. Of course, we do assist them with on-site support. Engineers from Hankook attend every single event, not just Creventic ones. And we strongly recommend some setups and some parameters to look after. Of course, some engineer thinks they know more than us, which is also fine because at the end it's their car, but sometimes they learn the hard way.
So, Giulio, if I wanted Hankook tyres on my road car, I drive a Mercedes CLS, for instance. How much of the technology that you are discovering on the racetrack will I be able to put on my Mercedes?
The two families are strictly connected, the road legal tires and the racing tires. The R&D has a section for motorsport tire, but it's all in one building. So at the end, the minds behind tires are all the same. Right. So there is a lot of know-how coming from the races in our everyday tires. They are different, of course, but even the road tires are a very unique, high-technology product. Just think about that in every tire that you use every day, there are more than 100 different materials involved. So it's a very special product.
Yes, it's moved on from just plain old rubber, hasn't it? Thanks, Giulio. You've answered the questions. Basically, we wanted to know what you passed with the differences between last year's tyre and this year's tyre, and it's an evolution, isn't it? It's constant. We continue to push in all areas.
Never ending, of course. Yes, it's constant, and especially in Creventic, where we have so many different cars, so many different driving styles. It's also important for us, and we're learning a lot from them.
Thank you.
It's a sign of the technology that Giulio was talking about there. Hankook now are original equipment for performance manufacturers all over the world, including Porsche. They do an N-rated tyre for the new Cayenne and Boxster 718. And I know from experience, and I didn't get given these tyres. We bought these tyres for Yves Boxster, and I won't say what they replaced, but it's a superior tyre in every single level, every single area that you would judge it. It's quieter, it's exceptional in the wet, it has a better rolling resistance, so you actually get a little bit more mileage out of it. I mean, that's fairly subjective, I suppose, depends how you drive the car as well.
Right foot dependent.
Yeah, very right foot dependent. They're back to lift and coast again, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
And it's, as I say, Porsche are very particular. They have a special rating, like BMW, like Mercedes-Benz. They have what's called an N for Nordschleife or Nürburgring, apparently, is how they describe it. And every brand new Porsche car has to have tyres from a manufacturer that has an N-rated tyre, and they have to pass homologation from Porsche, and they like you to stay on those tyres. And having spoken to people who do a lot of tyre testing, I was fairly sceptical about it. They told me there are differences between one size of tyre from a particular manufacturer that has an N and doesn't have an N. And Hankook, the Ventus Evo that we have on Eve's Boxster, and it has performed very well indeed. Been on just over a year now, and it's very resilient, has a good feel. It's transformed the car from what we had on it before, and they are learning in the toughest laboratory in the world, on the racetrack, and some of their knowledge being applied to this new tyre. I also like his spinal tap, first of sort of logic there. Well, we've gone up 2 numbers and added a letter, so it must be better. It goes up to 11. Yes, but it's at the same place as the one that says 10. No, but it's 11, so it has to be better. Very good, Julio. Very good indeed. Thank you to our tyre partner for Creventic for, well, a long time now, supplying tyres for the whole field.
It hasn't been easy for them. They have that big fire in their factory as well.
Yeah,
and they've been able to keep all of these, everyone that the racing series that uses the tyre, they've been able to support them. It's been quite amazing how they've resourced that out.
At the front of the field, let's get back to what's going on. We have got 70 minutes left, and I reckon Joe Foster has driven that CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo into the best possible chance it can have to win the race. He's now done 40 laps since it last fueled. That's as long as the car had gone, but remember, they topped up with half a tank of fuel once in the Code 60, and they'd only done 14 laps before that, so they've got slightly more than what their 120 litres. But my goodness, that has been an extraordinary run by Joe Foster. He still leads the motor race by 45.5 seconds. The man on the move is catching second place Jack Barlow. That's Cosimo Papi. He's down to 9 seconds. Barlow is getting close here to getting to the end of the race. He needs another 9 minutes. If they've done that, where have they found the fuel from? Flat 6 interrupts, and that's fine by me. The Century Motorsport car has now done 40 laps since it last splashed. So they are there or thereabouts, but they need to get to an hour.
And Jack Barlow into the pits.
They're going to have to fuel
108.
save.
Oh.
So they're going to be out at about 106, 105 and a half.
What's the maximum they've done so far? Would it be 55, 56?
Well, they've just done an hour and 10, but that's not a real one because they did 2 top-ups and they hadn't do the full stint. I reckon on green flag, the most that they have done, he says, quickly scrolling back, was they've done a couple of 34s. They did a 35. There's a 41 there as well, but that again was topped up.
That was
so 35. 1 second, Joe. Just 1 second, Joe. So they did 35, which is an hour and 1 moment, an hour and 1 minute. So there'll have to be some fuel saving. In the battle in 992, second place car into the pit lane. That will be the final stop for the Fulgenzi Rabdan car. And the man with his name above the door and on his race suit has just done a fantastic 43-lap stint So they'll go to the end from here. Red Camel need one more pit stop. So this is all good. Now this is clever by Paul Trustwell and by Red Camel, because they will not need anywhere near a full fuel fill.
Yeah, and that's
so
it.
that means they'll not be standing still as long as the Fulgenzi's
And they won't
car
need
is now.
tyres as all. It'll just be a splash and dash.
I don't think they'll put tyres on. They'll go straight into fuel. If there is a code 60, then they'll come in. When was Luke in? Luke's going to have to get out of that car before the end, I think. He started 16, 36, 18, 36. Yeah, he can't go to the end.
No.
So he's going to have to get out with about 25 minutes to go, and they don't want to get too close to that in case you get a code 60 and all of a sudden you're 5 minutes away from the pits when you thought you were a minute and 43. So yeah, let's not push that one to the very end.
Now, the 936 has just been given a penalty by using headlights at high beam in the refueling area.
Oh,
a 10
no,
second,
that's a no-no.
10-second penalty for Carsten Kramer in the K. Kramer Racing, number 936, currently running third in the 992. They're not going to lose that position, but yeah, it's a big no-no.
Phil Anson, John Hindhaugh taking you to the end of the race, 66 minutes to go, and still Joe Foster.
Where's he getting this from?
This is outstanding stuff from the car.
Here he comes.
And it must be time now, surely. This is 46 laps. There's a new set of Hankook tyres. Joe Bradley is down on the pit lane. 43 laps for Joe Foster. That might be a race-winning stint from Joe.
Cracking stint from Joe. Just eked that fuel out, didn't he? We've got a change of driver. Charles Espenheim, look how sharp that was. These guys know just how crucial the time they spend in the pits is, and already he's making his way along pit road towards the fueling. I think we have to talk to Joe Foster, don't we? We'll give him a few minutes to get his helmet off, and then we'll get a full report. 43 laps, did you say,
43
John?
laps since he came out of the pits. He did 14 laps before they put the half tank of fuel back in. So in total, he did 57 laps. Heinz special. That very much is for Joe Foster. Quality stuff. And that means that they are now fueled to the end of the race. When they come back out on the track, they won't even need a full tank of fuel. They can do a timed stop and send him. They don't need the full 120 litres of fuel. Now, the car that I'm also just as impressed by is Cosimo Papi in second, Century Motorsport, and Jack Barlow, who's also just pitted. He got 40 laps out of that stint, albeit with two 25% top-ups. 1, 2, 3 25%. No, two 25% top-ups. However, that has meant that he's going to have to do an hour and about 5 minutes to get to the end. So the battle, I think, is for second place now, because CP Racing have pitted and made their last pit stop, and both of the cars behind are either so tight on fuel that they will have to fuel save for several seconds a lap in pace, or make an extra splash. So this is extraordinary. And completely agree with what's been said on the socials at RSL_studio. Hashtag this is endurance here at the Hankook 12 as of Kuwait Motor Town playing for the second time host to the first of 3 races in our Middle Eastern swing, the championship. And just over an hour still to go, just waiting for CP Racing to come out of fuel. Cosimo Papi back in the lead. That is now the 22nd change of lead. Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
Joe Foster, we counted 14 laps into the pits, out again on a fresh set, was it?
No, it wasn't. That was part of the strategy involved, as we did not change tires. That was the same set the whole time.
So 14 laps, same tyres, took on fuel, and another 43 laps. Some sort of rubber magic, was that?
No, I mean, obviously, we don't have the pace of the other two GT3 cars, and so we're trying to stay up there using strategy and pit stops and other stuff. So we opted to stretch the fuel and stretch the tires and stretch the driver as well. But it went just fine. I mean, so that plan worked out. Obviously, the pace is what it is, but the goal is to maximize what we're doing, what we can do well.
Well, you've certainly done that. I mean, it's all right. I'm praising you, Joe, for that effort. That was a mega stint, and John Eindhoff and Phil Hansen have been doing likewise as well. But it's been a team effort right from the green flag. You guys have been thinking in this way, haven't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, we know where we're good and where we're bad compared to the other cars. And it's a super fun race. Obviously, it's very back and forth and seesaw, and everybody is doing different things better than the other. And so we're working at the strategy side and managing the tires, managing the fuel, and see where we end up.
And we estimate, or we calculate, that you guys can now do a time stop with a stopwatch on how much fuel you need?
Actually, I don't know, to be honest.
You've just got out of the car.
I'm not sure, but hopefully not. Hopefully, I mean, I actually stretched the fuel quite a bit, and I know we'll see what happens. But it's definitely... the math would say we need a splash, but we'll see what the gods say.
Yeah, I mean, there was 64 minutes left when Charles took it out.
Yeah, that was about right, I believe. But I admit I don't actually know how long it will go.
Yeah, man, great stuff. You're far too old to be doing stuff like that, by the way.
Oh, it's fun. It keeps me young.
Joe Bradley and Joe Foster down in the pit lane. That might be a race-winning strategy and stint from Joe. Well inside what they can do. They've been doing an hour and 10 to an hour and 13 minutes, adding 120 litres of fuel, which I think they've probably done. They've dropped down to second place only because Century Motorsport made their stop with about 56 minutes to go. Absolutely stunning run for Century. Now, Cosimo Papi has 3 minutes and 20 seconds in hand, but I don't think he can get to the end on his fuel. He has been out there already 27 laps. Now, in fairness, so we're talking about 45 minutes. Now, in fairness, they didn't do a full run with Sabina De Castro before Cosimo got in. So he may have a little bit more fuel, but they've not done anything like the numbers of laps. With 27 laps under their wheels at the moment, we are still looking at another 40 laps, and there's not that in the tank. There's not that in the tank. Gary Phillips has joined us. Made his way up with the Sherpas and the oxygen all the way up to the top of the grandstand. Gary, there's an old saying in motor racing, and you've been around motor racing a long time, that you only need 2 cars to make a race. I know we would have liked more cars than the 14 that we had, but my goodness, at the front of the field we've still got a battle between the top 3. We've got battles in classes. You must be delighted at what's happened in the last 11 hours.
Yes, of course, this is fantastic what we see here. As actually the people are here and the teams are here enjoying a lot. It's a pity for those who are not here, but we are here for those who are here, so it's wonderful and it's great to see all those battles, but it's even more nice to see what a kind of atmosphere those 14 teams make all together. And if you look in the paddock, even the KUWAIT people are there drinking coffee, playing children. It's wonderful. So yes, I'm enjoying it to the max.
Now, I'm not going to say to anybody who's listening and watching over the world that we've had a full grandstand all day, because we haven't, but we've had a steady stream of people who've sat around for maybe 45 minutes or an hour, watched the race, then they've gone off and done something else, then they've come back, maybe they've wandered around the back of the paddock. Khaled and his team here at Kuwait Motor Town, once again, they've welcomed us with open arms, they've made everything so easy, and clearly the word is getting out about this event.
That's absolutely true, and we are positive surprised with the progress they have made within only 1 year, and it looks like this track is doing this for many years with the team of Mohammed. It's wonderful, and look in race control, it's going fabulous, and yeah, it's exciting to be here. So I enjoy it from the beginning, and hopefully follow to the end.
We're coming to the end of our 2023 year. This
Correct.
effectively starts off 2024.
Correct.
Creventic always ahead of the game, Gary. Very, very good. How would you assess what's happened in 2023? It's been a difficult few years. Creventic were at the forefront of making sure that we got back to racing in Europe under the right conditions, under safe conditions when we had lockdown and COVID. Are you hearing from your competitors, from your circuits, that things are, if not back to normal totally, certainly moving in the right direction?
Absolutely, absolutely. If you see at the entries from Europe, you can definitely see that. And if you're looking to the entries from Dubai and Abu Dhabi, definitely. So we are really, really grateful for all those teams who have supported us in these difficult times. And now we're back on the grid, and yeah, the rumors spread around, and more and more are coming. So we are delighted. So we see it as a privilege that they come still to us, and that's wonderful.
For Creventic, this region of the world effectively is where it all started for you, with the next race we go to, with the Hankook Dubai 24 hours. The Middle East Trophy, a championship on its own, is still very young. The entries that we'll have for Dubai, and the huge entry that we've already got for the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, proves that you were right to show faith in the area, and that the area was show faith in you.
We do the best to get this done, and for us it's not right or wrong, but it's happy and encouraging, and we are proud to see this numbers. For instance, to give an example, if we go to Dubai in January, it's the 19th time, but remember, if we go in March to Mugello, it will be the 10th anniversary.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, and you're talking about already 2024. We don't want to wish away 2023. It's been brilliant. A couple of little off-track moments for the Simpson Racing Audi RS3, leading in TCE up at the 10th position, that car at the moment. We don't want to wish away 2023. We've still got some prize givings to go this evening. Dave Alcock, speaking for the fans, he says, will you please pass on my thanks to Gary and the team for great racing and great coverage that we've all been able to watch for free this year. Best wishes for Christmas and 2024. You're already again ahead of the game. The new calendar for 2024 has been announced, and some real excitement there. We're adding another 24-hour race in Europe.
Yes, that's correct. We go back to Podium in 24-hour in Europe. So yeah, two big 24-hour races in Europe, Podium and Barcelona.
I loved the 24-hour race the last time we did it at Podium. It was very, very hot. We're going there earlier in the year this time.
Yeah, we're going in May. Correct.
Yeah, I think that will be great. And the races you've already announced, that's not the end of it, is it?
No, I've heard Peter in the driver's briefing. We have a new race. The date is clear. It's 5 and 6 or 6 and 7 September, 1 week for Barcelona. A 12-hour race in the legendary circuit of Spa. But more I'm not allowed to tell. However, the 14th of December there will be a big press release about this new race.
Right. So an extra event.
An extraordinary, wonderful event.
Right. Will I be happy?
Yes, you will be happy.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Gary, we often talk to you or to Peter, but behind the scenes, there's a big team of Creventic wearing the dark blue shirts that aren't just here at the track. They're working right throughout the year. Will you thank them on our behalf as your broadcaster, but also from what I see coming in on Twitter, on the socials, it's a huge amount to put this together. Logistics, looking after all of the entries, etc. It's a big team effort for you and for Creventic. Thank you, and will you thank them on our behalf?
Thank you very much, but don't forget all the officials, the marshals, and all those people, but without we cannot do it. And really big thanks to our competitors.
Yeah, who make our lives easy, actually. Do you know what? I think the atmosphere in the paddock is very open. You as an organising series organiser are very open. You've always had an open door policy. Come and talk to us if you've got a problem. Don't whinge and moan behind our backs. Come and talk to us. And the amount of great interviews that we've had just in this race, never mind the whole season, I think that attitude and that atmosphere comes through. Very, very tough competition, but everybody's smiling, Gary. And isn't that the best thing yet?
Yes, but consider even the mechanic who has only to put a wheel or refuel a car. For them even it's a privilege. We are here in Kuwait, the other side of the world. You have to see it and to feel it. We are privileged all, so we're really happy, and I'm proud to be here.
Is that what makes you the most proud? When you talk to the people in the paddock, what's the biggest achievement you think that in the last nearly 20 years that Creventic has done, starting from that one race, starting from that one idea that you guys had, that you thought, surely we must be able to run a motor race better than some of the ones that we've been to. What's the thing that's made you the most proud over the last 2 decades?
Seeing happy competitors, and that's not only from driver, team manager to the lady who makes the coffee.
Yeah. Gary, thank you very much indeed.
Okay, you're welcome.
My friend,
thank you.
Always a pleasure to come and work here. Gary Willems, who is here on behalf of our organisers, Creventic, and what a job they've done again this year. And no slowing down. It's top gear flat out for 2024, which is starting right now with the first round of 3 in the still relatively new championship for the Middle East, the Hankook Middle East Trophy. Dubai coming up in the middle of January, and then the penultimate weekend will round it off at Yas Marina. Full coverage, live, free, no breaks, no blocks, the way it should be, the way it's always been for the coverage of Creventic. Just a really joyous place to be, quite honestly. Every time I come to a Creventic paddock, and I don't do all of them, Nick and Joe, Johnny, Bruce, Diana, Peter Mackay, thanks to all of those and everybody else who has been with us this year. And they've all had as good a time as we have. So, Spirit of the Race is coming up shortly, and that is left to us on the broadcast team, and it's always a tough one for me here for all of these. I'm going to do something we don't normally do, but I'm going to ask for noms from the team. I think mine's probably Vortex, again, to be honest. They brought a stunning-looking brand-new car, which managed to set on fire through really no fault of their own as they're developing that car. CWS, well, you can certainly say they've had the spirit of endurance, with Colin coming back after that horrible accident, and a bit of sort of battlefield maintenance on that car. Even the guys at Crossbow again as well. Phil, what would you be? I mean, frankly, just getting the Vortex here is part of the spirit of endurance for me.
Indeed it is, and the other one I've been thinking of is the Verde team. Once again, a new car, the G56, a test bed for something bigger coming on. Brave to bring it on at a 12-hour race and trying to get it working, and have they done that, leading the GTX cars? I would say yes, the Vortex, having a fire, having all of those issues, getting that car back out there again, making it work. It just shows the level of commitment that they're taking into their next evolution. Well, and I think that's very important.
For you to think about that, we'll have the presentation in just a few minutes. And Peter Fry is down in the pit lane with Joe Bradley, and we'll find out which of the nominations have done. I mean, we've got 14 cars, and we've probably got 3, 4, possibly even 5 really worthy contenders for this, for our final Spirit of Race for the 2023 season and the first one for 2024. I just love this whole concept.
Indeed. Leader in the fuel bay at the moment. Cosimo Papi in the fuel bay from the lead. 338 laps. They can get to the end on this one, 47 to go. So they've pulled the pin. They're the first of the leaders to do so.
That's their last stop. That's their last stop. So now we have to keep an eye on where Jack Barlow is. He will cycle through to the lead, I think, but he's got one more stop to do. 3 minutes and 21 seconds behind. You know, he might not. He might not. Where is Barlow at the moment? As the Porsche is in the pit lane, it's gone straight to fuel. So Century Motorsport, the 22 car, still coming through turn 10 to come through. So this is going to be very close indeed.
Keeping an eye on the 85, which is behind the 22 as well on the circuit. But 9.
So here comes the number 22 BMW through the hairpin. Still waiting for that number 95 Porsche to roll out of the fuel. And CP Racing, Charles Esplanade. Now here is fuel to the end.
Yep.
And they will not have, I don't think they've got much, if any, fuel saving to do. Here comes the BMW as they come through and do they take the lead? Yes, they do. Still the 95 not running. Here comes Esplanade. Esplanade goes through, and there's Sergio Nicolai rolling now. And he's going to come out right behind CP Racing. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
So this is now the true fight. We said it would not be till the last pit stops till things actually unwound in terms of the stagger. Unwinding. And the number 95 Porsche went in the lead, comes out in third. It's BMW from Mercedes-AMG, from Sergio Nicolai. CWS, Colin White, their trials and tribulations continue. They've not got a real light on that car. It's got to be done now.
I think they're going to hang the mechanical flag out for that one. And they've got the technical flag, the black and orange.
I reckon the top three are within 10 seconds with 45 minutes to go. So
wow.
who has got the right driver on the right tyres at the right time? We know that CP Racing and Charles Esplanade put a new set of Hankooks on just 9 laps ago. Jack Barlow was in some... Oh, now. Jack Barlow... Barlow can't go to the end. He'd go over his 2 hours.
He's an hour and 41 at the moment, so he must pit again.
Oh, my goodness.
The
The 2-hour rule is gonna take the Century car out. Even if he's got fuel to the end, he can't make the end of the race on his drive time.
Wow.
Am I reading that wrong, Phil?
I have to know. I've got 1 hour 41 minutes on him at the moment.
And there's 44.5 minutes to go.
That's over the time. 20 minutes.
My goodness.
They may have to just... And it's a driver change. So it's a driver change plus a bit of fuel.
If you're going to do a driver change, you might as well throw a new set of tyres on it.
Of course, yeah.
And splash a bit of fuel and then send them. So surely you do that, the sooner the better. They can get to the end. They can easily do an hour. They came in with about 1 hour and 7 or 1 hour and 8 to go. And they came in with 1 hour and just on 1 hour and 7 minutes to go. Oh my goodness, is there any more drama to go? So now it's Charles Esplanade who is fighting for the win with Sergio Nicolai. Now I'm going to check Sergio's timing as well. He's just got in the car, hasn't he? Because Cosimo Papi was in before him.
Exactly,
yes.
He goes to the end now.
So he's fine. Charles is okay to the end.
Yep.
So this is the fight, and between what is now second and third on corrected, there's 4.3 seconds. 4.3 seconds for the motor the race, with Jack Barlow not able to take that BMW to the end of the race, he'll have to stop. And when will he stop? That's the question. Is he going to push as far as he can? But it doesn't help them.
It doesn't help them unless there's a code 60.
And then they do the driver change in the code 60.
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
They can only take 25% fuel, though.
I think that's probably all they need.
Exactly.
I think they were probably 10, 15 minutes tops away from what they needed.
So I think they'll stay out as long as they can keep him in the car.
And pray for a code 60.
And pray for a code 60.
Yeah.
So they're doing the maybe, the wishful one.
And the change has happened. Has it? No, that's just... Oh, the timing tower gave me a bit of a shock there.
It did.
But it's down to 2.9 seconds. Charles Espenlaub in second at the moment, but that is effective lead. Kicks up the dust as he cuts the corner at turn 4. Here comes the 95 Sergio Nicolai driven Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors.
He's getting a second a lap out of Charles at the moment. 43.1 versus a 44.5.
Yeah, I do remember though that Mercedes, they take their time getting the Hankook tyres up to temp and pressure. And that we've seen this happen before with the Porsche closing in on Charles Espenlaub, and then Charles at the end just edged away. But this is getting very tight indeed. Are they just suckering the car in? Is this the old, hey, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee?
Yes.
Are they making that car push too hard on its tyres?
Possibly.
Man, this is high risk, high stakes poker for the first win of a 3-race championship season. The 85 AMG defending the win that they captured here. Yes, last year, under exciting circumstances, they were leading, they were controlling the race. Then there was an accident at the ultra quick turn 1, ended up in the gravel. It looks like it'd gone, and then the GPX Racing Porsche that had gone through into the lead mysteriously with a transmission. When did you last hear of a Porsche having a transmission
exactly
problem? And it ground to a halt just opposite us here, and it couldn't get going again. And the lead just disappeared. Battle for second place, which will become the lead when the Century BMW comes into the pit lane. 40.5 minutes to go. 40.5 minutes to go.
Unbelievable. 2.3 seconds the gap at the moment. The 273 gets out of the way.
Now the 273 has a tail light at one side of the tail light and 2 brake lights. I think that'll be all right.
Well, they've been told that they must repair it now. They have to repair it now. They're getting the technical flag, so they're going to have to bring that in.
So they have to have both tail lights, not just one side.
They won't lose second place over that. I've seen all it. I think, as Joe said, they're on the pit wall.
Freddie Tomlinson has just exited the pit lane in the leading GTX, 7th position for Toro Verde in that 6.2 engined Janetta G56 Cup, the highly modified car. Talking to Lawrence Tomlinson earlier on, whilst I was grabbing a bit of dinner, only the engine block is the LS3. They get a bare engine block. All the jewellery, as he called it, is all designed and manufactured by Janetta or by Janetta suppliers.
Wow.
They design and build their own oil pump, for example. I mean, wow. And so that is why it's called a Janetta 6.2 litre V8. Yeah. Sounds fabulous. Here we go then for the effective lead of the race. It's for second at the moment. Porsche down the inside to turn number 2, the first of the heavy braking points here on this Kuwait Motor Town circuit. Charles Espenlaub just doing what he needs to do again. 45.1 last time around. 44.4 from Sergio Nicolai, but it's still 1.6 seconds. Now, how close can he get? Here comes the leader in Red Camel Jordan. Luke Breukers has to get out the car. This is a similar situation. Yes. He's running out of time, so they've backed him up towards the 2 hours. A wipe of the windscreen for Ivo Breukers. Already 10 seconds stationary. I think they'll throw a new set of Hankooks on. They might as well.
They've got 5 laps. over next place.
Have they?
On Rabdam by Fulgenzi. They're on 3:35 and 3:30 there. So this is a no pressure pit stop.
Yeah. Okay. That was jumping around all over the place the last time I saw that. So there'll be a splash of fuel for Ivo, and then they'll send him. I said 5 laps before, and then I corrected myself to 1, but I must have clearly been looking at the wrong part of the timing screen. Now, the race that we are absolutely certain of is Charles Esplanade and Sergio Nicollet.
There they are, coming onto the start-finish straight now. 1.4 seconds, the gap between second and third, albeit possibly first and second.
So in traffic, Charles only lost 0.2 of a second to Sergio that time around. Just incredible stuff.
The Manamuri by Energy by Ebby Motors has got the fast. We've got a Porsche stop.
Oh, this is absolutely not what we want to see. I can hear the heavy revving, and this is the 937. This is Kramer Racing, Michele Di Martino. This is the spare car. Heavy revving of the flat 6 4-litre 510 PS engine. He's got it going again. We stay green in the pit lane. The Vortex. Final pit stop for the car that looks fantastic and has been outstanding. They will finish third in GTX, the last car running. Actually, no, because the 937 is running to the end, isn't it? We heard that. Joe Bradley is down there. We'll head to him in a moment. Got to keep an eye on what's going on with the front of the field. Still, Jack Barlow continues on. He's coming down towards having to pit now because he has been out there for an hour. What's that? She's been out there 40 minutes now.
Hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, he's got 10 more minutes.
And we've got 35 minutes to go.
Yeah. I haven't missed something where the 2-hour drive time's been backed up and taken away, have we? I'm sure that 2 hours, we've heard people talking about it.
Yep. And
any moment now, we could see a change for the lead. We'll stay with it for another half a lap and see what happens. Actually, we'll not. Joe, we're going to come down to you. We've got this battle for the effective lead that is going on at the moment. It's half a second between Charles Esplanade and Sergio Nicollet. Let's head down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane with 35 minutes to go.
Philippe Bonnell.
Yes, speak slowly.
Philippe Bonnell has just brought the Vortex in and jumped out of the car, handed it to his teammate, but we've got a special award for you and the Vortex team, Philippe. You have won our Spirit of the Race award.
Really?
And the reason why you have won the Spirit of the Race award, because you have shown such fine spirit of endurance racing.
We tried, but it's never finished with Vortex. We tried to do it.
And that's why we love you guys. And also, as well as that, we'd like to thank you for bringing what is a very beautiful car, what you have built. The Vortex 2.0 is absolutely fabulous to look at.
Yes, we begin to be proud of it, but there's a lot of, we need, again, a lot of development on the car. As you see,
I'm going to bring in Peter Fry from Creventic now to give you the award.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations. I gave it to you, but of course it's for the whole team, the whole crew and everybody.
Thanks a lot. This is for all the team.
It's for the mechanics.
And for the, also staff, all the mechanics, of course. Of course.
What an effort, Philippe Bonnell accepting on behalf of Vortex the spirit of the race for the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. And at the sharp end of the field.
Turn 16 now, we've got a car off the circuit on the right, almost right up against the wall. It's the Audi.
Oh, the leader in the TCE class, and meantime, the second car in TCE, the 278 Janetta, has been given
a black flag.
A black flag. Not even the mechanical flag, it's a black flag because presumably because they've been ignoring the black and orange flag.
Exactly, and it sounds like what Joe said earlier, they've got no comms with the driver, and they're hanging over the pit wall to try and get that going. Code 60.
Code 60, with the second and third place cars nose to tail with 33 minutes to go, and Charles Esplanade holding on to a very important second place. Now, the
Where's the
BMW
22?
from Century have got to get into the pit lane.
They're at turn 8 and 9 at the moment. By the looks of that, that's going to take a little while to get that car out of there without bogging the support vehicle. So there may be a bit of work to do.
By the way, before we went into the code 60, the top 3 was separated by just about 5 seconds. Extraordinary stuff. Now, does that mean that the Century BMW was up the road? Has there been contact between that and the Audi?
I don't know. I only picked it up, went out of the corner of my eye. I saw that.
No, it's at 16 here. The Audi's off at 16 here, so probably not. But I just think that all of a sudden, Jack Barlow lost a huge amount of his lead, even under the code 60 situation.
Yes, true.
So the 22, remember Jack Barlow is running out of driving time, and this is not what they needed.
1:54 on the clock right now.
He's got to get in this time. He can't do another lap.
He'll exceed
go
it.
over time, exceeding speed limit in the pit lane. Time penalty of 10 seconds for the Century Motorsport BMW in second place in GT4. They've had an up and down day, haven't they? That was a fast car. It was a fast car. So, just when we thought we knew how the script was going to end, it has been exploded. Let's just throw the last 3 pages of the script into the shredder and start all over again. Yes, thank you, Phil. Crumple it up and tear it into small pieces. So now, what will happen for Jack Barlow? Is he going to come into the pit lane? He's coming down to the final corner now. If I look to my right, if he doesn't come in, I think he'll exceed his 2 hours.
It's a 5-minute lap, and he's on 55.15 at the moment. And he is going around.
Right, so here's my next question. Does time in the pit lane count in this series, or does it not count in this series towards your drive time?
No, he's clicked over onto the in-pit lane. Where
oh, yes, he has.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, all right.
They wouldn't make that in the pits now. Jack Barlow in the Century Motorsport from the lead.
He's got to get out of that BMW, and then they've got to charge. Joe Bradley, what's going on down at Century?
Brand new Hankook rubber going on, and it's Lewis Plato. They're gonna plug in the firework in the 22 BMW, and it's going to be an absolute sprint race to the flag here. Just coming to the end of the pit stop. Oh, Lewis not even in the car yet. Oh, the tyres are on. And it's they're going to be limited by the driver change for some reason. Lewis wasn't getting into the car there. I couldn't really see how.
Couldn't get his seat insert in. And
it's costing them time, John. They're still standing there.
It is code 60, however. He's going to need a splash of fuel as well, I think, but it will be minimal. Now they can't get the net fastened.
1 minute 5 seconds.
Oh. Where are the leaders? I mean, the good news, the leaders aren't even down at turn 2 yet, but this could have been so much better for the 22. I reckon they're going to be, by the time that they've fueled that car, they're going to be half a lap down. Forget the time at the moment, because that extends under code 60. I reckon they're going to be about, maybe 40 seconds behind. So they can only take 25%. Oh, this is much quicker than I anticipated. The Audi is rolling again. There'll be a bit of sweeping up coming. So maybe with 29 minutes on the clock, this is not the worst thing for the BMW. What they didn't need was a whole load of code 60. They need as much time as they can for Lewis Plato to light the afterburners. They'll put the 25% in. That's all they need. In fact, they might not even need that. I reckon they were probably 5 or 10 minutes. No, they're sending him. They're going to send him now. There's a tap on the roof, and Lewis Plato is following out of the pit lane and the fuel area.
That's the 937 in front of him.
That's the K. Kramer Racing Selv Porsche. So he'll follow that car. He's not losing any time at the moment. Where are the leaders? This is not going to be anywhere near as far back as I thought. They're just coming through turn 7 at the moment as Lewis Plato gets back onto the track. So now the new battle for the lead is Charles Esplanade from Sergio Nicolai with Lewis Plato on brand new tyres, under a minute to the end of code 60. Now somebody from Century needs to be knocking on the door of K. Kramer Racing and saying, we need to be past your 937. Please tell him to pull over so we can get by him, because we have to be on the way as soon as it goes green. And the guys on the wall have got to be on the radio to Lewis Plato, counting them down as soon as that code 60 disappears. Meantime, the two now first and second. Can you believe this? 11 hours and 33 minutes have gone and we're down to nothing. Nothing at all. There's almost even an overlap between first and second. And we go green and a quick jump. It's a drag race into the next corner. Oh, off the track by the Porsche. Staunch defence from Charles Esplanade. Sergio Nicolai tried to go down the right-hand side into turn 12. He had all 4 wheels off the circuit. Now they'll have lost tyre temperature into turn 16. Esplanade rides the berm and gets round the outside. Throws a bit of gravel in the face of Sergio Nicolai as they go back onto the main part of the circuit. Gravel that was deposited there by the Audi coming down to the final corner. Do not miss your braking point here. Tricky corner this, slightly downhill. Green flag flying. By the way, the 22 is going through. The BMW is going into turn 12 right now. So it is pretty much a third of a lap. And there's 26.5 minutes. This one is not over. Now, Lewis Plato will be hoping that Charles Esplanade can hold up Sergio Nicolai as much as possible down towards turn 2. 2 bright lights on the right-hand side of the circuit. Charles now knows he's got to fight for his life. The Mercedes does take a little time to warm up its tyres. The Porsche seems to be very good on the start of a run. So this might be playing into the hands of the EB Motors car. My goodness, what a motor race. This is endurance. This is Creventic. This is round 1 of 3 for the Hankook Middle East Trophy for 23 and 24. I'll take this, thank you very much, at Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Anyone who thought that we weren't going to have a meaningful motor race, I say pa to you. I laugh in your face. 3 cars separated by a third of a lap, and Lewis Plato is carving his way through the back markers, anxious faces down at both of the garages, and we've turned a 12-hour race into 11.5 hours of qualifying and a 30-minute sprint.
Yeah, indeed. We have 46 seconds is Plato behind Nicolai.
That wasn't a bad guess, was it?
14 pretty good. And just 3/10, as you can see there on the screen. But Charles Esplanade doing everything he can. The thing that I find most interesting, John, on that one, the Century Motorsport car has still the fastest lap of the race with a 43.0. There is pace in that car.
There is pace in that car, and they've not had to. They've had a little bit of full course purple, code 60, where they have not had to work their tyres. All right, it was only, you know, a lap or 2, and it was only 6 minutes, but it means that they are putting another heat cycle into the tyres, but they may just have recovered that. Charles Putnam watching on down at the pit lane. They don't know which way this is going. Charles Esplanade had proved himself the last time he was in the car being caught by this Porsche that he was very impressive indeed and was able to pull away at the end of the stint. He cannot afford one mistake. There's almost a little bump there coming through turn 7 into turn 8, heading back towards us now. We looking out though at the right-hand side of our commentary boxes. They head through the S's. And meantime, Lewis Plato has cleared the worst part of the traffic. He's got a nice long run before he comes up against the K. Kramer Racing, Karsten Kramer-driven GT Cup car. Traffic for the leaders. It's the Audi, stays dutifully out of the way. Brilliant stuff by both of these drivers. There's a little there's almost looks like a little chance of an overtake every time Esplanade comes into 16A. He comes from the middle of the road, and I just wonder if Sergio Nicolai is going to throw the car up the left-hand side of the road and block pass him motorcycle style, using the banking to slow himself down. I just think I'd like to see Charles maybe half a car's width further over to his left, but it's working for him at the moment, and that 4/10 has remained constant over the last lap.
Indeed, that Mercedes, I think, is a little bit slipperier than the Porsche. Porsche very quick through the S's. We see that move being done there, and Charles gets about a half a car length to a full car length out of the acceleration zones, out of the grunt of that 6.3 Mercedes. So it's balancing that power shift to that handling shift. And if Charles makes any mistake at all through there, and they've got to be careful, track limits are still in play. They can't afford to get a 10-second penalty this late into the race.
No,
with,
that would just be added to your race time at this point.
Yeah, 22 minutes to go, and they can't wash. they're trying not to, but as you can see there,
it's turn 7 as well. He takes an interesting line into turn 7, but again, he punches out at turn 7 really well. And where the Porsche is quick is not where it can get up alongside the AMG GT. Very interesting. Esplanade, he'll have torn off the rear view mirror, thrown it away. He doesn't want to know what's going on behind him. He'll see the headlights. They've got the decals on the back screen so that you don't get blinded by the headlights of the cars behind. Here's the part of the track I'm talking about. Here comes Sergio. No, he follows round dutifully this time, right in the wheel tracks. Who gets the better exit from 16A? I'd say it was the Mercedes. It's just got that low down torque, the grunt of the bigger engine. Both normally aspirated cars, of course, as they head down towards the back straight.
Diving under brakes, you're using the car in front of you as the braking marker, being able to make up all that ground. And there goes the Mercedes again, another half a car length, another car length, and it just puts it out of reach for any move down into turn 2. And then they get into the twisty bits. It's going to be a mistake. I think it's going to have to be a mistake from Charles Esplanade. He's too experienced. He's way too experienced. What else can it be? Traffic. We saw that previously. True. Traffic. They've got the 2.7. They've got the Janetta in front of them. Gets out of the way as they go around turn 2 and heading up 2 and 3. Oh, but he ran wide. Esplanade ran wide out of there. They're side by side.
He somehow managed to drag that back to the apex on the exit of the corner. It's turn number 4 and 5, and he's gone wide again at 6, but he's on the right side of the road, which is the right side of the road for turn 7. He can't get past here. Park it on the apex, Charles, if you're going to hold on. That's exactly what he does. And a completely different line. He got out of sync with the corners there,
indeed.
and he had to somehow find a way back to an apex, and he didn't do that. He lost it at effectively at turn 4-5. He didn't get back to the apex until late in turn 7, but it was enough. And again, it's so difficult to pass here. It's almost a one-line, one-groove racetrack at the moment. Shane Lewis is dancing from the ball of left foot to right foot, swaying like an expectant father waiting outside of the delivery room. Will we be crowning them double champions here and giving them the best possible start to the Middle East Championship season powered by Hankook? Still 20 minutes to go. Where is the third place
46
car?
seconds behind.
Not closing.
Nope.
Is the answer. Took a couple of tenths is all from them last time around. That lap, brilliantly done by Charles Esplanade. He was fighting a rearguard action, 45.3s when they were running 43s last time around. So that is going to bring Plato closer. Just a slight miscalculation by the guys at Century Motorsport, meaning that they couldn't have their drivers to finish the race. He had to come in slightly early. CP from Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors. Those old fours in endurance racing, and particularly in GT3 racing, AMG and Porsche. What a shame we won't see this in the ELMS. What a shame we won't see it in the World Endurance Championship, because AMG were not one of the selected brands to go into the limited amount of places for the WEC and Le Mans. But you'll see it here, and this won't be the last time you'll see AMG versus Porsche, or Audi versus Porsche, or BMW, or any of the other manufacturers. They will be fighting for victories here in the Creventic Championship, and again all 4 wheels off the circuit. Sergio has to be very careful at turn 12.
He has to be, indeed, and I've been watching that 4 laps in a row that he's gone cut that corner, and I think others will be watching that as well, mainly down in the CP Racing pit, to say, guys, let's have a look at that as the torque of the Mercedes makes its move yet again down to a turn, the final corner, and then under brakes it comes back. The Porsche, Sergio doing the job.
23 laps on the tyres of Charles Esplanade since he was last in the pit lane. Sergei Nicolau, I think they did take new tyres when he got in. He's only got 14 laps on his tyres, so he's probably got a grip advantage. Might not have a grunt advantage though, from that 6.3 normally aspirated machine. Absolutely outstanding work. Is that still the 6.3 or is it the 4-litre twin turbo?
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, you said that before, and I went looking, and but I can't. I can't take my eyes off the sharp end of the field.
They're coming up behind 2 of the 992 class Porsches, the 937 and the 971. They're going to be on top of them very, very shortly. You can see the blue digi panels flashing.
Through 6 and 7 again. That's where the Porsche closes in. EB Motors on tenterhooks as well. Now, danger time for both of these drivers. The stakes are incredibly high. They are stratospheric at the moment. And the flash of the headlights from the AMG, great driving by the Porsche, but again, right off the circuit. And all 4 Hankooks, were they off that time, or were the left-hand side Hankook still on the red and white curbs? I think he might have just been still on the curb. I don't think he's helped himself there, though. He's hammered those curbs. Now, here is another point of danger for the leaders, first and second. There'll be no fingernails left. There may be no fingers left, no wrists or no forearms left. The way the drama is ramping up here. Final corner of the lap. And the AMG had to pinch just a little bit there. That might cost it some speed down the straight as it goes past the 937 Porsche, one of the GT3 Carrera Cup cars. Oh, my goodness me. What a race. What a race. Across the line they go. And it's still round about the... It's been half a second to 4/10. It's 3/10 this time. This is the closest they've been coming down to turn number 2, which is the first major braking area. But it's still the Porsche couldn't make it. They're already... Now, this is the part where Charles starts to struggle. And he's got to take it a little bit easier this time. Through 6 into 7. It's all about the change of direction there. Here comes the Porsche. There's almost a touch there. Left front of the Porsche to right rear of the AMG. Sergio backing out of it. Discretion being the better part of valor. But now he sets the car up again. He'll go hard right through into turn 12. More flashes of the headlight. Here he goes. And he's again, I think he's all right. He's still got 2 wheels on the curb there. Yeah. But he's pushing his luck, and they're passing the GT4 leader. They both get through, down to 16 here, the hairpin. Oh, there was almost a throw down the inside there. The left-hand side that we identified earlier as a potential, just a little teaser of the door. Not left open, but slightly ajar.
Yes.
I think it's still on the. I think it's still on the safety chain, though. I'm not sure. He'd have to put his shoulder to it there. Closes up under braking. Oh, big slide. Wheel spin from the rear Hankooks coming out the final corner. And this is normally the place where the MG has some advantage. Can the Porsche and Sergio Nicolai make some hay out of that one? We've got a car going slow in sector 3. Who is that at the moment? We'll try and pick that up.
936.
And it's made it into the pit lane by the look of it. That is, oh, that's a disaster, for that's third in the 992 category of the full season car. Still the leaders carving their way through. And this time it's advantage to Charles Esplanade.
Yeah, the 95 had to run wide in turn 2 to avoid the other car. Lost about 2 car lengths.
Blue lights.
And that was the Vortex that they just went around.
Winners of our Spirit of the Race. Blue lights all the way around the circuit. Turn 7 again. And there's a touch. That was definitely a touch there. You know, give Sergio Nicolai his due. He backed straight out of it. He did not keep his foot in, and there was a tap, but it barely put the AMG out of line. But I'll tell you what, Charles will know he's there.
Yes.
And that is one of the areas that Porsche is very, very good. Now, that time he was off the circuit. We're talking degree here, and it's small margins. But a track limits warning here for either of these cars. There will not be another pit stop, and a 10-second would be added to your race time.
Well, our third place has just got a 10-second penalty. Car 22 using high beam in the refueling area. Lewis Plato has got a 10-second penalty. He's 46 seconds behind at the moment. That is now 56 seconds.
And that's fine. They won't lose third place on the podium. It'll be fourth place for the best of the 992s if Evo Breakers can bring the 909 Red Camel home. Once again, now this is a dangerous pass into the kink at turn 1, but goes through for Sergio Nicolai. Got past the GT4 BMW, the AGMC team car. Oh, my goodness. And it was 4 tenths again.
Better lap that time, 3 tenths. Charles Espinard pulled on Sergio Nicolai. That is a huge margin in this type of race.
In the context of what's going on here.
Exactly.
What we would have said was barely a cushion, but in the context of what we're seeing here, 4 tenths is 2 armchairs and a sofa.
Yes,
never mind a cushion. Now into 7. This is where Charles has been struggling, but he's got a breathing space here. Now is Sergio setting him up here? Is he trying? Oh, big sideways slide by Sergio Nicolai coming out. Using his rear tyres. They're both starting to struggle for rear grip here, and I'm not surprised because they're doing effectively qualifying laps. 26 laps on the Hankooks for CP Racing, 17 for Ebby Motors as they once again move into traffic, and it's the Audi again. Charles has got to go to the left-hand side and go early. He does that, and he manages to get back to the middle of the road and the racing line. Porsche has to pinch the corner just a tiny little bit. They clear a little more of the gravel that the Audi threw out about 15-20 minutes ago. Ebby Motors transfixed to the screen. Never mind the timing screen now. Never mind the strategy. They've done everything they can do. They've sent their respective drivers. The teams are now mere spectators, as we are, as you are, whether you're trackside, you're listening, or you're watching around the world. It's coming down to this. The last 30 minutes is now the last 11 minutes. Why do we like live motor racing? Why do we like endurance? Endurance racing is not just about getting to the end. It's about getting to the end with your car in the right shape. And even when you've only got 3 cars in the class, you've still got to have something to fight with at the end, because you never know what's going to happen. And it's still just 4 tenths of a second. And if it sounds like we're calling this like a sprint race,
it is.
And we should be a little more sensible. Well, into the last 10 minutes now, ladies and gentlemen, of a 12-hour race. This is extraordinary stuff. And this is being raced as hard as any sprint. 361, maybe 362 laps remaining with just under 10 minutes to go. So we've probably got 4 laps. Or 5 laps, depending on when they cross the line. You know what's great about this is how they've got here is 2 very different stories.
Yes.
2 very different stories. The pit stop schedule has been different. The way they've used their drivers, their tyres, the way they've used their fuel allowance, the way they've used the Code 60, all been different. And right now, even though it's evened up, they're using different parts of the track to get their cars to the checkered flag and to keep their advantage, or try and press home their advantage. 2 cars with 2 very different set of performance characteristics. Their lap times broadly similar. The way they make those lap times very different indeed.
5 pit stops is the difference between those 2 cars.
Yeah.
And some of those were splash and dash under Code 60. But it's 16 pit stops for the Porsche and 11 pit stops for CP Racing's Mercedes.
This does tell you why the Creventic rails work so well.
Yes.
You've got a team of full AMs in the AM Advantage class, allowed to take a little more fuel under green, allowed to use to take twice as much fuel of percentage-wise under code 60, allows them to fight at the front of the field, but only if they execute, and CP have executed. They've put themselves in this position, and what it's come down to now is the two drivers.
Yeah, that's it.
Esplanade versus Nicolet. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter that there's an AM and a Pro AM, or an AM and an AM Plus. It doesn't matter. This is driver on driver, car on car. The team,
mano on mano.
Yeah, the teams are just now watching. They are watchers. They cannot influence anything. There will be tears, there will be smiles, there will be joy, there'll be laughter, there'll be disappointment. What a race. What a motor race. Endurance racing all the way to the end.
Identical lap times on that last lap.
Down, yes. Yeah,
down to the
absolutely.
100th.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
The fastest lap of the Century Motorsport BMW race has just been put in by Lewis Plato, 1:43.587. Still the slowest of the three GT3 cars on single lap time. Remember, the Porsche has put in the fastest lap of the race, 1:43.0, 43.2 for the Mercedes. That doesn't matter now, because if Sergio Nicolet can't find the space, he can't get the lap time.
No.
And at the moment, he's lapping 7/10 away from where he could be lapping with that car in terms of the full performance potential. Charles Esplanade, amazingly enough, with a 43.5 against a 43.2, is only lapping 3/10 away from the fastest lap that has turned in the race on tyres now that are into the late 20s.
Yeah, wow.
This is a testament to these new tyres from Hankook, durable and delivering performance all the way through. And remember, 57 laps they did on their last set of Hankook tyres, the new G54H. And that was the Joe Foster stint that put them in this position, saved them a pit stop, and allowed Charles Esplanade to go to the end without the worry of another stop. And that is how they are here right now. It has been exemplary pit stop strategy, driving strategy. We had one small spin early on for the 85 car. I can't remember any other problems. I don't think I can remember any problems at all for the Ebby Motors car.
I don't have anything in my writings. I think they've had a very clean run.
This has been excellent stuff through the start-finish line. If you're here at the track and you're not in the main grandstand, get there now. There's two big screens, our Garmin Diamond Vision screens on the front straight. You could watch as well as we're inside the last 6 minutes. This is an epic battle. This is a classic battle. This is endurance racing at its finest here at Kuwait Motor Town. And what a fitting way to finish off what's been a brilliant event here, with the result in the balance, with 3 laps to go, possibly only 2 when they cross the line next time around. And the gap is back up to 4.5 tenths. 4.5 tenths. Now, I've set Phil thinking now, because he is now looking to make sure that no one's got any outstanding penalties, particularly none of these two cars.
No. Just the 22 and 429 at the moment. For
That's the Century Motorsport Charlie Robinson car.
And already in the second place, won't lose the second place in GT4.
I'm going to try and take a breath and get my heart rate down.
I had to turn the AC on, mate. You're just heating up the box here.
This is
brilliant stuff.
This
Absolutely classic
brilliant
racing.
So the new Turn 16A has played its part.
It has.
It has provided us with some talking points. We've had a few people off into the gravel.
It changed the shape of the race.
Yes.
Because of what, the cars going off there and how long it takes to get that cleaned up, and it changed how you strategize anybody going off in the gravel there.
Yeah.
Because you have to clean the track up afterwards. You get an extra lap under code 60.
We talked with the guys at CP at the start of the week when we got here on Thursday afternoon, Thursday morning, about whether it would provide another overtaking spot. Between cars in the same class, no. But passing other category cars, yes. But you have to have the cooperation of the car on the outside.
Yep.
The car on the outside has got to be very careful because it's slippery on the right-hand side as you go through there. But it has, I think it's added a new dimension to the track.
Yep.
And it's another braking area. Right now, the guys at CP are loving it because it's another slow corner that they have the extra torque to pull out of.
Yes.
Whereas if they were coming out of the old turn 18/19, it's a much faster corner. I'm not sure they would have the same kind of advantage.
Because the speed differential, you don't get that. You're already in 4th or 5th gear coming out of there, so you're not getting that torque load that you're getting out of the 3rd gear corner. As they're both doing track limits at the moment. They're both doing turn 4, and I think the race direction has decided, well, if you're both doing it, we'll leave you alone. Okay, because it's not going to affect anything else. You're both doing it, so let's get on with this.
Turn 12 is the one that the Porsche is further over to the right, but I've been watching very carefully the left-hand side of the car, and the Hankooks are still on the red and white curbs, and I think, looking at the briefing notes, I think that's okay. All kinds of intervention being asked for down in the pit lane. This one and one more. There will be 2 more laps. It will be 363 laps for this race. Time certain, of course, but time will not expire before they go across the line next time around. Lewis Plato, 46 seconds, has pulled a couple of 3 seconds back, but remember he's got a 10-second penalty to add on to that, so that will be 3rd step on the box for Century Motorsport. The question is, who will be in the middle on the highest step?
Traffic, John. It's going to start to play. 714, 999, 138, all in front of them now.
That's the KTM Crossbow, is the next car, and then the leader in the 992 category. That car is not racing. They're close again, coming out of turn 7. This is as close as the Porsche gets. Out of turn 7, through the S's at turn 8, 9, and then through 10, 11, sweeps across to the right-hand side and will turn in tightly. Almost an overlap there, going through turn 12. Charles takes the middle of the road down to 16A and then cuts to the inside. Here comes the Porsche this time. I thought he would have a go there. They're side by side. There's a touch. This time it's right front, the left rear. And it was the Porsche who got the slide on there. Joe Bradley sampling the atmosphere down in the CP Racing pit.
He's pulled 3 car lengths on him now.
There's no oxygen down there at the moment because they're all breathing so heavily.
Last lap board is out. Last lap board.
5.1 kilometres, just on 3 miles. As they cross the line, there's 33 seconds to go.
7 tenths.
7 tenths, that's as big as we've seen. Joe Bradley at CP Racing, they don't know, do they? They don't know.
You can cut the tension with a knife. It really is tangible down here. Incredible
Joe Bradley
tension.
down there and down towards turn number 2. Down the inside of slower traffic, Esplanade makes the clean pass, and he's got room now before he comes up to the AGMC Racing Team. Andrei Solukovskev is the driver between. I think now that he'll catch before the end of the race. The 2 tracking markers on our screen are as one. Charles Putnam, Shane Lewis, Joe Foster in team formation. They win as a team, they lose as a team. They're leading as a team at the moment, but there's half a lap to go, and the Porsche still has maybe 1 more chance, maybe 2. Turn 12 and turn 16A. If there's no mistake from Charles Esplanade here, the Porsche will sweep to the right-hand side, but can't get through. Has to position itself now, and Sergio Nicolai will let the car drift. He's not close enough. He's going to have to come from too far back. It's the last corner now or nothing. We'll have to plan and scheme and get out of this corner, 16A, the new corner. And the first round of the 2023-2024 Hankook Middle East Trophy is coming down to the last corner. Here comes the Porsche. It's not close close enough. So long as there's no wheel spin out of here, it's going to be CP. CP defend the win from last year, and the winning margin is half a second. Joe Bradley's with the winning team.
Incredible scenes. The guys couldn't pull themselves away from the TV. They just dashed at the very last minute to see Charles Espinlab. I mean, the tension in that car. I asked Shane Lewis. He was pacing like a caged tiger. I said to him, Shane, is it easier in the car? He says, oh my God, you want to bet. I want to talk to Charlie. Let's get in here. The team is just overjoyed. I mean, who would have thought after 12 hours of racing, it came down there. Shane, incredible. I've seen some motor racing guys, but that's incredible.
He brought it home for us, man. He drove his heart out on that one. I wouldn't want anybody else to finish that car but him. He did just such an amazing job. Really amazing.
Joe, in situations like that, Charles Espinlab kind of made it look easy, but it's not, is it?
Oh my God! Obviously, the Porsche caught him quickly. They've been faster than us all day over lap time, so he did an amazing job to stay clean, and not put one foot wrong for the last 45 minutes. Amazing drive by Charles.
It was. I want to get Charles, Mr. Putman, get down here, Seb. Charles, incredible. Incredible race.
That is some of the best driving of both of those guys that I've seen in a long time. That was just an amazing show. Wow.
You guys surely can't live without this.
Oh, I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know how you live with it. It gives me a heart attack every time. No, that was just incredible. I got, damp eyes. Geez.
I haven't. I'm not even connected to the tape.
That was just exciting. Oh, my gosh. That's what
incredible drive from Charles Espinlab.
Oh, he just drove fantastic. I'm so happy for him because he really, really dug deep, I'm sure, and just hung in there. But, this is what makes racing. It's so exciting. It's so much fun.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charles.
I can't believe he's thinking about not doing this. They've given us brilliant. Great team effort.
Yes.
Charles Espinlab, of course, will rightly get the plaudits at the end there. Joe Foster for the penultimate stint, 57 laps on a set of Hankook tyres, and his pace was superb. He got the fuel just right as well. And the stints throughout the race by everybody that put them in that position. A word as well for Ebi Motors, Manamauri and Energy, all of their drivers. Sergio Nicolai, listen, Sergio, hats off to you, sir, because that was a very clean run. Clearly had more performance in that car. Plenty of times that he could have done the bump and run. He backed out. There was a couple of tiny little touches, but he made sure that did not influence the race. That is extraordinary driving by both of them. And I do want more than a golf clap, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Sergio Nicolai. If you were here at the track, you have just witnessed something very special indeed. Get yourself down to pit in for the podium celebrations. I'll quickly run through the results before we get some more interviews. So CP and the AMG Mercedes winning again here in the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series. Then Porsche, the Manamauri Energy by Ebi Motors, Century Motorsport and their BMW M4 GT3. In 992, they came 4th, 5th and 6th. Red Camel, Ivo Brukers finishing it off and anchoring that one ahead of Rabdan by Fulgenzi. And then the K. Kramer Racing in 3rd. If Charles Espinlab can speak, never mind give a cogent interview to Joe Bradley, I'll be impressed. Bradders is there.
Can you actually speak?
I don't know, man. I haven't been this excited in a long time. I'm just getting ready to do my 7th year wedding anniversary, and last time I was this excited was when I got married. So,
give us a bit of insight. I mean, for us watching that, the tension was immense. Your teammates were pacing like caged tigers. What was it like from that seat there?
Absolutely, 110%. I mean, they did an awesome, awesome job. Raced the whole way. He raced me very clean. I got to say, it was pretty awesome. I'm like at a loss for words, and being here with these guys, and oh man.
I mean, I didn't do anything, honestly, mate. And you know what? After 12 hours of racing, it came down to a missed braking point, you know, a missed apex. That's what it was down. That's the kind of thing that you were having to contend with there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd make a little mistake. He'd make a little mistake. He got me in the one once, but he went a little wide. I got back inside him, and again, it was a really good battle. I don't know how happy he's going to be with me, but I didn't do any crazy blocking. But you know, it was a fight to the end, and that's why we do the 24H series, this endurance race, and it's everybody on the team, all the guys in the pits. Every little step matters. And we had an extra special crew member this weekend. It was Perry, the little pigeon that hung out in our deal, and I almost hit him on the first pit stop. He flew away, but he came back later for some bread. So thanks to him, he's our little local hero. So
I'm going to get the other side of the story and find out from Sergio. But you guys, what a race. Yeah. Well done. Congratulations. And see you on the podium, man.
Excellent stuff. And as Bradley rightly said, it would have come down to a missed braking point.
Yep.
It almost got away from Charles Esplanade. Lost it coming down the hill to turn from turn 3 to turn 4, and had to gather it all back together. And he did do that by turn 7. Sergio Nicola, disappointed I'm sure, but played his part, and a very fair drive by the man in the Porsche. Bradley.
Incredible racing, Sergio. Incredible. I mean, you were so close, but you were also so clean. Congratulations. That was a fantastic race. I know you did. You wanted to be first. You almost were, but hey.
Yeah, I know. I was 3 times in the parallel with him, and he doesn't look in the mirrors. Just close the door. If I didn't press the brake, he will crash out both. This is not racing. I like to be fair on the track. That's why I could take him out 3 times. But I was fair, and I will be fair every time. But this is not racing, really.
Great team effort, though, from your guys, the team, the AB Motors team, to get you there right in contention after 12 hours.
Yeah, it's our first race. I want to thank to the team. They did an amazing job. They make a really great car. I did the fastest lap. I was every time fastest driver on the track. And I also thank to my wife that is staying home with my son. He's 2 years old. It was an amazing race. We will be back in Dubai, and we will be better.
Great stuff. I'm sure you will. Well done, guys.
Sergio Nicola, clearly disappointed there.
Emotionally disappointed.
Yeah, I think he'll look back on that and feel. He might feel a bit different in the morning when he watches it back on YouTube. The full archive of the race will be there via the YouTube channel. AB Motors in second place, and of course BMW, Century Motorsport, so close. Yeah. With Lewis Plato released towards the end. Joe Bradley heading over to the guys. Let's well do it then. Let's have a word with Lewis first of all.
So Lewis, Jack handed you the car. You had a mission statement. You gave it a go, mate.
Gave it our best shot. The gap was obviously a little bit too big in the end, but for all 3 cars to be on the lead lap after 12 hours is impressive and incredible. Great job to everyone. Yeah, great job to our whole team, and obviously we talked with the rivals as well. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Jack, what a comeback. You're on the second step of the podium. Sorry, third step of the podium.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have been on the second step. Actually, I would have liked to have been on the top step, but no. Obviously, the boys at Century have done a great job. Obviously, for us 3 standing here now, it's a lot to learn, and I feel like we've taken away a lot from this race here. So Dubai is going to be interesting. We know the areas that we need to work on. We've worked out the amount of time we've lost in pit stop. Probably could have given us a nice, comfortable lead, but hey, it's part and parcel. We know the other guys are quite smooth operators with how they manage the pit stop side of things. So we've got work to do, to say the least. But yeah, great job by the guys, and obviously really, really happy to share the car with Lewis and Carl. So big thanks to them. So.
Carl, you did your bit as well, mate. You kept the car on where it needed to be, and you were right there in contention at the very end.
I tried. These boys did a phenomenal job between them. First time we've been in the car together. New car for us, new championship. At third, we'd have liked it to be a step or 2 higher, but ultimately, we're delighted to be on the same lead lap as everybody else. I mean, the boys, CP Racing, been doing it forever. The guys, seasoned pros, they know exactly what they're doing. They were so slick at the pit stops. And for us to be that close to the pro car, the Porsche, at the end, great. We've learnt a lot, as Jack says. we'll be ready for Dubai.
Yeah, I'm sure you're all ready now. I mean, you look how close you were to them. I mean, you haven't got much to go, you know. Well done, Carl. Well done, Carl. Thanks.
Lead lap after 12 hours for a brand new squad of drivers with a new team. Hold your head high, lads. Hold your head high. And that was... It wasn't the fact that they're just third in a field of 3. It was the fact that the top 3... and remember, we have no safety cars to close things up here. We have called 60s, but that preserves the gaps. So there's no safety cars to close things up. And therefore, you know, having the top 3 within
45
a minute.
seconds.
Well, was that the correct time? No, I thought so. Within a minute, well within a minute.
Yes.
The top 3
after 12 hours.
Yeah. Of proper racing. There's a lot of racing going on this weekend around the world. I will challenge anybody to find a better race that finishes like that, a true race that there was no intervention by a safety car to close anybody up there. So that's a proper race.
Yep.
The top 3 finished like that, where it was absolutely in doubt all the way to the end. Let's confirm the results. Still provisional, of course, until we've had the post-race tech, but here's how they came across the line, and what a finish it was. 363 laps completed. That's a new track record for this particular configuration of the track. I could add this, by the way. I was told this was a big enough difference, so this is another track that I can add. CP Racing, Charlie Putman, Charles Esplanade, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis win it by half a second from Fabrizio Brogi, Sabina De Castro, Sergio Nicolai and Cosimo Papi for Marumari Energy by Ebby Motors in the Porsche. And a first-time podium for Century Motorsport. It's not the fact they're on the podium, it's the manner in which they did it. 3 drivers in that BMW. Lewis Plato finished off what was a great effort from Jack Barlow and Carl Cavers. They know where they can find some time, and at the end they were less than a minute away from the win. In the 992 Porsche Cup class, it was Red Camel Jordans, the Breukers family outing, along with Fabian Dance, who won it in the end by 3 laps or thereabouts, 4 laps or thereabouts, from Rabdam by Fulgenzi, South Almeri and Enrico Fernandez Fulgenzi, along with Christopher Zirkling. My, wasn't he quick? He learns about Creventic racing very quickly indeed. And in third, the season-long, or the championship-long, K. Kramer Racing. Karsten Kramer putting a second car in for some of his team, and they did a bit of extra testing, but it was the substantive car for Tobias Müller, Michele Di Martino, Maury Krantz and Karsten Kramer. Then we were into the GTX and another development car, the Toro Verde Janetta with a 6.3 Janetta V8, Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson and Michael Simpson in that car. They didn't have a huge amount of competition, but they needed to get that car home, and they did. Rounding up the top 8 was our winner in GT4, one of 2 BMWs. That was the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport, brought home by Andrei Solokovtsev, Vasily Vladikin and Fabien Defieur behind the wheel of that car. The top 10 made up by Century Motorsport, the second of the GT4 cars, Ravi Ramit, Charlie Robinson, David Holloway, Nathan Freak. And the top 10 made up by Razzoon More Than Racing, the GTX Crossbow. Daniel Drexel brought that car home. Our best to Dominic Albert, who had the big shunt earlier on. His teammates did him proud. Haitham Karajuli and Artur Quist. In 11th place, it was the winner of the TCE and TCR categories, James Kay, Ricky Coomber, Henry Neal and Jack Lemmer, along with Vasily Vladiklin. And CWS Engineering was TCE, TCX, second in TCE, first in TCX. Colin White, welcome back to motor racing, Cole. Glad to see you. You're a force to be reckoned with in the pit lane, my friend. Come back and do it again. Neil Muston with Christian Broberg. The Vortex had its problems, but that's a decent first outing for a brand new car for Philippe Bonnell, Olivier and Arnaud Gomez and Lionel Amarouche, and they won our spirit of the race. And then the second K. Kramer Racing car did a bit of a test session, but we'll see that at Dubai, which will be the next time we go racing for round 2 of the Middle East Championship for a fabulous Middle East trophy powered by Hankook, and that's Dubai the next time out. Well, what a phenomenal race. And we still have to honour our winners and podium finishers. So if you haven't already moved down towards pit in, get yourself down there now and give due respect and plenty of whipping and a hollering for the teams and drivers who have given us a superb 12 hours of Kuwait. The podium ceremony just a couple of moments away. For those of you watching our world feed, thank you for being with us today. A reminder to have a fabulous festive period. However you celebrate and whoever you worship, have a cracking holiday period. We'll see you back at Dubai. Joe Bradley is waiting for the formalities. Just getting drivers together. Always a bit of a challenge, getting drivers together at the right place at the right time. But I think we can say that once again, the 12 hours of Kuwait, the Hankook 12 hours of Kuwait for 2023, second running of this meeting, Kuwait Motor Town, throwing us something a little bit different with a different track layout, which certainly changed the complexion of this race. And thank you to our hosts here at Kuwait Motor Town, Khalid and the rest of the staff here who have made our stay not only very easy to work, but also very enjoyable as well. Oh, that reminds me, must give my guest passes back. Let's make sure we get those back out. And Joe Bradley looks almost ready. I can see him with his clipboard. All the results that we've mentioned, provisional of course, until after the post-race technical inspections. One or two drivers still just absent. Big thank you to all of our officials and marshals as well around the circuit, and all our volunteers, including those who were manning the car parks and pointing us into the right direction. All these people are absolutely essential to running a great event, and they all performed their tasks with great aplomb and with good humour, a smile on their face, and terribly courteously as well, for which we say thank you. Let's just waiting for the last of the drivers to get up onto the podium. I can see one or two of the marshals gathering around the bottom of the podium ceremony as well. Absolutely correct that you should be there. Our Orange Army working hard the world over. All right, let's see what's going on behind the backdrop there. I can see Seb with the camera. Who are we missing? I'll name and shame if I have to. Joe Bradley is going to be our master of ceremonies for this one. If I look next door, I can't see Nick Damon, so... Oh no, Nick is there, actually. So just waiting for the final organisational bits and pieces. One or two drivers still to be in the right place. Podium hats I can see out there. So let's hand off to Joe and Nick.
Go, everybody.
Joe Bradley with the formalities. Is it you, Joe, or is it going to be Nick?
It's going to be me. Hello, everybody. I'm hopefully not going to be anywhere near a speaker, so let me go over here. So let's get on with our podium presentation. First of all, everybody, how was that for a motor race, huh? Kuwait 12 hours, the second running of. Fantastic, fantastic event. So we're going to have our overall podium, which involves many classes as well in the GT3 field. So please welcome, first to the podium in third place, it's Century Motorsport BMW 22. That's Carl Cavas, Lewis Plato, and Jack Barlow. In second place is the Manamauri Energy by Porsche, Fabrizio Bronchi, Simone Di Castro, Sergio Nicolai, Simo Pepe. And now, everybody, the winners of the 2023, the second Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. It's the CP Racing Mercedes of Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the winning team. Big round of applause, everybody, our winners of the second running of the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. And please welcome to present our trophies. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razak from the Kuwait Motor Town and Mr. Giulio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres. And first we'll be awarding our medals for third place to the Century Motorsport drivers. Huge medals for third place. Big round of applause for Century Motorsport, everybody. And second place medals to be awarded to the Manamauri Energy by Ebi Motors team in second place. And our winning medals for CP Racing, everybody. Big round of applause for the winners of the second running of the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. The first trophies to be presented by Mr. Abdul Razak and Mr. Rizzo after the medals will be for the overall positions in the race. And once again, third place trophies to be presented to Century Motorsport BMW, Carl Cavers, Lewis Plato and Jack Barlow. Second place overall trophies to the Manamauri Energy by AB Motors, Fabrizio Brocci, Simone Di Castro, Sergio Nicolai and Massimo Papi. Our next trophy will be for GT3 Pro-Am, which will be awarded to the Century Motorsport team, car 22, third place overall and first in GT3 Pro-Am. Oh no, lots of trophies, Fabrizio, lots of trophies. So that's the GT3 Pro-Am trophy being presented to Century Motorsport. And next will be our GT3 AM class trophies, which will be presented to our overall winners, CP Racing. A big thank you to Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razak and Mr. Giulio Risso. There's lots more trophies coming, lots more trophies. Last trophies for this podium. That was the last one, right. Okay, guys, would you like to lift your trophies high in the air for the photographs? That's a big round of applause, everybody. Our GT3 class winners and, of course, our overall winners of the second running of the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. A big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. Don't go, everybody. We've got plenty more of trophies to present. Next on the to the podium will be our GTX Special GT Cars presentation. So please welcome in third place in GTX. It's the Vortex V8 team of Gomez, Bonel, Amarouche and Gomez. Here they come, the Vortex V8 team. In second place, it's the Razun Model Racing KTM Direct and Gear. And please welcome our GTX winners. It's the Janetta of Tomlinson and Michael Simpson. Congratulations to our GTX class podium. And please welcome back Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razak and Mr. Giulio Rizzo, who will be presenting firstly the Vortex team with their third place trophies for GTX. And then we have second place trophies to the Razun More Than Racing KTM Crossbow team. And our GTX winners will be presented their trophies. It's the Toro Verde Janetta of Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson and Michael Simpson. Big round of applause, everybody. Make some noise. Our GTX podium, everybody. Hold your trophies high in the air for the photographs. Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations. Congratulations, our GTX class winners. Our next presentation will be for the Porsche 992 class. And please welcome in third place the K. Kramer Racing Porsche of Muller, Martino, Selv, Kramer and Krantz.
Big round of applause when they come out, please. The number 936 K Kramer Racing Porsche. Third in the 992 Porsche class. In second place is Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Alameri, Fulgenzi, and Christopher Zockling. And please welcome our 992 class winners. It's Red Camels Jordan, Rick, Ivo, and Luke Breukers with Fabian Dance. (992) trophies once again presented by Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razak and Mr. Giulio Rizzo. Third place team, K Kramer Racing, the number 936 Porsche. And in second place, the Rabdan by Fulgenzi Porsche of Alameri, Fulgenzi, and Zockling. And our first place trophies to the Red Camel Jordan's team of Rick Breukers, Luke Breukers, and Ivo Breukers with Fabian Dance.
AM is the same as the number 3, so they get also first.
And the 992 AM subclass, their winners are the 937, the 937 K Kramer Racing Porsche of Selv, Martino, and Kramer. So when you have all of your trophies, let's make some noise, everybody, for our 992 class winners. Red Camels Jordan, Rabdan Racing by Fulgenzi, and the K Kramer Racing cars. Congratulations, everybody.
Actually, this is TCE.
Okay.
They get the TCE trophies, but then they also get the TCR trophies and the TCX trophies. So the TCE is actually this order over these. So Simpson CS, Simpson has TCR trophies as well, and CS also.
Our Touring Car Endurance Series trophies to be presented next. So please welcome to the podium. In second place in TCE, it's the CWS Engineering Janetta of Colin White, Muston, and Christian Broberg.
TCA komt. Sorry, we start the GT4.
Sorry, a little bit of an amendment. Let's go GT4. Our GT4 podium. In second place is car 429, Century Motorsports BMW of Ramier, Robertson, Holloway, and Frick. This is our GT4 podium, everybody. That's second place. And in first place, it's the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport of Duvno, Solukovic, and Vladikin. So that's car number 438, the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport, the winners of GT4. And our trophies once again being presented. Century Motorsport in second place, and the AGMC by with Simpson Motorsport in that first place in GT4. First place trophies now being presented. Congratulations, guys. TCE now?
Yeah.
And now we can go to our TCE podium, everybody. So please welcome in second place. It's the CWS Engineering Janetta G55 of White, Muston and Broberg. So that's the number 278 CWS Engineering Janetta G55 of White, Muston and Broberg. Well done. And the winners of TCE, it's the Simpson Motorsport Audi of James Kay, Henry Neal, Jack Lemmer and William Ladigan. Trophies for TCE overall being presented now. Our TCR winners will also receive a trophy, and that will be the Simpson Motorsport Audi. So that's the TCE overall trophies being presented. This is our TCR winning trophies now being presented to Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3. Is that TCX? And our TCX class trophies to the CWS Engineering Janetta team. Big round of applause, everybody. Make some noise. I know there's only a few of you down there. Congratulations, everybody. That concludes our trophy presentation for the second running of the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. Wow, what a race. Well, it's the first round of the Middle East Championship. We will do it all again in Dubai in the middle of January, and then we'll move on to Abu Dhabi for the third and final round. But for now, we'll say goodbye, and we'll see you all in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you and good night.
The Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, the start of the international endurance season.
There aren't too many races like this in the whole world.
It's something that's almost indescribable unless you've been here and experienced it yourself.